The chapter begins with what they tell us about the protagonist. He is not only good at school, but also handsome, and that's why all the girls at school love him. They often invite him to go somewhere or become his friend. But he refuses them because he already has someone. She is the queen of the garden among the school flowers. All the guys at school dream of dating her. He looks like a lucky guy, but in fact, he has to work hard to make his girlfriend happy. He often works at a not very good job, for example, cleaning near the toilets in the store. Although Wang Bing has excellent grades, but he has an ordinary family. Wang Bing does everything that can be done to earn money, whether it's tutoring, waiter, or even running errands. A man will give his life for someone who appreciates him, and a woman decorates herself for someone who likes it. He lets her buy anything, and she's really happy. Wang Bin's dexterous mind is used not only in studies, but also in games, and he is also very capable by nature. He finally coped with the game. And although he devoted little time to the game, he coped, even though it took a whole month. At the same time, a window appeared in which they reported that he had passed the test and was invited to enter the post-apocalypse world. But if he dies in the game, he won't be able to return to the real world anymore. Of course, the greater the danger, the greater the reward, so he needs to make his choice. Wang at first thought it was a hoax, but then he thought about the offer. He understood that if he died, he would not return to reality anymore, but if he held out the most, he could get a big reward. He can easily pass the game, so he decided to agree. Clicking on consent did not happen, and he began to get angry that he actually believed in this nonsense. He was immediately congratulated for making the right choice and asked to familiarize himself with the rules of this system. After reading them, he realized that he could move things from there to the real world. He was glad that he would be able to pick up precious things and move them into reality. 4 hours left. Therefore, he should hurry up and buy the right things for 7 days. But last week he was on a date with Xiao Qin, and therefore there is no money. He came to his friends who were playing games and they were very happy about Van. He asked them for money and of course they agreed to help him. He asked them what about their living expenses, but they just pushed him out the door and said they understood why he came to them so late, and also that the brothers understood him and let him be careful. He knew something was wrong, but friends thought that Van wanted to take the girl on a date. At the same time, the protagonist tightly squeezed the money and promised that when he got rich and returned from that world, he would definitely have fun with them. He collected a whole backpack of things, and all this should be enough for 7 days. He also took a shovel with him to use it to find a shrink and also defeat enemies. He understood that having gone to another world for 7 days, there would be only one in the real world. But he still wanted to call Xiao Qin. He dialed her and she answered. He warned her that he would leave tomorrow for the whole day and return only the day after tomorrow. At the same time, she said she wanted to talk to him, but he added that when he arrived, then they would talk. She said she would wait for him and blushed deeply. After we are shown that she is sitting in the car with an unknown guy and after he touches her leg. But she only said that no one had called and she wanted to continue. At this time, Van was thinking why did she hang up so quickly and that nothing was happening. Then he started shaking and immediately cleaned up in another place. He realized that this is a real journey through time and space. The protagonist looked around and realized that since this is the post-apocalypse, then there must be Walking Dead. Looking out the window, he saw a huge horde of zombies. He thought he had enough resources for 7 days, so if he wants to find something, then he needs to explore this world and find out more about it. After that, Van gives the first advice. Always keep a sapper shovel at hand in case of a crisis situation. Cleaning tip 2. Choose a road with fewer Walking Dead for safe movement. Tip 3. When zombies are concentrating on something, don't distract them. Tip 4. Absolutely avoid unnecessary battles. Tip 5. Use the sensitivity of walkers to sounds to distract them. When he distracted the zombies, he realized that nothing like this would happen to him in this world as long as he avoided zombies and searched for treasures. But it seems to him that someone is following him. He assumed it was either a sentient kind of zombie, or it was a real person. He understood that in this world people are scarier than zombies, so he wanted to hide. He didn't know if it was the local indigenous population or if they were the same people who came like him. It doesn't matter who they are. All that matters is that they might want to kill him and take all his things. He understood that if he died, he would not be able to return to the real world. The only thing he can do is climb up. He sat in a corner and waited. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a zombie, he definitely has advantages in this area. He waited, but no one came up. He looked up and saw the fish. It turned out that it was a girl. She pointed a knife at him and ordered him to leave all the food, or she is not responsible for herself. He refused her and then she said that she would be much rougher with him. She gave him 3 seconds to hand over the food, or else she would kill him. He immediately realized his mistake. He had to leave the bag somewhere and explore the area without it. But he understood that it was just a girl. Therefore, he is confident in himself. He immediately hit her with a knife with a shovel and she jumped back. Pouncing on her, he shouted that she was the first to try to rob him, so let her not blame him. but she concentrated and saw his weak points and attacked them. And he flew against the wall and she pinned him down and warned him if he moved, she would cut his throat. At the same time, he said that there are canned meat and dried food in the bag, so this food is enough for two. And he invited her to work together. She immediately drooled, just from the mention of canned food. And Van noticed this. He thought that all the people here were crazy. He knew this was his chance. The girl asked him to give her meat and he used a taser. She fell down and Wang told her that although she was very hungry, but she should not have robbed him and threatened him. But he still felt sorry for her, and he left her food and water. In return, he borrowed her dagger and left. She took the meat and water and was very surprised. She thought, who is he? Wang understood that he needed to find a place to hide. In this post-apocalyptic environment, people are really more frightening than zombies. At the same time, two bandits appeared in front of him, who told him to give them all his belongings and then they would not kill him. Wang realized that the commotion had attracted the others. He was immediately attacked from the side by a man, but he managed to defend himself. They all attacked from the front and from behind, but even with a stun gun he would not have coped. Others rushed at him and shouted that there was probably a lot of food in his bag, or they would just eat him. Because of this, Wang got very angry and took out a knife. The bandits started shouting for them to stop the bleeding, otherwise the smell of blood would attract zombies. Wang immediately wanted to take advantage of the moment and run away, running into the alley. He got into a dead end and immediately other bandits appeared. The wounded villain wanted to tear off his hand, and the head asked how dare he hurt the members of the gang, Tiger Head. The situation was not very good for him and Van understood everything. The girl was sitting on the roof of the house and realized that he was just a beginner. She jumped off the house while the bandits approached him threateningly to kill him. She took a brick and began to sneak up, while the head said that she would torture him very slowly. She showed him not to make any noise. A second later, they turned around and saw that she had a broken head. Then she jumped down from above and hit the back of her head, but she immediately realized that they were very strong. Wang was pleased with this, but the head noted that he had trained in the Iron Head technique. She asked to return the dagger to her and Wang understood that he would rather die at her hands than be eaten by them and threw the dagger to her. When she grabbed the dagger, she saw the weak points and cut his neck. Wang was shocked, even though they were cannibals who deserved to die, but it was the first time he saw someone being killed. Other bandits were very scared and scattered. He told her that she needed to finish them off, because if they ran away, they would be in trouble, but she grabbed him and said that now was not the time, and called him with her, because now with this noise and the smell of blood, a completely new wave of zombies would come. She dragged him along and Van realized that she was a good person. If he doesn't mind her, then she can be his assistant for the rest of her life. Zombies were already walking everywhere, and they were already in the house. They ran for an hour, but Van was glad that he ran every day at school. He said he was safe now because of him, and they put a knife to his throat. He asked why she was doing this, because they were on the same side. She replied that people tend to betray others. She asked him to put an electric thing on the floor. He did so and she threw him away. And Van realized that she was still angry about the taser. He told her if they got along, he would give her more delicious food. He took out all his supplies and said that if she helped him stay here for 7 days, he would give it all to her. Seeing this, she was just shocked. At the same time, he thought that it was good that he took food with him in reserve. But this is only half of what he has, and he still won't eat it all alone. She started crying and asked who he was. She asked him where he got it all, but he replied that he couldn't say yet, but she had to believe him. He only needs to stay here for 7 days, and if they see each other again, he promises to give her more food. She understood that she should have killed him even earlier, but he left her precious food and water, which no ordinary person would have done. She agreed with his proposal and added that if he did not want to tell, then there was no need and they made peace. She immediately warned that this was her room and he could not enter there without permission. And behind him is his room. He said he couldn't beat her anyway. After that, he invited her to meet and introduced himself. Her name is Guan Xiu. Van Bin understood that it was not surprising that she was afraid. After all, she has been in this world for a very long time. Already in his room, he realized that everything was so exciting here, but now everything has settled down. Xiao had closed all the windows, so it was safe here, despite the fact that everything is covered with dust. Judging by the interior, rich people lived here. At the same time, he decided to examine the bedside tables, but there was nothing. There's nothing in the closet either. Van realized that a lot of time had passed and everything could have been stolen for a long time. And immediately he found the decoration. He didn't know if they were real, but they had to be expensive anyway. He understood that if he sold everything, he could become fabulously rich. He had already dreamed of returning to reality, marrying a goddess and living in luxury. But before that, Wang decided to first ask Xiao if these things did not belong to her. He went into her room to find out everything, but she was changing clothes at that moment and was naked. He began to tell her about the stones more and more quietly and immediately apologized and ran away. She also thought that he wanted to return all the food that he gave her. Van understood that it was still a girl's room, so he needed to knock next time. She asked her through the door if she could sell him the jewelry that was in his room. After leaving the room, she asked what kind of jewelry. She told him that these things were useless, so he could take them. She explained to him that there used to be an elite area here, so there are a lot of such decorations in every house, but why would he need them? If they cannot be eaten, they cannot be exchanged, and they will only become a burden for him. Wang explained that they were very useful for him and asked if there were exactly a lot of such ornaments here. She didn't understand him, but since he gave her a lot of food, she would show him everything. He thanked her for her help. At the same time, she said that she would be glad if he gave her another can of chips. After that, he had a bunch of different jewelry. All this cost millions of dollars. He wondered how many years it would take him to earn that kind of money in the real world. He asked her again if she really didn't need all this. At the same time, she remembered that there was a safe nearby and invited him to look. Wang understood that there might be even more valuable things there. Zio said that she tried to open it, but nothing came out. Usually these valuable safes are connected to an alarm system that automatically alerts the police about several cases of incorrect code entry. But now that the electricity has failed, they have enough time and they can take their time. He kept trying to open the safe and Zio said she would go look for more jewelry in other places. After a while, he was able to open the safe and there was a lot of money, gold and jewelry lying there. The necklace must have cost a lot more than all the others. He also wanted to take the gold, but such money did not circulate in their real world and therefore threw it away. He decided to take everything with him. When Zio returned, he was already looking at the gems. She asked him why he was staring at these stones if her candy is much better. At the same time, he explained to her that he knows how to make these things worthwhile, and then he can exchange them for this food. At the same time, she wanted to help him find even more of these things if he would give her more food, but he didn't know if he would see her again next time. Then he asked the system if it could hear him, and she said yes to him. He said that 7 days have already passed and he is leaving here, but when he appears next time, where will he appear? Then it was explained to him that he would appear next to the place where he first appeared. Then Wang told her that as long as she helped him collect gold and jewelry, he would continue to bring her all kinds of goodies, and Zio agreed. But it seemed to him that he was cheating a little, because he was trading food for gold. Zio said that the city has almost run out of food, and the only food that can be eaten now is food that looks like dried rats. Food like his is a real luxury. At the same time, he asked her why she did not sow the land and build a strong defense network. She said that over the years, the government has created several human colonies. It is surrounded by high walls, heavily guarded, and zombies cannot get inside. Everyone who survived is trying to get to the places where people gather, but unfortunately, very few get there. The government is working to solve the problem of the virus, developing the colony, in fact, achieving self-sufficiency. But even there, people barely survive and it is impossible to return to the old standard of living. At the same time, she asked him what he was doing. Wang said that he is a merchant from a distant country and his job is to collect jewelry and gold and exchange them with the surviving members of high society. At the same time, she added that if he wanted to pick up, she would take him there during the day, and that he would not go out alone at night. Immediately, someone yelled and Zio said that someone stepped on a trap outside. They were tiger head people. They understood that if there are traps here, then there are people here. He immediately realized that these were the people of that gang, and he once again regretted that he had not killed those bandits. She told them to get out of here quickly. At the same time, the bandits discussed her and the one-eyed bandit said that he often saw her here. The boss was very angry at her and ordered her to be found alive in order to personally kill her. Ban asked her what they should do, because there are so many of them. Zio realized that they found out that she was here because of the fact that she often visits this area. They couldn't stay here anymore. She would show him another safe place. Elsewhere, there were a lot of zombies on the ground floor, but they were safe. At the same time, he decided to play a little on the phone so as not to listen to the screams of zombies. She was surprised that his phone was working. Then she asked if she could listen to some music. He gave her headphones and she started listening to music. Van was glad that she was starting to return to her former self before the apocalypse happened. He sat next to her and listened to the music. Zio recognized one song and started crying, remembering happy days with her family. She remembered her little self, her father and mother, and how happy they were together. After that, she gave him the earphones so that he wouldn't waste a lot of energy. He asked her why she was crying. Then Zio said that she had not listened to music for a long time and she brought her back to the days when she was with her parents. Wang understood that all these years, she had suffered a lot. He gave her the earpiece again and told them to listen to this song together. He promised to bring her another phone and some charged batteries next time. And she was very happy and grateful. Wang was very surprised. He didn't even notice how cute she was. His heart started to flutter a lot, but then he calmed himself down because he has Zhao. and they continued listening to the music. They sat there all night and the flowering had already begun, and they fell asleep together listening to music together. In the morning, she explained to him that Tiger Head is one of the 4 largest gangs in the city, and they run the western part of the city. And those 3 men who surrounded him last night from this very gang. Here they are the most powerful in the area. If there hadn't been so many zombies that time, they wouldn't have let them escape. The leader of the gang is a tiger. He has about 60 people, and they have about a dozen guns, so they are pretty strong. They are based in the tallest building on the west side of the city, in the colorful Estao, which is staffed by a large supermarket. They took over this building, and now they own all the paraphernalia there. Wang understood that since there were so many of them and they had weapons, they would not be able to take revenge on them. Zio also added that Tiger Head has 3 other gangs in the city. Among them is the most powerful gang of Wild Sands, located to the east of the city. Its leader, Sin, has more than 100 men and 20 guns. Next in strength is the Giant Bear Gang in the north. The leader is Brother Xing. Although they have more than 40 men and 7 or 8 guns, but they have acquired a lot of powerful explosives and grenades. The most powerful gang is the Flying Eagle Gang in the south of the city. Its leader, Brother Fei, has less than 60 people in his hands and only a dozen or so guns. But they say that each of them is so strong and capable that other gangs do not dare to mess with them. Therefore, even if they are the weakest, the other 3 gangs do not dare to provoke them. As a result, 4 gangs are responsible for their part of the city, and they do not want to encroach on each other. In the coma of these 4 gangs, there are only a few stragglers who gather in groups, or they live alone, like Sayo. There are probably less than 1,000 of them in the city now. Most of the original 2 million people here have turned into zombies, and some have fled the city to other places. After that, he asked her if she knew where the city storage was located. Zio explained that the bank was robbed right after the apocalypse, and all valuables were seized, and now it's useless. But the most likely place to hide the gold is in the building where the Wild Sands gang is located. Previously, there was the largest bank in the city. Money was sent for storage under close supervision. Wang understood that it would be difficult to steal gold from there, and Zio confirmed this, saying that the Wild Sands gang could not be deceived. At the same time, the protagonist replied that he was not stupid enough to beat eggs on stones. The next few days, he and Zio stayed in this house and did not go out. Over the past few days, he has occasionally seen people passing by below, and it seems they are members of the Tiger Head. But since the building was surrounded by zombies, those people did not dare to approach him, much less think that someone dared to live with walkers. Very quickly it was time for him to return to the real world. He told Zio that he had saved all this food and drinks for her. At the same time she said how he would survive if he gave her all the supplies. He told her not to worry, but just to take food and water and hide. He will be gone for 7 days, so I asked her to take care of herself. He'll be back for her in a week. She hugged him. She asked him to stay or take her with him. He apologized to her, because he had to leave for 7 days and she had no way to take her with him. But he promises her that he will return in 7 days and bring her more food and other useful things. He asked her to take care of herself before he came to her again. Wang understood that he shouldn't have told her where he was going back. But the last few days together made it clear that Sayo was a reliable person because he was the one who got her into trouble. When he returns to the real world, he will sell all the jewelry and gold and bring her something nice next time. At 12 o'clock in the morning, she ran into his room, but he was no longer there. At the same time, we are shown a park where a young couple is planning to do a pleasant thing and Van got out of the bushes screaming. Noticing the couple, he apologized and told them to continue. For him, the ordinary world was a paradise compared to the post-apocalyptic world. He decided to tell Zhao that he is rich and take her to a luxurious world. After calling on the phone, she said that she was now looking at the house with her family, so she would call back later. Immediately her other young man appeared. He told her if she told him everything, he would help her with the down payment for the apartment. She told him to come to the Golden City, and he agreed. Wang wanted to sell jewelry and gold first, and then buy Zhao a villa and surprise her. When he came to the jewelry store, he turned to the girl. He asked to call the manager, but he stank a lot, so she told him to talk to her. She thought it was another student who came to ask for help. He showed her the stone and asked her to examine it. The girl thought it was a fake and said she could call the police. It was very noisy and the chief came out of his office. She started chasing him away, otherwise she would call security. Wang was not happy because she didn't even look at the stone, but she had already called him a liar. At the same time, Manager Zhang decided to look at the stone and Wang showed him and he was very surprised. The girl also said that he was creating problems. Then he ordered her to close her mouth and make him tea. The manager asked for his name and escorted him to the VIP room. After examining this stone, the manager asked him if he was selling this gem. At the same time, Wang told him to name a price for it and if it was too low, he would go to another place. But if the price satisfied him, he would sell the stone to him. The manager understood that even though this guy is so sloppy on the outside, But he has the audacity to walk around with such a precious stone and he is so calm. He was afraid that it would be difficult. The manager understood that even though this guy is so sloppy on the outside, but he has the audacity to walk around with such a precious stone and he is so calm. He was afraid that it would be difficult to negotiate with him. Wang thought that he should say less so that he would turn away from him. He did not understand why he did not name the price and thought that he overdid it, and the manager offered him 9 million. Van was surprised and asked again. The manager thought that this was not enough and he decided to add another 500,000. He explained to him that in order to sell the stones, they must pay not only for design, processing, expenses and so on. Van was very happy about this and restrained himself with the last of his strength. He was willing to sell it for that amount. He explained that if it were not for the difficulties in the family, he would not sell it. Zhang asked what kind of family he was from, because the surname Wang belongs to the noble and generous, but the protagonist told him that he did not need to know. He also added that he has 9 precious stones that he can sell, whether he needs them, and the manager was very happy and said he needed all of them. In the end, he sold them everything and left. The manager scolded the girl because she almost broke a big deal, so she won't see the bonus this month, and if he comes again, she should serve him very well. He had 64 million in his account. Only yesterday he was a poor man, but already today he has so much money. He also has gold bars, but he will sell them in different companies so that no one suspects anything. The taxi driver asked where they should go and Van replied that to the realtor's office of the Golden City. Afterwards, when he entered the building, he felt uncomfortable, even though he had millions in his account. But now he's a different person, so he can buy a villa for his parents in Zhao Qin. And he met her. He saw Zhao with a guy and asked who he was. The guy started laughing that this beggar was once Zhao's boyfriend. Other people immediately noticed that something interesting was about to happen. People discussed him and thought that he was a migrant worker and that the security here was bad. Zhao said that they were breaking up. She added that she had found someone who would take care of her and was even now buying her a house. Therefore, if he loves her, he should let her go and live happily. At the same time, Wang said that he could also take care of her and that they spent a lot of time and didn't that mean anything. Zhao replied that she wanted to break up in a good way and why it was necessary to arrange such a scene. At the same time, the guy told Van to be polite and not point fingers at him, otherwise he would break them to him. He wanted to answer him, but Zhao intervened, who asked him to stop because he could not win. He slapped him and started mocking him, and Van decided not to stand it and kicked him in the chest and he flew into the wall. Wang started yelling at him, but Zhao hit him for it and said again that everything was over between them and that she would never be with someone like him again. She ran up to him and asked if everything was okay, and Van realized that all these years of relationships were nothing before buying a house. At the same time, the guards appeared and asked him to leave here or it would not seem enough to him. At the same time, he asked why they would introduce themselves to the client in this way. The manager replied that the cheapest apartment here costs from 5 to 6 million. Therefore, even if he does not eat and drink, he will not be able to afford to buy an apartment here even in a year. Wang added that is 6 million a lot. At the same time, another manager appeared and asked him not to show off. He reproached the girl that she could not cope with one child. Wang said he wanted to buy a house here, but he's not in the mood right now because of the attitude of their staff. The manager said that he was a sales director and asked for their forgiveness. But if he was cheating X, then he would have to call the police. Wang replied that he would like to buy a house here, but everything is low grade, so he is not interested. The director and manager were shocked and angry at the same time because of his words. Other visitors thought how much he could pretend and it was interesting. He turned to Zhao. He hopes that she will not regret her decision in the future and wished her a long life. Leaving, the director grabbed him and asked what kind of apartment he was looking for. He said he needed a house worth at least 20 million. The manager's girlfriend started yelling at him even harder and asking who he thinks he is. The director wanted to remove the mask of a liar from him and said that they had one suggestion. There is a newly built villa near the Emerald Lake, the cost of which starts at exactly $20 million, so if he wants to see it, they can show it to him, but the manager asked to show what he will buy it with. Van agreed, but if he proves it, then these three should crawl on their knees to the main room. The girl didn't want to, but the manager said there were no problems. At the same time, Zhao's boyfriend woke up. He hit her and called her names and wanted to rush at Wang, but he threw a real gold bar at him and told him to shut up, because he was too noisy. The manager immediately noticed that he had hit him with a real gold bar. People thought he was real or not. Zhao tried to wake up her beloved and Wang turned to her. He said that she doesn't know how to appreciate someone who loves her, and that she was unworthy of him and said goodbye to her. The manager was wondering if it was a real ingot or not, and the girl was shouting to the guards to grab him. He showed them his phone and account and added that it was one of his many accounts with the least amount of money. The girl suggested that it was just a photo, but the director said that now he was their most respected guest and their deal was still in force. The director ordered these 3 to get down on their knees and crawl around 3 times or else he would fire them. They were very scared of him and were in shock. Other people realized that Wang is really rich and that you can't judge a person by appearance. They started crawling and Wang added that they should crawl 100 laps, and people started taking pictures of them and laughing. After that, Van was already in the shower and thinking about everything. He bought a luxury villa worth 30 million. Not in a fit of anger, but only because he needed a safe and secluded place. He needs to prepare well for the next return, because there is still a lot of jewelry waiting for him. After that, in the morning, in the university park, his friends discussed Wang Bing and hoped that nothing had happened to him. They knew that he had hit Li's son, and he would definitely take revenge, so they were worried. They kept calling him, but he didn't pick up the phone. At the same time, he received a message and he thought that these were scammers who were constantly sending him messages. It said that his bank account was replenished by 1 million and another friend received exactly the same message. A friend even wanted to check the banking application. Suddenly they got such happiness. And in fact, they had 1 million in their account and were very surprised. They were immediately called by Wang Bing and asked what happened to him. He was driving in the car and said that he was returning to his home and asked if they had received the money. They were shocked that he had transferred the money to them. Wang Bing asked to accept this small amount. At the same time, a friend started shouting at him and saying that he was worried about him, but Wang replied so that they would not worry and believe that he had won a lottery ticket. They also decided to find out how much he earned, and he replied that about 100 million, and of course his friends were shocked. They were very grateful to him for this act, but Wang explained that they always helped him and extended a helping hand. This is nothing compared to this. They still have a lot to do in the future. After they found out that he broke up with Zhao and beat Lai, his friends advised him that even though he was God now, it would be better for him to hide. After all, Mr. Li is powerful, and he will definitely want to take revenge on him. He asked them not to worry, but first he has things to do at home, and then he will buy them a drink when he arrives. When he arrived home, he remembered that he used to work constantly or was busy studying to be with Zhao, so he didn't come here so often. His father and mother were waiting for him at home and were very happy. Because he arrived abruptly, they thought something had happened to him, but he told them that he had won a lottery ticket and brought some money home. He didn't want to hide it from them, but if he told them about the post-apocalyptic world and what was happening there, they would think he was schizophrenic. This time he came here not only because of his parents, but another person. He went to his uncle and said that he had a request for him. He also brought a bottle of good vodka. Uncle realized that he needed something, so he told him to spread everything and not waste time in vain. In his youth, he loved hunting. He had a shotgun and an air rifle at home. The government has tightened the requirements for weapons in recent years, so Uncle Zhao rarely goes hunting in the mountains. Van wanted to buy his air pistol. He immediately asked why he needed it and that he did not do anything illegal. Wang also said that soon he and his friends will graduate from university, and he and his classmates have found a remote place for an internship. And he heard that there are a lot of small animals there, and they decided to shoot at them, so he decided to buy his uncle's air pistol. At the same time, he said that as long as he would not use it to kill people, he would borrow it, and there was no need to tell him anything about money. He asked him to wait while he looked where he was. He doesn't need this gun anymore, so let him take it. Wang was surprised, because this is the first time he sees a real rifle. It is powerful enough to kill a boar. He also gave him this anesthetic and an intoxicant. He told him to be careful with her, because if you inhale too much, you can die. He also told him that they should not be seen. Otherwise the weapons would be confiscated, and there would be a fine or worse, a prison sentence. And Van thanked him for everything. After he took an air pistol and left his parents some money, he returned to the city. This time, he not only cooked enough food, but also bought a mobile phone and 10 fully charged batteries for Zio. In addition to the weapons, he bought new 7 heads and a machete, and also took the detonators they used to blow up the mountains. 1 day in the modern world is 7 days in the post-apocalypse. He doesn't know what happened to Zio in those 7 days, but he hopes that she wasn't captured by a gang. Teleportation began. Then a mention popped up that a living person was found 10 meters from the specified place, and they asked him if he wanted to teleport there, and he agreed and teleported. He was glad he was back, but this time he wanted to carry more. Zio had 1 bag of food left and she could no longer save and therefore cried. He opened the door and said he promised to come back and he's here. Zio started crying because he didn't leave her. She ran up to him and hugged him and started crying a lot. She was glad he was back. He asked her to calm down because he had brought a lot of delicious things with him, so he wanted to eat and talk, and she thanked him. Then he noticed the wounds on her and asked what happened. She said that the boss of the Tiger had announced a reward for them. Now everyone is looking for them. She was worried about him, so she went out to find out something about him and was almost ambushed a couple of times. Wang understood that she didn't know how he left, but she risked her life for him. He hugged her and promised that he would make them pay for what they had done to her and that he would wipe out this gang. and she was very happy. Then he showed her what interesting things he had brought. She was pleased that he took an air rifle with him, because with it you can kill bad guys and zombies. He is also silent, so he will be hers. She thanked him, because she had always wanted such a weapon. He also brought a lot of goodies. These stocks are enough for a month for the two of them. She immediately attacked the beef and was very happy. At the same time she asked why he wasn't eating. He replied that he wasn't hungry, and that he liked to watch him eat. But in her opinion, this is not right, and she told him to eat. He also gave her a phone, and she was shocked that he was just giving her a phone. And he also gave her 10 charged batteries, and they will all last for a long time. She was happy and started crying. He asked her why she was crying, and Zio explained that when the post-apocalypse came, her parents died and no one treated her so well. He also asked her not to cry and to enjoy the music along. During his absence, there was less and less food. There were also clashes between tigers and bears, but only a few people were injured on both sides. A few stragglers are also leaving the area in search of a government colony. I think now is the time. They decided to practice and shot at the poster, and Zio shot pretty well. She also said that the power and firing range of an air rifle are a little small, so it will be difficult to shoot down a person at 50 meters. He told her that it was okay. You just need to shoot at close range. It would still be difficult to see this gun, and there was no sound from the shot. But she didn't know if the two of them could destroy the Tiger Head gang and the Wild Sands gang. Wang was all confident, because he didn't want to fight them directly. He needed to pit them against each other, and tonight they would just help them a little. Then he asked about the gold, because it is not needed and is most likely stored in a bank vault. You need to enter the bank building, preferably with a gang of wild animals, and destroy them at a time. His goal is to wreak havoc among these 4 gangs. This way it will be easier for him to find a safe place to store gold. But Zio didn't know how they would do it, and that's why he brought the detonator. Only the bear gang has explosives and grenades. If he uses a detonator to blow up the Tiger Head gang's warehouse, then their people will definitely blame it on the bear gang and start a war. Zio was inspired by this plan and wanted to kill everyone with someone else's hands. The only problem is that there should be a lot of guards in a place like a warehouse, so it would be difficult for them to sneak in. Zio replied that there is no electricity in the evening, and they go to bed at 8 or 9. She also knows this place very well. There are so many entrances and exits, and they won't be able to guard them all. When she told him the plan, Wang was pleased and said that since they were chasing them, then I would know their anger for myself, and they were going to act at night. Already at night they climbed through the window, and the protagonist was surprised that there was no security in such a place. There was only one person on duty who was asleep. Van told her that she needed to go up to the 5th floor, because if there is only one guard on the 1st floor, then all valuables will be where the most guards are, that is, on the 5th. The 4th floor should be the place where the elite and key gang members stay, and their leader, Tiger, lives on the 5th floor, where supplies are stored. And so their goal is to get to the 5th floor, find a place where supplies are stored, and blow it up. They definitely slipped past the sleeping guards and went on. Already on the 3rd floor there was a guard, and they had to crawl on their haunches, and Van tried not to look at his girlfriend's ass. On the 4th floor, they had to use an anesthetic to knock out the guard. Already on the 5th floor, they noticed 2 bandits who were discussing supplies among themselves. There are fewer and fewer of them, and even they don't think they can hold out for more than a month. Therefore, they planned to capture the bear gang, because without it they would simply starve to death. But the problem is that they have explosives and grenades, so it will not be easy to take them. So the bandit believes that they need to take food and evacuate from here. At the same time, the bald man told him not to talk like that, because if the tiger hears him, he will be in trouble. Wang understood from the conversation where the tiger's room was located. The bandits went to the toilet, and Zio and Wang came to the room. They heard snoring and realized that he was asleep. The next room was locked, so he realized that it was a warehouse. At the same time, Zio said why would they interfere if they would sooner or later arrange a battle between themselves. Wang replied to her that in 7 days he would go home again, and the bandits had supplies for another month, so time was running out. The easiest way to force them to fight is to make it impossible for them to retreat. Wang understood that the tiger had the key, and they would not be able to find out what was behind the door until they entered there. Zio asked him not to worry and took out the wire. She can open any lock with it, so it's not a hindrance for her. Wang was very surprised and thought she was amazing. At this time, zombies crawled into the building from behind an open window, and their sound woke up the guard on the 1st floor and screamed loudly. The bandits heard the scream and realized that something had happened on the 2nd floor and ran there. At this time, Zio had already opened the lock, and it turned out that it was indeed a warehouse of supplies. He wanted to plant dynamite and leave, but Zio hugged a bag of rice and wanted to take one with her, since they would destroy everything anyway. The protagonist asked her not to take it, because it is heavy and it will be harder for them to retreat, and they have plenty of food. At the same time, they immediately heard a scream that a group of zombies had made their way into the building, and Zio realized that it was their fault. The bandits knocked on the tiger's room and shouted about zombies, and the boss opened the door and hit the bandit in the face. He also said why bother him when he was sleeping. The bandit told him everything about the zombies, and the tiger was surprised that the zombies were able to get into such a guarded place. He immediately noticed that the doors to the warehouse were open and entered there. Wine was spilled on the floor, and because of this he was very angry. Then he noticed the explosives, and they immediately went off and exploded. Tiger realized that they had used explosives to blow up his supplies and started yelling because of the bear gang. At this time, Zio and Wang were moving around the ventilation and eavesdropping on the bandits' conversations. Van was glad that everything ended well and their plan worked. After that, they wanted to start a war between Wild Sands and Flying Eagles. Then they went out in some office and immediately a horde of zombies appeared. She deftly shot zombies, but there were too many of them. She decided to distract them on herself, but she was noticed by a bandit who was running past. He realized that this explosion was not caused by a bear gang, but by this girl. She shot him right in the face. There was a bandit in front of her, and zombies were shaking hands behind her. He almost bit her, but Wang cut off the zombie's head. He told her it was better to use cold steel against zombies and gave her her dagger. Wang also added that he has killed a lot in games, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation in real life. They need to come back alive. Now they will be comrades in arms, and they rushed straight at the zombies. After a while they coped with everything and were already at home. Wang was glad that there were fewer zombies than he expected, otherwise they would have died. Because of all this fighting, Zio was very hungry, and Wang gave her a packet of chips and invited her to celebrate the successful completion of the plan. He brought a bag of supplies and Zio attacked all the food. Although Wang had known her for a long time, he was still shocked with her appetite. He opened the beer and started drinking it, and Zio wanted to try it as well. At the same time, he was indignant, because she was still a little girl, to drink beer. He brought her juice and carbonated drinks. She replied that she had not been small for a long time. And Wang added that besides age, everything else was no longer small, hinting at her breasts, and she covered it with her hands. After that, he decided to go wash and change clothes and asked her to rest after that as well. When he left, she was very interested in the taste of beer and she took it. At this time, Wang turned to the system. She sent him some kind of hint and wanted to look at it now. The system showed him his personal attribute panel. Van thought she was wrong, because he trains at school every day. His all parameters except dexterity were below normal. At the same time, the system explained that these values of the norm here are normal for the post-apocalyptic world. Therefore, those who survived in this world are much more physically healthy than in the real world. Wang was thinking about how to increase these indicators. The system explained that it was necessary to use gold to upgrade the system, and thus he would be able to increase these indicators. The second system update activates a lottery system with prizes such as food, weapons, attribute upgrades, and various skills. He realized that this is the same as the computer version, but it works on a human, and then asked how much the hedgehog costs the first upgrade. It costs 1,000 kilograms of gold, which is equal to 400 million, but Wang thought it was too expensive. The system advised him not to despair, because the deal is worth every penny. If he wins the skill book in the lottery system, he will be able to learn the appropriate skill and increase his chances of survival. Skills are also enhanced by killing zombies, and this makes him much stronger. And most importantly, he can use his skills and attributes in the real world. Wang remembered that he had insulted Mr. Lai, and now he needed some defensive skills. At the same time, he asked if there would be any side effects, and the system assured him that nothing bad would happen. Wang realized that gold mining was now his main goal. When he came to Zio, he saw that she had drunk all the cans of beer and fell asleep. He carefully carried her to her room, then decided to take a little look at her body. It was beautiful, angelic face, devilish body, and she treated him very well, unlike Xiao. But he immediately brought himself to his senses and grabbed his cheeks and left. Zio immediately got up and did not understand why he left. She began to think that he perceived her as a sister. In the morning they changed their clothes and set out on their way. She told him to be careful, because someone is eating meat in the vicinity, and Van also felt it. She was a little tired of the food in the bag and wanted fresh meat, but Wang knew it was a trap. We are shown bandits who also came to the smell of meat. Zio and Wang decided to climb onto the roof and examine the whole situation. They were the Tiger Head people. This man's name is Chen Zhai Kang. He was the leader of a small subgroup in the Tiger Head gang. However, he knew that they had a shortage of food and therefore switched to a gang of wild sharks. Van was glad that he was from a gang of wild sharks, because it could play into their hands. The bandits were ordered to stand, because otherwise she would shoot. The bandits asked if policeman Mayo was there. The bandit said that he only saw them shoot a boar, and he hasn't eaten fresh meat for a long time. Zio said that the policeman's name is Mayo and she was an officer before the onset of the post-apocalypse. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, she started using this house as a base, and in her team there is an old cop, Lai Chengping, who is her senior. Besides them, there are 5 or 6 other children and women, and all of them have no fighting ability. Wang didn't understand why they wouldn't just leave, but she explained that Lai Cheng had badly injured his leg, so Mayo stayed to take care of him, so you can say that she is quite a devoted person. Van wants to help them, but even more wants to defeat a gang of wild sharks, so he decided to help them. Mayo asked the bandits why they wouldn't go hunting themselves if there were so many of them. The bandit replied that they were constantly trying, but they were not lucky, so they decided to bother them. The bandit replied that they were constantly trying, but they were not lucky, so they decided to bother them. He doesn't want to take everything, only half. Cheng advised her to agree, and Mayo replied that she knew them well. If you give in to them once, then after that they will cross all sorts of boundaries. She ordered them to leave because she had killed that boar. The bandit knew that they had only 2 pistols, and there were a lot of them here and there wouldn't be enough bullets for everyone. At the same time, she shot the bandit and told them to stop talking nonsense, and if they want to attack, then let them attack. And the bandits immediately rushed at her. A shootout began, they shot at the windows, and others tried to knock out the doors. Mayo understood that she didn't have enough bullets and they couldn't continue shooting. Cheng understood that others were coming up the corridor. He ordered her to stay here, and he would go down and kill them. At this time, Wang told Zio to start shooting and she killed the shooter. The main bandit immediately realized that there was a sniper here and did not understand how such a thing was possible. Mayo realized that this was her chance and therefore also started shooting back. The bandit noticed Mayo and ordered others to kill her. The bandit wanted to shoot her, but Zio hit him on the arm. Everyone immediately realized that there was definitely a sniper here and ran into the building. He didn't understand how anyone dared to go against wild sharks. Mayo realized that this was her chance and therefore wanted to help the elder. He reported to her that everything was fine here. 2 managed to enter, but he killed them. At the same time, Mayo said that there were more of them, but someone decided to help them. The arrows of the wild sharks suddenly quieted down. Mayo understood that most likely they were killed, and Jai Kang noticed it. Not knowing what to do, Chen decided to negotiate with Mayo. The chapter continued with Mayo asking the bandit why he suddenly wanted to talk, but still decided to listen to him. He asked if she could ask a friend to let them go. He wants to forget about what happened and he won't bother her anymore. The senior policeman understood that they had no idea who the shooter was, so he did not know what to do. Mayo replied that it was impossible to make it clear to the bandit that he was not their friend. She started screaming that the wild sharks had already repented, so she asked for their lives to be spared. Zio asked him what they should do and he told her to wait for his signal. Then he shouted that he would let the sharks go this time and they could leave. The elder realized that he sincerely wanted to help them. When the sharks came out, the main bandit wanted to bring more people and kill them all. At the same time, Wang ordered her to shoot. She immediately shot the bandit in the head and they were shocked, because they were promised that they would be released. Mayo also didn't understand why they were shooting. The main bandit hid behind a friend to save his life. He said it was his fault, because he did not keep his word, and continued to shoot at them. They ran too far and Zio couldn't kill him. Wang also said that everything is fine, because this rifle is not too good. He asked her to wait here and she realized that he was going to negotiate with Officer Milo. Wang replied that she should not worry, because they would not harm him. While they were looking out the window, Van came up to them with a pack of chips. He told them not to be afraid, because he just wanted to talk. Mayo asked him who he was and what he wanted. If it comes to food, they refused to negotiate. He will invite them to work together, and then he will give them food as a gift at the first meeting. Mayo replied that they didn't need his food. At the same time, Wang added that he could get rid of the gangs and give them both a stable existence. He doesn't want to waste time, so he needs to talk right now. The elder didn't know if he was telling the truth or not, and didn't know if he could be trusted. But Mayo decided to let him in, but she warned him not to do anything stupid. He also asked them not to worry, because it is wiser to cooperate with him. When he entered the building, she put a gun to his head and ordered him to put things on the floor. He replied that he had only this. He put the chips and bag on the floor and Zionan checked the things. It was also full of food. Van said he could give it all to them, but asked for one thing about cooperation with him, and she wanted to talk about it on the second floor. When they were climbing up, he asked her to be careful that she didn't accidentally pull the trigger. She assured him that she was a good shooter and only shoots at bad people. The elder realized that it was he who helped them and greeted him. Van realized that there were other children here besides that boy. He was shunned a lot. Wang Po greeted them and Mayo explained that they had all been through trouble before she took them in, which is why they are so careful with Wang. The protagonist noticed that she put away her weapon, so she trusts him. She asked him what his purpose was. Wang clearly told her that she wanted to unite to fight back against a gang of wild sharks. For her, it was nonsense, because they have a lot of people. Xiao Nan asked him if he could fight a gang of sharks and called Wang cool. Wang understood that they might misunderstand him, but he explained that the Tiger Head Gang and the Bear Gang were fighting now. It only remained to light a fire between wild sharks and flying eagles, and so they would benefit by doing nothing. And although the officer understood that if they killed each other, there would be no large organizations left in the city, however, she was not interested in his proposal. He didn't understand why, because it was a great opportunity. Xiao added that then she would have to take not only the children, but also the eldest with a wounded leg. She's not interested in gang fights right now. She would just get enough food and get them out of here as fast as she could. He suggested that she think again. He knows that he has disturbed her, however, if she helps him, she will bring her even more food. Nan, opening the bag, said that Wang was not lying. The protagonist asked to believe him, because this food is a luxury here, but he has 100 times more of this food at his disposal. She didn't know who he was if he could get so much food. Van understood that she was wondering where he got so much food from, but he asked not to worry about it. He just needed an answer. Mio understood that if she worked with him to get food, they wouldn't have to go out and look for it, and they wouldn't have to worry about it, but she didn't know if she could trust him. She asked the elder for his opinion. He also told her that if everything was all right for her, he would support her. At the same time, others intervened. They said that it was better to fight than to hide and constantly live in fear. They don't want to be a burden to her. They will do everything in their power not to cause them trouble. They wanted to fight wild sharks together. Xiao told them that it could cost them their lives. At the same time, Xiao Nan started shouting and saying that the officer was a coward. Since she did not want to help Wang, she would do it herself. He didn't want to calm down, because wild sharks killed his parents. It's time for revenge. At the same time, Wang put his hand on his head and asked him not to talk to Yun like that. After all, she makes every decision based on their protection. If she was really afraid, she would have left him long ago. He asked him to quickly apologize to Yun, and the boy did it. For this, Xiao lightly hit him and explained to him that she could not wait to bring them to justice. But the reality of the situation did not allow it. They don't match either their numbers or their firepower. Wang told her that he had started a fight between the Bears and the Tiger Head Gang, and it was only natural that wild sharks and flying eagles would be next. If they help him light a fire, that will be enough. He has a huge amount of ammunition. Mio said that she is the only one who can help him, since her eldest is injured and cannot walk, and the rest are just children. But that was enough. He told Nan what he was waiting for, because it was time to go. Mio also added that everyone else should also gather, because they are moving. Wang was glad to have found reliable teammates here again. When they were already on the spot, Xiao found the wild shark's weapons. This gun is powerful, but too loud. They will be easily discovered with him. While Xiao was aiming, everyone else started eating the food. Mio realized that there were only 2 of them and they were going to fight with wild sharks, but Wang added that there are now 3. Besides, Xiao is not a bad shooter. The older one said that beer is so refreshing. That's why it's expensive here. He thanked Wang for that. Xiao said that there were more of them, but because of her carelessness, she drank most of them. Mio was surprised that he had beer, because they change it on the streets for 3 packs of bullets. The elder liked beer very much, and it would have been even better with cigarettes. Wang added that although it would be difficult, he would bring it next time. He also said that there is also beer for Officer Mio. She was just shocked and glad, because she had not drunk it for a very long time. When she opened it and started drinking, Xiao also asked, but Wang was against it. When Mio drank the beer, it refreshed her very much and she was happy. At the same time, Wang decided to give them even more food and asked them not to be shy. They were happy about it and asked Yun if they could eat it. She gave her consent, but everyone has to choose one thing. Then they heard explosions and Xiao realized that the Bears and Tiger Head were already fighting. He told Mio again that he had not deceived her, because there was already a war going on between the Bear Gang and the Tiger Head. She said she would trust for a while, but she has a question. He has enough food to last the 2 of them. Why didn't he run away with Xiao? Why did he need to destroy these gangs? Wang explained that these 4 gangs have done a lot of bad things over the years, and he is sick of their atrocities. Now that he has the power, he will remove them. Officer Mio firmly adheres to justice. He must not let her know that he is here for the gold bars. He asked Nan to come over because they left the gun here. They were shocked because he suddenly gave the gun to him. He told him that even though he was small, but as a real man in this world with this gun, he had to protect his sister and sisters. Nan asked Mio if he could take this gun and she gave her consent. Wang asked the boy to remember what he had told him and added that tomorrow he would start teaching him shooting. Mio understood that he had so easily given them a helping hand, and now he was teaching them to defend themselves. She wondered for herself who he was. Then she told them to have a good rest, because they are moving out tomorrow. The next day, after a hearty breakfast, Zio and Officer Mayo went to the base of the Wild Shark Gang. Officer Mayo knew this Dingsheng area well, and so they quickly found the Wild Shark headquarters. However, their base was strictly guarded, so they hid in an approximate building. After examining them, Van realized that they had several pistols, and the rest with sticks and knives. Mayo suggested killing those with weapons first. When the bandits were guarding the point, another bandit decided to go to the toilet, but the thug with a gun was immediately shot. Everyone immediately raised the alarm and told them to be careful. Then they deftly dealt with the bandits. At the same time, Wang grabbed them by the head and bent them down. He now wanted to create problems for the Flying Eagles. After we are shown that the shark boss saw all the corpses, she was angry that they dared to attack them unexpectedly. She wanted to find and kill those who did it. The bandits understood that since the Bear Gang and Tiger Head were fighting now, the only ones who could attack them were the Flying Eagles. They wanted to destroy them, but she told them to shut up because it was suspicious. After all, a gang of Flying Eagles would not dare to start a war with them. There must be someone else trying to provoke them. She wanted to find out what happened between bears and tigers. She ordered to find out if anyone has appeared in the city in recent years. She ordered to call all her people, because in such a situation, they need to strengthen their strength. She didn't know who was behind it, but if both the Tiger Head Gang and the Bear Gang got hurt, then she could capture the Flying Eagle Gang. At this time at the Eagle's base, Faye was playing with his subordinates and he won again, but wanted to continue. At the same time, his subordinates appeared, who said that they had started a fire at the sentry post. Afterwards, we are shown that Wang and his group of 2 girls have already killed the bandits and taken their pistols. Mayo was surprised that the Flying Eagle Gang and the Wild Shark Gang were so worthless, but it was all because they cheated. Besides, they are used to doing bad things, so death is nothing to them now. Then Zio appeared, who reported that she had already set fire to the posts. Wang was pleased with this and told them to go back. Overnight, all 4 gangs were forced to act. The war between tigers and bears has escalated. Now these gangs will fight to the very end. There is only one way out for each of them, victory or defeat. There will also be a war between Flying Eagles and Wild Sharks soon. It's all part of his plan. He will have fun watching their actions. Already at night, Ven decided to practice shooting and shot at beer cans. Out of 10 shots, he didn't get a single hit. Immediately Mayo came up to him, who said that he would now spend all the bullets. Wang apologized to her because he thought he had woken her up, but she offered her help in return. She looked very good, and so Wang was a little embarrassed. The officer added that she should thank him. After all, he helped her find her old self. He didn't understand a little what she and Mayo were talking about, took the gun and shot into the jar. Van immediately noticed that she was an excellent shooter because she had been a policeman before. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, besides the master, there were other companions with her. They protected ordinary people, but over time, there was less and less food. Her companions quarreled and died one by one before her eyes. She began to doubt her beliefs. This world turned into chaos, and she had no one to protect after she found those kids. And even though she protected them, she still lost all will to fight. Wang also noted that it was surprising that she was able to protect them, given the brutality of the 4 gangs and the lack of food. She said that before the leaders of these gangs were petty hooligans, she had even arrested some of them. However, in an instant they gained great power and gathered their gangs. She could only calmly look at their cruelty and feel useless. But Wang told her that this was not the case. Because she is very strong and brave, he was glad that she did not become bad after all this. Besides, she guards her territory and protects these children. He added that she is much better than him and he admires her from the bottom of his heart, and only the real ones are important. Then he asked her if she would teach him shooting. She approached him and said it was easy. As soon as he understands the essence and follows his feelings, he can become a skilled shooter. Then she put her hand on his neck and told him to aim where he wanted to hit. He should focus on the target, then hold his gaze, the muzzle and the target at the same level. Then I asked him if he already felt it. She touched her breasts to him and therefore Wang was very embarrassed and said that he felt. At the same time, she advised him to shoot. And as a result, he got into the jar. He was glad that he could get in. He felt a great feeling when he got there. Mayo told him to work hard and then his shooting skills would improve. At the same time, Wang added that as soon as he destroyed these gangs, he would show her a beautiful world. She asked him if he wanted her to go with him. He told her that when they were done, they would get out of here. But she told him that they would talk about it later, and now he needed to continue training. At this time, Zio appeared, who also really wanted to shoot and sadly ate food. Already in the morning, the war between the Tiger's Head and Bear's gang was fierce. The sounds of gunshots and explosions did not stop in the city. He and Zio were responsible for infiltrating the territory where the 2 factions were fighting and gathering information. The Tiger Head gang did not give up until the end, and finally defeated the Bear gang. However, they suffered heavy losses. Only more than 10 people managed to survive. In addition, the loud noise attracted zombies, and now their building is surrounded by thousands of zombies. After learning about the situation between these gangs, the gang of wild sharks moved out in full force. But the flying eagles sent a spy to the wild sharks to give them information about them. At this time, Faye was saying that he would not let the wild sharks kill him. He was giving a beautiful speech to his gang, as a result of which they wanted to kill their enemies. There are few guards left in the wild shark building, and this is an ideal opportunity to get inside. Then one guard was killed, and Wang crept up to the second from behind and told him not to move. The bandit asked for mercy, and the protagonist told him that if he did not want to die, he had to cooperate with them. Zio and Mayo approached them, saying that Wang was right. The bandit said that the food is on the top floor. Only machine gunners are guarding there, so they are unlikely to be able to take anything, but Van was interested in gold. The guard said it was in a warehouse on the ground floor, but why would he need it? When they entered the building, the bandit said that there was a storage room at the end of this corridor. They had not been there for a long time. Wang asked him if it was a trap, but he told him that his life was in their hands, so he definitely wouldn't be able to deceive them. At the same time, Mayo told him to go there first. Wang understood that Mayo was taking a very careful approach to the matter. He felt safe with her. The protagonist agreed with her and ordered him to go first. It turns out there is a staircase to the top floor, but they won't be able to see it until they get closer. As soon as he gets to the stairs, he can run away and notify the guys at the top. He wanted to kill Wang and lock up the girls. He thought that he could do something dirty with them and was glad that there were two of them. He decided to call Wang first, and he followed him. Then he immediately said that they were losers and that his brothers would kill them soon. They understood that they should not let him escape and chased after him. Running away from them, he already dreamed of those girls, but he was captured by zombies. Van told them to stop. They heard screams and pleas for help, and blood flowed from there. There were a lot of zombies there. They were near the door to the vault, and Zio asked him what they should do. For their safety, he invited them to leave. But the officer did not agree. She did not know why he needed these gold bars, but since they would help him destroy these gangs, then they should not retreat. Zio supported her, because it's a great time, although it's hard, but when they still have such an opportunity. Van realized that they were right and it could be worse next time, so he decided to act. He didn't want to back down when he had such brave girls by his side. They prepared for battle and rushed straight at them. They easily destroyed all these zombies and entered the vault. There was a lot of gold lying there, but he wasn't that excited. They didn't understand how they would endure so much. Mayo said that there are about 40 tons of gold here. Wang roughly calculated and found out that all this would cost $16 billion. Before the post-apocalypse, all this gold was returned to the state, and then she apologized, saying that she said it out of habit. She wondered how they would take it away, and Wang called the system. She congratulated him on discovering a large amount of gold bars and asked him if he wanted to update the system. To begin with, he wanted to find out how much gold there was, and the system reported that there are 46.250 kilograms. Wang told them that they would not take this gold. Mayo asked him why, because they had made their way there with such difficulty. Zio agreed, because they can carry away at least some of it. Wang explained to them that it was not they who would take the gold, but some others. He said that a secret organization was behind him, but he could not tell them the details yet. His task is to find these ingots and send the location. Then the organization will plan everything, and then send people to pick them up. Zio realized that when he disappeared for 7 days, he was actually just returning to the organization, and Wang confirmed it. Mayo wasn't surprised, because he had such precious food. She asked him what his organization was doing. Wang told her that he could not talk about it, but asked her to trust him. He will never use them and will not harm them. The officer told him that she had been watching him all these days, so she was sure that he had a good reason not to talk about it. He said he would send the coordinates now, and they should wait outside and watch the door. They agreed, but asked him not to stay long, because this is the headquarters of wild sharks. When they exited, Wang told the system to update and the process started. Everything went well and an extra large system space was auto-loaded. Now he just needs to think about the thing he wants to put here, and then it will automatically be placed in the system space. He was glad of this and said that he wanted to place all the gold that is here in the system space. All the gold was preserved, and the 1,000 kilograms needed for the upgrade were deducted accordingly. Now it will be easier for him with such a mobile space. Then he asked if he had any more updates. The system explained that going to the next level costs 30 kilograms of gold, after which a lottery system opens where he can spend his gold to win something in the lottery. And even though it was very expensive, but he needed it. His fighting abilities are at a low level, and he always relies on Zio and Mayo. As a man, he shouldn't let a girl protect him. He has to get stronger. When it was all over, Wang decided to open a lottery system. A slot machine appeared in front of him. The system explained to him that each draw costs 50 kilograms of gold. There are lots of prizes here, and he can see for himself. He was surprised that he had just spent a large amount of gold on updating the system, and he still needed to deposit 50 kilograms of gold for each draw. The system assured him that it was the best value for money, and he should not forget to say, "I will invest money and make you strong." Van understood that he could spend money to become strong. Besides, he now has a lot of gold. In addition, all the games he played since childhood were only about European kings, so he is always lucky. He decided to try his luck and pulled the lever. Wang understood that if he got super skills, he would be able to fight flying eagles and wild sharks himself. Even when he comes back, he doesn't have to be afraid of this Mr. Lee. He immediately got super skills and he was very happy about it. But it turned out that only an increase in attributes by one indicator fell out. He started crying that he had spent 50 kilograms of gold to increase agility. He wanted a super skill, and he got such a prize. He decided to continue playing. But he got anti-tank grenades, a night vision device, a grenade launcher and rockets, and a package of sharp sticks. After a bunch of attempts, he got a skill book. He was glad that at least she had fallen out. He asked the system to show his characteristics and noticed that his indicators were increased, but not much. He asked the system to tell him about this skill. Shooting improvement. Level 1, increase the hit rate by 10 points, exactly by 10 points, and the shooting range by 100 meters. In order to move to the next level, you need to kill 1,000 zombies. His score is 0 out of 1,000. Now he spent a lot of gold, but he didn't get anything good. But he assumed that this time it would be a little easier to get skills, so he decided to play again and again. 2 minutes later, Wang became even more desperate. After all, he didn't get anything for 5 samples. He spent 20 million, but received only 2 packages of sharp sticks and mineral water. But there are 2 more useful things. A box of cartridges for a rifle. This is just the right amount of cartridges to increase his shooting skills. And the second is the super skill Flaming Hand. With this skill, Wang can strengthen his hands and punch even boulders. Finally, he had a super skill to protect himself. Now he can protect himself both in the real and in the virtual world. Then the system reported that there is only 2,075 kilograms of gold left in the space, and this gold is not needed yet, only if the system does not need them. Wang understood that if he returned to the real world for 1 day, then 7 days would pass here, for the sake of Xiao and Maio's safety. He must deal with a gang of wild sharks. At this time, Maio took a bottle of cola and took just a sip, but he refreshed her very much and she was happy. Xiao started laughing at her, because she had exactly the same expression when she first drank the Coke that Wang gave her. But I immediately noticed that it would be better if it was with ice. She recalled that they used to be able to drink cola with ice whenever they wanted, but now it's a luxury. Xiao also asked her not to worry, because as long as she was with Wang, she would not lack for food. Maio noticed that when she talks about Wang, she becomes so happy and asked her if she really fell in love with him, to which Xiao of course began to deny, and Maio understood everything. At the same time, Van appeared, who asked what they were talking about here. Then Wang added that it was time for them to leave. Maio assumed that now was the perfect opportunity to blow up this building, but Wang replied that there was a better way. Now they will help the Flying Eagles gang. The girls were surprised that Wang offered to help the Flying Eagles, and although they are the weakest, they still did a lot of bad things. But Wang told them to believe him. Now the best way to fight wild sharks is to support Flying Eagles. At this time, there was a fierce struggle in the headquarters of the Flying Eagles. They shot at people who were protected by shields. Fei ordered them to replenish the bullets quickly. He wanted to show who is the main enemy gang here. At the same time, another bandit told them to hold on, because Sin would come soon. At this time, Sin and the bandit were watching from the car. He didn't know if it was normal that they were fighting alone. She explained to him that they were just cannon fodder for her. All this talk about loyalty is just to brainwash them. She sent them to the front to attract the main firepower. And the boss of this gang, this punk, is a sucker. She sent these guys to die first so that he would put his heavy troops at the main gate. Because they are outnumbered, the other 3 sides will be empty. She has at least 4 times as many people as he does. As soon as the intermediate attack ends, the Flying Eagles gang will come to an end. At this time, on the other side, the gang threw hooks and began to climb up. The bandit on the wall reported that there are a large number of wild shark people on the east side. They reported this to the fairy, but he just grinned. He ordered them to defeat them and they started shooting. But the bandits were quickly killed and the enemies began to climb the stairs. When one of the bandits climbed up, he was immediately killed and he fell down. They realized that there were snipers who had recently helped Officer Milo. They ordered a quick search of the nearest building, because they should not be far away. They shouldn't miss them this time. Sin didn't want any people to go against him. His partner suggested that he retreat, but Sin just kicked him out of the car. She told the radio that whoever finds them will get a bag of flour and a bottle of wine. Therefore, the bandits ran straight into the building. They assumed that they were on the balcony. Zio realized that they had found out where she was. She immediately remembered Wang's words. Zio and Mio were supposed to distract a gang of wild sharks. After each shot, they have to move to a new place, so they won't know how many of them there are. Zio realized that now that she was exposed, he decided to change his position. Faye at this time ordered to protect the north, south, and west sides. At the same time, the bandit informed Faye that he had good news. The attack of wild sharks is blocked, but he does not know who is helping him. Faye was glad, because it must be a servant sent by God. The Flying Eagles do not know that he, along with Zio and Mio, are helping them in the fight against a gang of wild sharks. Even if these two snipers don't defeat a gang of wild sharks, they may well be able to hold them for a long time. And Van himself will wait for the best moment. Sin was informed that someone was firing at them and asked what they should do, because he could not find them, because they were not predictable and they had already lost 20 people. At this time, the Flying Eagles had already begun to act, and he was again asked if they should continue to attack. She started shouting at them to continue killing, and those who dared to escape, to kill on the spot. At the same time, Faye asked why they were gathering here. Then he asked how much fire did they have, but they have nothing left. The head understood that if they burst in now, they would not be able to escape. They would only have to fight hand to hand. At the same time, Sin herself drove up to them by car. Van was glad that she had finally appeared. She greeted Faye. He was very angry that they had suffered great losses because of her. She told him she was giving him a chance. She would let them live if they joined him, and they will immediately stop the offensive if they do that. Besides, he has to listen to what she tells him, and then he will continue his role as the boss. He climbed the wall and told him that he would never be at his beck and call. Not accepting her offer, Sin said that whoever brought his head would receive 10 bags of flour. Everyone was happy about this and ran to put ladders on the walls. Sin immediately started shooting at the remaining bandits of the Flying Eagles and literally destroyed their wall with a machine gun. The bandits wanted to use firepower and launch an attack. But suddenly an explosion occurred and they turned around and saw that a rocket was flying into the car. But Sin managed to survive and the bandits flew away from the explosion. They were glad that God had really sent them a man with help. Faye also said that this was their chance and they opened fire. The bandits running away ran up to Sin to help her. Her partner picked up Sina and asked her to rest against him. She didn't understand where he got such firepower from. She didn't understand who it was. Wang added that it was easy. Now that they don't threaten Zio and Mio, he can't be calm. After all this, Faye was told that although they lost a lot of people, they were able to survive in the end. He asked to bring his wonderful device. At this time, Van decided to hide his grenade launcher, and the system removed it. At the same time, the gang brought huge speakers and Faye said that he did not know who he was. But on behalf of the Flying Eagles gang thanked him for saving his life. He could contact them at any time if he needed help, and if they can help, they will definitely do it. But Van doesn't need it and he thought to himself that he should forget about it. After the battle, both gangs lost a lot of troops, but the Wild Shark gang suffered the most, with more than 30 people left and more than half of them injured. The leader of the Wild Shark gang, Singh, was seriously injured and the Flying Eagles had to recover, so both gangs probably wouldn't dare to make any reckless moves against each other. Since everything is so calm now, he can come back. Afterwards, they all celebrated the victory. The elder did not think that the three of them would cause serious damage to these two gangs. He was sorry that he could not walk normally. Otherwise he would have taken part himself. Nan also said that he would also like to kill a couple of bandits. But the girl told him that he should stay in place because he is weak, but the kid assured her that he trains every day. Wang also asked Bei and Nan to stop fighting. They will still have many chances to protect them in the future. Wang added that he doesn't think there will be any more noise from a gang of wild sharks or flying eagles, but they'd better find a new base just in case. He suggested they go to the suburbs. There are a lot more zombies there, but there are fewer living people, so you don't have to worry about being attacked. He's coming back, so they can stay there for a few days. When he comes with food for them, they will be able to find a safer place. Mio asked him why he should leave now, but Van has to leave for 7 days or so to get supplies. But this time he will come back with a bunch of things, fresh vegetables and meat too. So they have to say they want to eat and he will bring everything. They were happy because of this and each asked for something different. He said that he would bring everything without any problems. Mio asked for a cold beer, and the elder asked for cigarettes. And then they decided to celebrate their great victory. The next morning, they drove to the suburbs. It's full of zombies, but that's why he wants to move here. Because from now on, he needs to kill a lot of zombies to boost his skills, for the sake of safety. He gave the pistols to Bao and Nan, which he took from a gang of wild sharks. It's a little ridiculous to give children weapons, but it would be better if in a post-apocalyptic world they had weapons so that they could protect themselves and others. Already in the evening, he put them a box and 10,000 bullets. This should be enough for them all. First thing tomorrow morning, he wants to clear the area of zombies and practice shooting. He asked them if they wanted to go with him. Of course they agreed, because Nan wanted to show how well he can shoot. Zio also wanted to go with them, but Mayo said that she was already a good shooter so they could do other things. Even though Wang Bing will be gone for a while, they still need to prepare a meal. They wanted to go to the nearby mountains tomorrow and not collect some wild herbs. The chapter began with the fact that Van was not against them going for vegetables. After all these days he only ate instant noodles that he was already sick of it. He will be happy if they can bring some wild vegetables and seafood. Zio agreed to go with Officer Mayo to the mountains, but she actually wanted to spend some time with Wang Bing before he left. After I show us how Van went to training with the children, he immediately fired and the zombies noticed the sound and began to crawl on him. They noticed that they were already surrounded on all sides by zombies. Wang also asked her not to worry, because when they gather here, she will see everything herself. Van started shooting at them first and then asked why they were standing still, because it was time to practice shooting. Nan wanted to show them how he learned not to shoot badly. It was easy to move around the countryside, so he practiced with these two kids all day, and before he realized it, night had fallen. In the past few days, they have been repeating their daily routine, killing zombies here, using about 3,000 rounds of ammunition, until they have almost cleared the area of all zombies. Wang understood that the kids were improving every day, so now they are able to protect their people. And most importantly, his skills have improved too. The system then informed him that he had reached the 3rd level. The hit rate increased by 80 points, accuracy by 80 points, range by 200 meters. A sumptuous dinner was waiting for them in the evening. There were not only vegetables, but also fried pig and fried chicken. They were very happy. Zio said it was the result of spending a lot of time in the kitchen. The girl added that it was all for the sake of what Van had done for them. He was a little surprised, and the elder explained that since Yun found out that he was leaving, she wanted to cook him a delicious meal, and this would see him off. So he and Zio went hunting together, found vegetables, and went door to door looking for condiments. And even though he has been her eldest for a long time, he has never been treated like this in all his years. Mayo got a little angry and said that if he doesn't want to, he cannot eat. He told her that she had prepared a wonderful dinner. Mayo added that it's like when she used to cook a lovely dinner for those who were sentenced to death. She also advised him to thank Zio. The boar's head remained from the last time, but Zio shot the pheasant. He hugged her and said that she was doing well, and that they did not need to be nice to each other because they were already friends in arms. In fact, she was happy that she was a close person to Wang, but then she realized that he had only called her a friend. At the same time, Nan asked if they could already eat because they were very hungry, and Mayo gave her consent and they all started the meal. After Zio asked him if he leaves it all to them, then what will he do? But Van assured him that only one gun would be enough for him and that he left everything for these 3. Mayo also asked him not to worry because they will take care of everything. Zio also suggested that she could go with him because she was worried, but Wang asked her not to worry and to stay here to protect everyone. He guaranteed that he would be back in a week. She agreed with him and added that she would definitely wait for him. After that, they show us that Van has already entered the room and the girls are thinking. Mayo asked if Wang also disappeared when he was alone in the room and Zio confirmed it. At this time, Wang told the system to start moving. Already in the real world, Van was drinking beer with his friends and just relaxing. Van told them to eat too, because he was hungry as a wolf. His friend didn't understand why he looked so hungry, and ordered so much food that they wouldn't eat it. Initially, Wang wanted to invite them to some posh restaurant, but he really missed the meat, so he called them here first. In a post-apocalyptic world, you need to be on your guard all the time because of zombies and other people. Still, food is in short supply there. But in this world you can enjoy not only the clear sky, but also eat everything you want. He was very happy to live in this world. His friend suggested that because he had become rich, he had gone a little crazy. At the same time, another friend said that since he had insulted Mr. Lee, they were already looking for him. Wang also told them not to talk about not, and asked what they would do after graduation. The first friend will go to work in a brokerage company, and the other one wants to start his own business, but does not yet know what to do. Wang asked him if he was interested in jewelry. He explained that he had some jewelry at a low price. If he was interested, then they could unite and open a jewelry store. They agreed. They wanted to invest the money that Wang gave them and become shareholders. But Wang said that he would make the initial payment himself, and they should use the money for themselves. His friend asked if he had enough money to invest in this. Wang said he was going to invest 20 million and another 2 kilograms of gold. They immediately started counting how much it costs. It turned out that 2,000 kilograms of gold would cost $800 million. His friend asked him if he was sure, but Wang was clear in his decisions. He asked them not to count, but just to eat, because after that he would show them something. His gold is in his villa. After that, he showed them his gold and they were just shocked. One friend hugged the gold and thought it was all a dream. Then another friend kicked him so he wouldn't think it was a dream. The friend immediately began to demand clarification from Wang and asked if he had committed illegal actions, but he denied everything. He asked them to choose the location of the store, get a business license. He trusts them with all this. They agreed and said they would do their best. At the same time, Wang added that they were partners, and if so, he would give each 10% of the shares. Friends noticed that business is business. He pays for everything and he gives them 10% for nothing. It was too much for them. Besides, they're pretty bad at it. But Wang didn't doubt their abilities. Xingping, as an extrovert, was supposed to be responsible for managing the store and staff, and Hongfei, as an introvert, will be responsible for the internal management of the company and at the same time study the design of jewelry. When their company strengthens, they will open another investment company. Xingping loves speculating on the stock exchange, so when the time comes, he will be in charge of the investment company. Together they will be able to build a powerful business empire. They hugged him with happiness because they didn't even know how to thank him. Then his phone rang and Van said that what he ordered had arrived. When they went outside, there was already a truck there. It turned out he had ordered bags of wheat and rice flour, as well as a lot of vegetables and fruits. Faye assumed that he was going to leave and hide from Mr. Lai with these supplies. But Van replied that he was not afraid of him, and all this would be useful to him. At the same time, they said that he was receiving goods here, and they would take care of the company's affairs. After that, Van was just walking down the street and his friends asked him not to hurry because they hadn't finished yet. Wang told them that everything was fine because he was enjoying every minute of his life. Wang understood that he had spent more time in the post-apocalyptic world recently than he had here, so it was strange to return to the real world. He assumed that he had been in that world for so long that he had become so sensitive and depressed. He has matured a lot, having known life and death in that world. When he looks at these college students his age, he feels this wonderful time of youth. Or maybe it's because he's rich and his perception of everything has become different. If he hadn't found himself in another world, he would probably be hurriedly running towards the future now after graduating from uni. He is the best student in the opinion of others, but so what if it is? In the face of all these people and hard work, his perfection is insignificant, but God gave him a chance. And now he will become an influential person in these two worlds. As he walked on, guys appeared in front of him and asked him if he was Wang Bing. He understood that these thugs were sent by Mr. Li to teach him a lesson. He immediately told them that he was Wang Bing and asked what they needed. The head was pleased that he was brave, then asked if he had heard anything about Brother Dong from the Black Tiger Gang. Wang told them to stop talking nonsense and asked about Li. The head was pleased that he got straight to the point and asked if he was ready to be beaten. Mr. Li told them to bring his leg, but Wang told them that if they could, they should try to take his life as well. Wang also noted that this is not a suitable place and asked them if they were ready to change the location. The head agreed and asked him to show what he was capable of. The bandit warned Don that he could cheat and so he asked to call their guy and call them. After that they were in the forest and Don told him that he respected him for his courage. Wang replied to him that this was the real him, then added that they should not waste time and attack him. Don admitted that he was smart and brave enough and if it wasn't for Li's order, they could have become friends. After all the bandits rushed straight at him, Wang realized that his fiery hand had already reached the second level, so he just wanted to practice on them and immediately hit the bandit and he flew away. Don was surprised that Wang knew the art of war. He ordered them to take weapons and surround him. They did so and rushed from all sides, even managed to wound Van's back. At the same time, Wang hit the bandit and he also flew away. Don also decided to intervene and took out his dagger. He tried to kill him, but at the last moment Wang caught the blade, so Don was very surprised by this. He called them names, saying they were not black tigers, but just little cats and hit him in the balls. And then I decided to finish him off, and hit him with a strong blow from the palm of my hand. When Don fell, Wang told them to come over and keep fighting. But the bandits didn't really want to go first. Two cars immediately drove up and the bandits realized that it was their guys who drove up. Pormu said that Van would definitely die today. They picked up Don and he was angry at them that they dared to be late. Don understood that even though he knows martial arts, but now there are too many of them, so he won't do anything. Initially, he just wanted to take her leg, but now he definitely won't leave. Wang understood that the level of the flame hand was not that high. He could handle 6 people with it, but it would be difficult with so many people. Don ordered them to attack him, because if something happens, he will take care of it. Wang, using the system, took out a pistol and fired upwards. They were surprised that he had a gun. They immediately asked Don why he didn't say anything about having a gun, but Don himself didn't know anything. Wang pointed the barrel at them and told them to come up. Don said he only had one gun, and there were a lot of them, so they didn't need to be afraid. Wang immediately shot Don in the leg and asked who wanted to get shot next. Don asked to get up. When he got up, he shouted that they were a gang of black tigers, but Wang pointed the gun directly at his face. Don added that they only wanted to be friends and suggested that they leave everything in the past. At the same time, Van made a fake shot and the thugs were very scared and dropped Don. Van didn't care that they were a gang of black tigers and that there were a lot of them, but he still offered to cooperate with them. They all raised their hands and started apologizing to him. Even Don started crying and Wang started laughing at him. After he called them scum, Wang allowed them to run away, which they did, and dragged Don into the car. When they left, Van confessed that he was scared to death, but he was glad that they cared, otherwise he would have had big problems. He immediately got a call from Xingping, who asked how he was, because they had heard that some people had taken Wang away. He replied to his friend that everything was fine and had already dealt with them. Shin was surprised, because these are real Yakuza. But Wang asked him not to worry and to pick him up by car, since there are no taxis here. After they were sitting in a cafe, Sin said that this was a real mess. Wang also admitted that he would hide for a while and asked him to get information. In fact, he will use this as an excuse to return to another world. Sin replied that he would help him and let him know as soon as something happened. Then Wang asked him how he did and why Fei didn't come. He told him that they had already registered, but the business license would be ready in half a month, so Hong Fei was in such a hurry to find a suitable store that he did not go with him. Wang said he didn't have to worry about the store and could go to the agent without any hassle. When they should tell Wang, and when he returns, they will open their store. Of course, Shin was glad to hear this, but he was even more angry at Li. Wang replied that sooner or later he would take care of him, so Xing should just concentrate on his business and not worry about anything else. At the same time, Wang said that he had some other things to do, so he was going to leave and finally gave him advice not to contact Li. Xing didn't understand how Wang could ignore someone who was bullying him. Fei immediately called him and informed him that he had found Li. He was now at the club. After that, they show us how drunk Li was in the toilet and was doing his own business, how a hand was put on his shoulder and therefore he was not happy, but they immediately threw a bag on him and started beating him with bats. Xing and Fei started threatening him and Li asked how much they wanted them to stop. Fei told him that they didn't need money, but only him. They tied him up and took him to the bathroom and threw him right there and ran away. At this time, Wang was about to leave for another world. He understood that all these things should be enough for everyone for a month. He also needed to get a refrigerator so they could drink cold soda and beer. He was pleased because he understood that Xiao and the others would definitely be happy. He asked the system to move all these things into free space. Then he asked her if all these products would spoil if he moved them, but the system explained that it has a built-in super freshness function, so he can store the products as long as he wants. Wang understood that the system was so universal that he would no longer have to worry about preserving food. After that, the system reported that the space is activated and the transfer is underway. At this time, Nan said that today was his birthday and that Wang should return. The elder said that he was in a safe enough place. Even if he didn't come back, they should still wish him happiness. He helped them so much. You won't find a man like him in this world. Mayo agreed with him, because he doesn't have to take care of them all the time. Xiao added that when Wang left for the first time, she thought almost the same as they did. At that time, she thought that he had lied to her, but she still had a little hope, and every night she came to the room where Wang had left to see if he had come. Just when she was almost upset, he came back, so she suggested they wait a little longer. She was sure that Wang would return as promised. The other girls also believed that Van would come back and that he would definitely not lie. Bao has already said that if he doesn't come back, he will die of longing. After all, he promised to practice shooting together. At the same time, the door opened. Wang came in and greeted everyone. Xiao immediately rushed at him and hugged him. Wang said she was still so emotional and was a little embarrassed that her breasts touched him. Nan, starting to cry, said that he thought he had already left them. But Wang told him he was stupid for thinking he would break his promises. He told everyone to come up, because he brought a lot of good things. All these are the freshest fruits. The children began to eat fruit and were very happy. Mayo understood that if he was not there, then everyone was worried about him, but when he was around, everyone was happy. In a short time, Wang Bing became the heart of the team. He also called an officer and said he had brought her a cold Coke. She was really a cold Coke. She was glad that he had such great connections. Both girls opened a Coke and started drinking it. It was very cold and refreshing. They liked this wonderful feeling. Van was glad that they liked it and promised to continue bringing similar things. Li then asked if he had brought what he asked for, but Wang just couldn't forget about it and gave him his favorite cigarettes. Li was insanely happy and even wanted to kiss him. He sniffed the cigarette and said that so many years had passed since the last cigarette. At the same time, Nan asked Li to try, but he refused, because he is still a baby. Wang also brought a spice base for Hogo. He asked them to put a pot on and invited them to cook it. Mayo and Sayo were very happy because they also hadn't eaten hogo for a long time. When the water began to boil, Wang put some oil, then spices. Mayo also asked not to put a lot because it might not work out, but Van assured that on the contrary, more is needed, and after that they will all enjoy this wonderful meal. Sayo then told Bao and Nan to pour water into the pot. Also told Wang that she had already sliced the mayo and washed the vegetables, and the protagonist told her to put everything here. Afterward, he told them that today's meal was quite modest compared to the others. Now, from now on, they will live in abundance every day. They all ate and enjoyed the meal very much. Wang noticed that Bao and Nan started crying, and even Lai started sobbing too. Everyone started crying, and Wang assumed that he had cooked too spicy food or that it was very terrible. But Mayo explained that they had not eaten such a meal for a long time and therefore felt emotional. Before the post-apocalypse, hogo was a common food for them. Then there was a lot of food, the conditions were not so difficult, and everyone could enjoy life under a peaceful sky. Nan said that he really misses mom and dad. At that time their meal was always filled with happiness. Bao added that she also misses her family, but they will never return. Li said that he had a child, whom he missed very much, but after the onset of the post-apocalypse, he could not even protect his family, so now he has no one. The sisters also said that their relatives had turned into zombies. If Yun had not saved them with Ki, they would not have been sitting here with them today. Sayo said that the familiar taste brought them back to a time when they were happy. It's like when she listened to music and cried. All of them have been through a lot until today, and it hasn't been easy for all of them. Wang added that the post-apocalypse has already come, and the past is irreversible, so we must move on in life. He believed that with their painstaking work, they would be able to create their own home in this world. Sayo asked him what Wang was up to. He explained that there is a sea in the east, and he should go there. Even if they don't have a home, they can find an island and settle down there for now. As soon as they find a place with suitable soil and enough water, he will bring seeds and they will plant vegetables. They can also keep wild boars in captivity to no longer worry about food. It's a long way and they don't have a car, but he's sure that if they try hard, they'll get there. Li said he trusted him completely. Mayo also liked this idea, but the way to the east is very long, and the road is full of survivors and robbers. Bao also added that she and Nan have mastered shooting and will be able to protect them if anything happens. Wang added that it was not the time to get ready and hurry yet. First you need to eat your fill, so that tomorrow they will have a lot of strength. He invited them to drink to their future, as well as to honor the people who left with a wonderful future. Both girls understood that Wang was becoming more and more like a leader and that they were starting to like him more and more. Afterward, Wang said that he had clothes for each of them. The girls were surprised that he brought so many different clothes. Mayo understood that they were a little outspoken, and in general did not understand where he got them from. Sayo told her that she thought that these clothes would suit her because she has a great figure. Mayo understood that they were pretty normal, so she wanted to try them on. When the officer left, Sayo noticed the cat ears and was a little surprised. At this time, Wang was going to take a bath and relax. Then he noticed a note from Sayo saying that she had prepared a hot bath for him. It was very kind of her and the water temperature was excellent. It was very good for him, because taking a bath in the villa is nothing, but taking a bath during the post-apocalypse is quite another matter. He immediately thought that he had a villa and a lot of money that he would not be able to spend for the rest of his life. And he hasn't fully enjoyed at least one day yet, so why should he come here again? But still, he has a heart and he would like to at least create a safe and secure living space and a barrier environment for everyone here, so that if the system suddenly fails and he cannot return, he would not have to worry too much. The system also said not to worry Van, because the system is very stable, and there are no problems. Wang was surprised that the system was reading all his thoughts, but she just explained to him that if he wanted to protect his partner in this world, then he had to find more gold to upgrade. Wang understood everything and told her to charge to make him stronger. Then Sayo opened the door a crack and asked if he liked the temperature of the water. Wang said that everything was fine and thanked her. Sayo then looked out and said she also wanted to take a bath. Wang also said that it was not good to take a bath together, but she went into him anyway. There was a half-naked Sayo standing there. Because of her, he got very excited and even wanted to leave, but she climbed up to him and said that she wanted to take a bath with him. Wang told her that she was a little naive, because only two adults can take a bath together, only if they are in a loving relationship. Then she snuggled up to him and asked him if he wanted her to become his girlfriend. Wang asked if she liked him. Sayo doesn't know exactly when exactly, but she thinks about him all the time. He was very surprised, and his thoughts prompted him to act, but he did not want to use her, because she probably perceived him as a brother. Then Sayo felt that something had risen in the water and Wang apologized to her, because it was quite difficult for him to restrain himself. She said she wouldn't touch it and apologized. He hugged her and told her that it was possible to like her because he cared about her, but he didn't know if it was love or not. She assumed he didn't like her. He confessed that he likes her, but he can't take her. He hopes that she will understand her feelings and then tell him about it. Xiao was a little confused and didn't understand. That's why Wang didn't want things to go so far so quickly. She assumed that Wang didn't want to take a bath with her. When she deals with this, she will understand that it is not so easy to love a person, and then it will not be too late to start all over again. But Xiao has already figured out everything. When he left, he was glad that he was able to avoid something bad. It was very good after a hot bath. But in fact he did not know and for some reason doubted. Xiao is attentive, gentle, and also cute. She has a great body. Any man would beg her to be his girlfriend. Compared to Xiao, Xiao is 100 times better. Maybe it's because of the betrayal he experienced that he doesn't dare reciprocate Xiao's feelings. Or maybe he really likes Xiao and that's why he's a little confused. In addition, the stronger the bond, the more difficult it will be to break it. At the same time, the door opened and Xiao entered in a very erotic costume. Wang was very surprised and asked what she was doing. She assumed that Wang Bing liked such clothes and now he would not refuse her. Van admitted that he liked it, but where did she get it from? Xiao said she found it in the pile of clothes he gave them. He was a little surprised, but immediately remembered when he had been choosing the right clothes for everyone for a very long time, and then the same one recommended him to buy a sailor suit. When he saw these clothes, he thought that they would fit Xiao perfectly. Some devil pulled his hand to order them. She turned to Van and hugged him, then said that she had already figured everything out. She also added that since she met Van, she no longer has to starve and the food is always the most delicious, and most importantly, he treats her very gently and she feels safe with him. Wang didn't know what to say to her and Xiao asked him to just accept his love and kissed him. Wang Bing decided to put up with it and put her on the bed and asked her again if she was sure and if she would be sorry. But Xiao was sure until the very end and they made love. Already in the morning, after a good sleep. The next morning they set off towards the sea, but there was not a single car on the way, so they had to walk. This reminded him of the need to find more gold for upgrades. That he was able to transfer a car and energy resources to this world. A few zombies appeared from time to time during the day, but now that they had enough weapons and ammunition, they were easy to deal with. But in order not to attract more zombies with noise, they only used knives. And he found that since his skills have improved, Wang realized that he had become much more agile than before. Even Mio noticed this and asked him if he was secretly training. Wang did not deny this, because he does not want the officer to protect him all the time. Then Xiao snuggled up to him and added that Wang Bing's body is in excellent condition. Besides, he is still brave and smart. It is not surprising that she feels safe next to him. The Maya were a little surprised that they managed to get so close. Before they could look back, night fell. They reached an abandoned area and decided to rest there. In addition, this place seems to have been a rich area before, so it's good for him because he can look for some valuables here to update the system. Despite the fact that there are many villas here, he chose to stay in a hostel because it was the highest with the best view from the roof, so you could see what was going on around. Then we are shown that two are watching them. They followed them all the way, and they had such big bags in which they assumed there was a lot of food. An unknown person offered to attack, but another noticed that there were more of them and they had weapons. The first one explained that there are only 2 men among them, and one of them was a cripple. The rest are women and children. The other was glad and wanted to report this to the headman, and they ran away. At this time, Wang Bing was sleeping, and Xiao was getting dressed and went to Lai, who was lying and enjoying a cigarette. He asked her why she had come, because her fast would start at 3 o'clock, but Xiao explained that she could not sleep and came. Besides, Lai's leg has not fully recovered yet, so he needs to rest more. He apologized to her and said he wouldn't bother her. He also added that if anything happens, then let him inform everyone. Then it started to rain and she was a little surprised. She noticed that there was someone in the grass, and already there were people with guns. They noticed that there was only one person on the post, so he could act, and the others would cover him. At the same time, the headman said that they should destroy everyone and should act quickly. Xiao noticed the people's sight and realized that Wang Bing was right. Movement was coming from both sides and Xiao realized that they had surrounded them. Mio, Wang and Lai immediately appeared and asked what was outside. She counted about 20 people, but because of the rain, nothing is really visible, so she doesn't know if they have weapons or not. Wang understood that there could be much more than 20 people there. He immediately said that Mio, Xiao and he would go to each window and, if anything, open fire. Li will keep an eye on the stairs. No one should be able to sneak up on them. Li realized that he had not noticed their grass and was a little angry and said that he would definitely not let anyone to them. Nan and Bao also appeared, who also wanted to fight and help everyone else. Lai said that they were pranksters and went to protect Yang and at the same time packed their things to be ready for anything. Wang took the rifle and saw that they were all running away. He realized that they were spreading out and wanted to attack suddenly. Wang wanted to kill 1 or 2 people to scare them. At this time, the bandits shouted that there was no time to lose and he was immediately killed in the head. They realized that they had been discovered and wanted to escape. They abandoned their comrade and just ran away. Xiao was glad that they were afraid of Wang's shot and ran away. She also wanted to kill a couple of bandits, but Wang said that was not required. Van had no choice but to shoot. If the sound of a gunshot attracts a horde of zombies, we'll never get out of here. Mayo agreed with him. If they didn't bother him anymore, that was fine. Don't mess with them, they'll be out of here tomorrow morning. Xiao shouted that if they dared to return, she would kill every single one of them. Wang understood that Xiao's look looked like she was ready to eat them alive. He must never hurt her again. Otherwise I will not understand how I will die. After that, the bandits were in their shelter and did not understand how they were noticed in such darkness. The head suggested that they have high-tech weapons, such as a night vision device. The bandits understood that they could not attack at night, but also during the day, so what should they do? The head offered them an idea. There are more than 300 zombies in the west of the village. If they release them and surround them, they will be able to win. The bandit understood that this could end badly, but the head ordered him to call everyone and tell them to attract zombies in that direction. He wanted to see what they could do now. At this time, the rain had already stopped. Wang told Xiao that people would not come and she could go to rest, but she wanted to spend time with him. Then Wang added that he would never run away. She must gain strength for tomorrow. Then they heard some sounds and Wang realized that people definitely did not want to retreat. Xiao realized that they were just zombies. She took aim and killed 2 zombies. Van told her that she did a cool thing and then even more zombies went to the sounds. Wang again told Xiao to go rest, but she didn't want to. Then they heard the zombie's voice again. Van noticed that there were a lot of them in the other side too. He assumed that a recent shot had attracted zombies nearby. All the zombies were slowly approaching them. Xiao understood that they also shot until midnight, but then they were not there. She was sure that all this was the tricks of that gang and they wanted them to die here. Wang was happy about this and Xiao did not understand. The protagonist explained to her that these people are terrible, but with their intelligence they do not pose a threat to them. Now that there are so many zombies at their door, this is a great opportunity for him, Bao and Nana to practice shooting. He asked her not to worry about the time. They have enough supplies. They can't leave now, so they will stay here for a few more days to recuperate. She completely agreed with him and understood that Wang was in control of everything. Then Mayo, Lai and the children appeared and did not understand why so many zombies had suddenly come here. The elder understood that if they didn't get rid of all these zombies, they would never get out of here. Nan added that before going to bed, Wang said not to kill them and also that they should stay and practice on them. Mayo also asked them not to worry, because they won't be able to come up here so they can go to sleep in peace. The officer will look after everything, and the rest should go to bed. At that time, Wang was sleeping with Xiao. The bandits realized that they had made a cool trap and surrounded them with zombies. The head added that their stocks will not last for a long time. Sooner or later they will start killing these zombies and use up all the bullets, and then they will break into them. It's morning. Everyone woke up and Van said he had a great sleep. Nan wanted to go and train with him because there were a lot of zombies waiting for them outside. But Wang told him that he was very hungry, so they would eat first and then they would go. Van understood that those people nearby were watching them, so he wanted to let them see enough. He also said that he had not cooked for them for a long time and offered them beef with leeks. Of course they were happy. Mayo told him that even though he brought a lot of food, they were surrounded and they still had wild vegetables, so she didn't want to waste the food. Wang said there's no need to worry about groceries, and it's not just about food. At this time, the head of the gang was talking vegetable soup and promised that they would have meat soon. He no longer wanted to eat these vegetables himself and missed meat very much. Immediately, they all smelled meat, and also dried hot pepper with ginger. Wang understood that cooking, which he had learned while working part-time in college, was now beneficial. He will offer them to try this dish, which is no different from the dish of a 5-star chef. They were just in shock and could no longer restrain themselves from eating it with their bare hands. Mayo praised him and was surprised that he could cook so well. Lai also said that it was not surprising that Xiao chose him, because with such cooking, even he would have fallen in love with him. Mayo assumed that Wang Bing had specially prepared such a fragrant dish so that those people would know about it. Wang did not deny anything, and in fact he wanted to anger them. She called him a bad guy and started laughing, and Wang added that all girls love bad guys, and Xiao was a little jealous and grabbed his hand. The bandits were very angry that everyone lives in abundance, and they have to eat vegetable soup. The headman told them to calm down and not hurry, but the bandits did not understand how he could be so calm in such a situation. They've been using human flesh all this way to stay alive. They were shocked that other people could live better than them. The head understood that everyone has their own destiny. He remembered that before the post-apocalypse he had a village in which more than 300 people live. They first cultivated the land and lived in self-sufficiency. They were not rich, but they lived in warmth and satiety. They didn't expect other people to want to take their products away from them. After the zombie attack, the infection began to spread rapidly, and the number of people in their village decreased from 300 to 20 people, what they just couldn't bear to survive. He knew that they had been starving for a very long time, so now, when the meat is in front of them, they lose their composure over themselves. The head added that let them eat and drink, and they will wait for an opportunity, and then take away from them not only supplies, but also all food. Then they started shooting and the bandits got scared. The head thought that they were already going to leave soon and therefore they were spending all the bullets and victory would be for them. Nan and Bao shot at the zombies and deftly killed them. Wang was pleased with his shooting skills. Bao was a little behind him and Wang asked her to push up. Maya wondered if they would spend all the bullets that way, but Lai understood that this was a long-term investment. Then Nan killed the 10th zombie and he won the competition. Wang congratulated him on his victory and gave him a chicken leg. Nan took it and offered Bao to share it together, because they are a family and if they have something good, then they should share. Li praised him for his kindness and Wang decided to give them more prizes for their efforts during training and asked them to continue to try, and also added that they should share it all among themselves. Mayo understood that they were using up resources too quickly and did not know if they would have enough for a long time. But he asked her not to worry, because they definitely had enough. She remembered that on the first day he took everything out of his bag, and the next day his bag is full of all sorts of products again. She didn't understand how he managed to get so much food, and although she was interested, but if it was his secret, then she wouldn't dwell on it. Bao asked Wang how many zombies he was going to kill, but he asked them to keep quiet and just watch his performance. They started shooting and kept shooting until nightfall. The bandits understood that the sounds of gunfire did not stop in the morning, and that the firepower was too strong that they would be able to kill all the zombies. The leader asked them not to worry, because this way they will attract even more zombies and they will run out of ammo. After that, I show us a lot of dead zombies that were everywhere. Wang was very tired and wanted to rest. Zio offered to help him because he would be too tired alone. But Wang assured her that he could handle it himself and it would be useful for him to do it alone, because his shooting skills were growing. He has already started almost always hitting zombies in the head. Van also said that Wang is his idol, and he counted 300 zombies that he hit in the head. Van understood that for the sake of improving his skills, he had to personally kill zombies, even if he was damn tired. On the morning of the next day, everyone was doing their own thing, eating, drinking, resting, and Van kept killing zombies. The sounds of gunfire attracted a new wave of zombies, but it was just right for him. He continued to gain experience and improve his skill. Then the system congratulated him. His shooting skills were upgraded to level 4. During the last days of training, he has improved his shooting skills, and now he shoots much better than Officer Milo. Also, with the help of a bonus, he shoots as if from a sniper rifle, even from a pistol. He was under siege for 7 days and couldn't find anything of value, but he had a chance to improve his skills, so this is a great achievement. Then we are shown that Wang has brought more supplies. Everyone was shocked and already began to think that he had a magic bag. Nan already thought that they would eat plants after they had spent all the food. Mayo understood why Wang was saying they didn't need to save. This is more than enough to eat and he can come back. Wang told them to eat well and take care of themselves these 7 days. He guaranteed them that he would bring them many more useful things after 7 days. Mayo assured him that she believed him and he could be calm. Wang also explained to them that he could also bring them food for gold and precious jewelry. Now gold and jewelry are nothing compared to subsistence farming, but he has a way to make them more expensive, and he will tell them about it when the time comes. Zio assured him that she would keep any secret from him. Mayo also agreed with her, because he had helped them a lot and they would also keep his secret. The children also supported him and promised to keep everything. Wang told them that everything was fine and that they didn't need to be so serious. He would go. There were still zombies downstairs, so he asked them to watch the door so they wouldn't break in. Already in the evening, the man wanted to buy watermelons and Van reappeared in the bushes and he asked the system to move him to a certain place, and she agreed. He decided to turn on the phone and see what had happened in recent days. He had a missed call from Fei and Xing, and even from Zhao Qin. Van didn't understand why she called him and assumed that she wanted to come back to him. But he didn't want to think about her, and immediately wanted to call Sin to find out how things were going with the store. When he called them, he explained that he was leaving on business, and there was a bad signal. I also asked him if the police were looking for them, because he beat up some brother Don from the gang of Black Tigers. Therefore, they could inform the police to find them. Fei also asked him not to worry, because if they had asked for help, no one would have helped them. He also added that he and Sin were almost done with the business of the store. Van was glad to hear this and agreed to talk to them about everything tomorrow. Zhao Qin immediately called him and he agreed to talk to her. She asked him if he had shot at one of the members of the Black Tiger gang. He admitted it, but asked why she cared. Zhao just wanted to warn him. She knows that she offended him, and does not ask her to forgive. She just wanted to tell him that he made a big mistake and asked him to be careful. He realized that Li was talking to her. She admitted that he was surprised that Wang had a gun, but neither he nor the gang of black tigers are going to let him go just like that, and most likely he hired a hitman to kill him. Then she said that he had come and that's why she was hanging up. Wang did not understand why she had become so kind, but he knew that his shooting skills had reached the 4th level. However, he could not use weapons here. However, a flaming hand should be enough. He called the system and told her he wanted to play the lottery. He needed to raise the level of the flame hand, and the lottery would be the fastest way for him. And the system made a slot machine. She informed him that he had 75 kilograms of gold left and it would only be enough for one game. He wanted to play one game, and then bring 1000 kg of gold from the basement and play 10 more times. The system prompted him not to despair, because he needs 25 kilograms of gold before the next update. After updating the system, the trading house system is activated. Wang assumed that after that, he would be able to directly exchange the gold and jewelry for something he needed. And he started anyway, because he will update the system soon anyway. And on the first attempt, he got a skill book. He began to rejoice greatly and praise for his luck. With this skill, his agility greatly increased and he could jump very high and run fast. But at the same time his inner strength was spent. He didn't know what it was and the system explained to him that the inner strength is based on the attribute of intelligence. Each intelligence point is equal to 10 points of inner strength. Wang was glad, because in addition to intelligence, other attributes had also increased to a normal level. He wanted to use a new skill right now. He went outside and wanted to run to the city in a short time. The distance was 5 kilometers and he started running. While running, Wang noticed that his body had become much lighter. After that, they show us how he sat in the park and drank water. He ran 5 kilometers in 9 minutes. That is, he spent less than 2 minutes on 1 kilometer. He was glad, because with this skill he could become a champion at the Olympic Games. Then he heard how the black tigers grabbed Strick and his daughter. They were not happy that the old man was trading here. He demanded money from him rent. Wang realized that this was the gang that wanted to kill him last time. Zhang also told Jai not to scare the old man, because they would help him with the rent. When Wang saw that people were afraid of them, he realized that the black tigers had a certain reputation here. Apparently this was not the first atrocity he had committed here. Zhang told the old man that his daughter looked like one of his close sisters, but she had already grown out of her school uniform and therefore wanted to see where she grew up. The father started shouting that she was still underage and began calling him names. The girl started screaming so that the bald man would not approach her. Van got very angry and wanted to teach them a lesson. The bald man almost touched the girl's chest, but another old man stopped him, saying that a man who offends an old man and makes obscenities to a girl is not a real man at all. Zhang started shouting at him to get his hand off him, otherwise he would tear off his head, and the old man offered to try to do it. The bald man tried to do something, but he just couldn't. The bandits shouted at him to hit him and tear off his head. Even ordinary people didn't understand why he hadn't killed the old man yet, but Van was able to notice something. It's not that Zhang doesn't want to do something, he just can't. The old man asked the bald man why he stopped barking at him. Zhang ordered his friends to help him deal with the old man. One of them immediately rushed at him and hit him in the face. The old man appreciated his punch, but the skill was weak. He didn't understand why his blow to the old man's face was like a blow to cotton wool. The old man said it wasn't magic at all. Today's youth has completely forgotten about the activities of their ancestors, and it was kung fu. He hit those two and they flew away. In 2 strikes, he scattered almost all the bandits. Wang was as surprised as everyone else that this elderly man possessed such incredible strength. The bandits immediately took out knives and wanted to show him how cruel they could be. They immediately attacked him, but the old man easily dodged all the blows and immediately hit the bandit with his palm that his teeth flew out. The bald man at that moment tried to stab him in the head with a knife, but he knocked out his knife and just twisted his arm and threw it at another bandit. The bald man grabbed a chair and wanted to hit him with words so that he would die. The old man was surprised that he could still crawl. Wang Bing immediately intervened in the fight and used a fiery hand and hit the bald gopnik with it. The old man was surprised with the fact that he knows the Shaolin technique of the highest class. The master was shocked. This guy is very young and already has such great strength. The bald man fell to the ground. People started admiring him and shouting that he was a good fellow and taught this trash a lesson. Wang asked the master if he was okay. Everything was fine with the old man. He noticed that he had very good abilities. The man and his daughter thanked him for saving them. They were very grateful. They wanted to repay him somehow, but the old man didn't need anything. Van intervened in the conversation with the words that they had strayed from them today, but he understood that they would not just leave it like that. Therefore, he asked them not to trade here anymore. And the man certainly agrees with this. The bandits began to run away from there with the words that they did not expect the master to appear here. The bald man shouted to his partners to wait for him and not leave him here alone. Immediately, Wang was behind him and said that he wasn't done with him yet, so he wouldn't be able to escape. The shaved man was very scared and asked him not to beat him anymore, but Van just laughed. He understood that this time he humiliated them, and they would definitely come after him, so he wanted to scare them. Wang knows that the influence of the black tiger is strong here, but he asked how it is possible to offend people so much. The bald man replied that he had taught him a lesson and he would no longer. He decided to find out which group he was from. Van thought that he wanted to report them to his own, but the bald man denied everything. Wang replied that he did not belong to any group, but he should remember him. Immediately, the protagonist wrapped himself up and asked the old man what his name was, to which the master replied that the bald man was not yet old enough to hear his name, so he would say it when he left. Wang ordered the bald man to get out quickly, and of course he understood everything. Immediately, the bandit thought that Wang Bing had already fought with Dawn. He heard that he not only put everyone down, but also fired a pistol at Dawn. Now he is in the hospital. He didn't expect that he could meet the one they fought with last time, so running away is the best strategy. Wang called the bald man again and he thought that Wang wanted to ask for something, but Wang asked him if he was deaf or pretending not to hear him. The bald man didn't understand what he was talking about a little, and Wang started yelling for him to get out of here, but the bald one is still here. He was very scared and replied that he was already leaving. People around laughed and did not believe that the day would come when they would leave here. They considered them heroes. A man immediately turned to Wang, saying that the gang of black tigers would not let him go just like that, so he should immediately leave here. The other guy also agreed with him. Wang thanked them for their concern, so he wanted to go. The old man turned to him and asked if his name was Wang Bing. The old man asked if he would like to keep him company and have a cup of tea with him. The protagonist, of course, was glad of such an offer and considered it a great opportunity to get acquainted. Then they were already sitting at the table and drinking tea. The old man noticed that he was at the second level of the practice of the fiery hand technique, so he decided to ask how old he was. Wang realized that he was a real master. He was able to find out exactly what level he was at. Wang admitted that he is 21 years old and a first-year student. The old man was delighted that at 21 he already owned such a technique, but Wang admired him in return, because he is at the top of the perfection of Taejequan. The old man said that he had a modest request and asked if he would agree to fulfill it. Wang replied that no matter what he asked of him, he would do everything in his power. The old man wanted to compare his Taejequan and his fiery hand. Wang understood that his flaming hand was too chaotic, so he might accidentally injure him. The old man assured him that Taejequan is not just called the best, so he will not be able to hurt him. He asked him not to overdo it, he just wanted to show each other his skills, and Wang agreed with that. Getting up from the table, Wang felt a special aura around him. He also wanted to face off with him. If it comes to the extreme, then he must use all his strength. The old man told the protagonist to start first. Wang replied that he should start, because he was afraid that. But before he could finish, the old man interrupted him and replied that if he started, then Wang would not have any chance later, so only after him. The old man assured him again that he would not be able to hurt him. Wang agreed and added that he would not stand on ceremony. His hand started to burn and he ran at the old man. The protagonist decided to start with 30% of his strength. A moment later, Wang was already at the old man's side, but the master immediately repelled his blow and then grabbed his hand. Wang understood that he was too fast. He couldn't even follow his movements. Immediately, the old man punched Wang in the stomach. Van staggered away from him. The protagonist was surprised that with just one blow, and quite easily, the old man was able to throw him back a few meters. Wang realized that he was a real master. He assumed that he was only using a small fraction of the force, otherwise he would have been lying on the ground for a long time. The old man admitted that using softness to defeat the hard. This is the strength of Taejequan. He added that if Wang thought he had the last makings of strength left in him, then he was wrong. Wang apologized for being arrogant. Now he won't neglect him. He's using all his power. The old man was glad that he understood him correctly. Van approached him and asked him to give him as much useful advice as possible. The old man stood up and began to glow. Van jumped right at him. After we are shown how. After the battle, Wang and the old man drank tea. The master said that he really liked the fight. Wang was covered in bruises and he thanked him for his instructions. The master replied that he was young, but still managed to reach such a level with the help of inner strength. This suggests that Wang is a very capable fellow, but he lacks dexterity. Only then would he be able to injure the old man. He has little experience. If he wants to use this technique 100%, then he needs more practice in real combat. Wang, laughing, thanked him for his advice. He added that he had one request after this fight. The old man was interested in what he wanted from him. The protagonist really wanted him to teach him Taejequan. He hoped that he would accept him into the ranks of his disciples. The old man was surprised that he had not yet learned the fiery hand to the end, and he already wants to learn Taejequan. He asked if he was afraid that it would slow down the practice of the fiery hand. Wang assured him that he would not give up the occupation of the fiery hand at all. He learned that the flaming hand technique, although very strong, however, in a fight with a strong opponent, even this technique will not help him win. Taejequan is different in that it can be used to attack and retreat, and it can also be used to fight with a huge force. Wang is sure that Taejequan will really be able to make up for the shortcomings of the fiery hand, so you can no longer be afraid of harming other people. The old man agreed with his opinion. The flaming hand is an excellent martial art, but it is also a Buddhist martial art that contains a spirit of compassion. Many, having such power, begin to be self-willed, but Wang understands the essence of his power and is afraid to harm others. This speaks of Wang's good nature, so he wants to take him as his disciple. Van was surprised and was incredibly happy about it. He thanked him greatly for his decision and fell to his knees, but the master wanted him to get up. He didn't expect to meet such an amazing student during the walk. He asked him to get up again, because he needed to talk to him. The master sat on the barrel and said that his name was Lai Zhang. His fist-fighting technique is passed down from generation to generation in their family. He usually doesn't divulge it. Wang was surprised by this and realized that Lai Zhang trusted him. Wang asked him not to worry, because he would try hard and would not let him down. The old man said that how much he can learn depends on his ability, but if after training he starts doing mean things, then he will make him regret it. Wang was scared and felt a powerful aura. He understood that the teacher was very harsh, so he should not disappoint him. Wang assured that he would never do anything that would disgrace the teacher and would always act in good faith. Lai Zhang replied that he was glad and that he would not be nervous around him. He asked him to bring him a cup of tea first, and that would be his homage. Wang replied that he would bring him tea quickly, but the teacher asked him not to hurry. He was so happy, as if he had found a gold ingot on the way. But it is a great honor for Wang to become his disciple. He was immensely glad. After we are shown how Van was walking with his friends, they didn't understand if Wang really wanted to buy them a luxury car, to which the protagonist replied that with the purchase of the car, their work efficiency will increase. Besides, they are shareholders of the company. They need to match their position. A friend decided to find out what kind of car he wants for himself, but Van has already decided everything. He wants to buy a minibus. This is a great option for him. A friend was shocked that he wanted to buy them a luxury car, but to buy himself just a minibus. He assumed that Wang was crazy because he suddenly got rich, but Wang explained that he had his own personal reasons. The most suitable car for Zio and the others is a minibus. They will definitely be delighted. Van saw the store and said it wasn't bad. It is cars of different brands. They decided to go in there and immediately saw an SUV that was very cool and expensive. Another friend admitted that if Van wasn't around, he wouldn't have had the courage to come here. Van drew attention to the fact that, as the girl screamed at the guy, she was not happy that he had to constantly repeat that no matter where she is, when a rich client comes, he should call her. The guy replied to her that she herself told him that when she was resting, no matter what business, no one should bother her. The girl was very angry and pointed at him with her finger, saying that she never shirks from work. The guy was still on probation, so he could easily be fired. She added that if she finds out again that he served a rich client, she will deal with him. The employee asked her goodbye and replied that this would not happen again. Wang was not happy with the fact that if a rich client comes, then an old man should serve him and not a new one. Wang apologized for the trouble and said that he and his friends wanted to know the characteristics of each car, so he wanted a consultation. In the background, the guys were photographed with the car, and the girl started shouting at them saying that this car is too expensive for them. The new employee understood that they were finished now. The girl continued to shout at them to remove their hands, because they still will not be able to compensate for the damage caused. They immediately apologized and added that they didn't do it on purpose. Then she decided to examine Wang carefully. She looked at his red hoodie and didn't understand what brand it was. His trousers were ordinary, which he bought somewhere on the counter. The shoes fit well with the clothes, but also has the usual style. The girl replied that he was an ordinary student. They don't sell bicycles here. They sell luxury cars for over 1,000,000 yuan. Van was angry, because the girl thought that he did not know what they were selling here and that he would not be able to buy it. The girl agreed that he would know better if he could buy or not, but asked not to touch the cars. They still won't be able to recover the losses if they ruin the car. When she left, she ordered Lee to consult these clients and not to blame her for the fact that if he did not complete the NOMA for this month, he would leave this job. Lee asked Wang to calm down, because she is always like this. He added that he did not take her words to heart. Wang noticed that she said that if his results did not meet the norm, he would be fired. He wanted to know how things were going for him now. Lee admitted that his results are a little deplorable. Wang told him not to worry, and that if he consulted them well, they would help him reach normality. Lee was very happy and agreed. He showed a 4-door CLS sports car. Its price started at $630,000. Van thought this car was very beautiful. Even one of his friends wanted to take a picture of it. Another friend said he didn't think they needed to buy such an expensive car just to match their status, as long as they are honest and trustworthy. They want to do business quietly and they don't need a luxury car for that. Van agreed with him, and therefore wanted to look at other cars. Wang told Lai that this car was too cheap, so he wanted to look at more expensive cars. Friends were shocked with his decision. Immediately, Wang called his friends. He hugged them and told them they didn't have to worry about money. They have always treated him well. They are his best friends, so he will never forget their attitude towards him. And now it's his turn to pay them for their care. Therefore, they should not refuse. Friends began to cry from his words, and Wang continued to say, "This money is just a trifle. After that, he will help them earn more money and become billionaires." Friends started hugging and saying they were best friends forever. Even Lee started crying at their words. He envied their friendship, but he didn't know if they could really buy such an expensive car. After Lee showed a 4-door Mercedes AMG GT sports car, its price is $970,000. Wang liked this model, but $970,000 was too cheap for him. He asked if there was a sports car that cost more than $1 million. Lee was shocked and replied that there was one. He presented them with the most expensive car from this series. Her friends liked her very much, and therefore Wang invited them to test her. Lee opened the doors and said they could really test her. Van's friend got into the car and he was very comfortable. He believed that a high-class car was really on another level and suggested that they try it. Another friend also wanted to get acquainted with it, because apart from his father's car, he had never driven such a high-class car. Wang asked how much such a car costs, and Lee replied that $2.30.00. The friend was shocked by the price. The other was also not happy that he had not told him about the price earlier. If he knew how much it cost, he would not have gone into it. Immediately a girl came up to them with the words, "What are they doing here?" And Van was thinking that the price of this car would do. She doubted that they wouldn't be able to buy any car here. She ordered them to get out of here. She wanted them to pay compensation for the damage to the car. A friend in the car said he just sat in it for a while, and that you shouldn't be so angry about it. Van hit the car and replied that it was okay and that he just continued to watch the car. He will deal with this sycophant. The friend did not know if everything would be fine. The girl asked Lee how it happened. He should have realized that they wouldn't be able to buy such a luxury car, and he should have shown them cheap cars. She was angry that he let them get into a supercar worth several million. She screamed at him that he was too stupid. Lee replied that they were their customers and should serve them. Hong told the girl that it wasn't very respectful of her. She replied that they were ordinary students without money who came here and ruined sports cars. She told them to leave or she would call security. Hong was not happy with her attitude towards customers. They should be like gods to her. He wanted to file a complaint against her, but Wang asked him not to be angry. If she wants to call security, then let her do it. Hong was angry that she changed her attitude towards people depending on their social status, so he was angry. Wang asked him to calm down again. He wanted to see what the guards would do. 2 guards immediately appeared and the girl said that these assholes did not want to leave here and asked to consult them. She ordered them to get them out of the store immediately. Lee tried to intervene because they are their clients, but the girl did not listen to him. The guards told them that they were not welcome here, so they had to leave, and if they did not want to do good, then it would be bad. Hong was even more angry and replied that he would not leave. He told them that they couldn't budge, so if they wanted to, they could try to budge them. Van was familiar with the situation. The guard was surprised that he was also daring them and wanted to force them to leave this place. The guard started pushing Wang and he immediately got angry, and he hit 2 at once and they flew away a few meters. Hong was shocked that he had become so strong. Another friend was happy and managed to take everything on the phone. The guards were lying on the floor and the girl was surprised that he dared to hit their employees. She was very angry at them and wanted to make them pay for the losses right away. If they don't pay, they'll call the police. Immediately, Wang threw a gold bar and asked if it was enough to make up for the losses. Besides, they started it all first. Van and his friends came here to buy a car, and the girl immediately called security from nowhere and is now bothering them. He told her to call the police because they have nothing to fear, because his friend filmed everything that was happening here. The girl started laughing and thought that they had read a lot of detectives and that she would not fall for their cheap tricks. The guard picked up the ingot and said it was real. The girl was shocked and thought that they really were the children of the rich, but in simple clothes. Wang told Xin and Fei that no matter which customer comes to their future store, they will always treat everyone the same. His friends assured him that they would never be like this sycophant. He told her that he would teach her one lesson. If she does not change her attitude towards customers, then in the future the reputation of their store will deteriorate. She replied that these were just empty threats. Their store does not welcome customers like them. Lee decided to intervene because it was already too much. She was not happy with his behavior because he was on their side. She wanted to contact the central store so that they would fire him. Lee replied that there was no need to do this because he himself was leaving. She was glad of this and added that he would not think of working in the 4S store anymore. Lee added that he always thought he could do his job well and take care of clients and giving them professional advice. But if the only way to improve his job is to become like her, then he decided that he would change his career. The girl started shouting at him, and Wang and his friends started laughing. Wang asked him to wait, because he still needs to buy a car, and so he asked him to advise him. But Lee apologized to him, because he is no longer an employee of this store, so he will not be able to advise him. Wang replied that there are rats in every place. The most important thing here is that he does not want to become the same person. The girl was outraged by his words, and Wang continued. He needed 3 cars from this series. Each should have a first-class equipment, and each car should be a different color. Lee was shocked by this information. The girl thought that he was just showing off, because one such car costs more than $2 million, and he talks about 3 cars. He told her to give him the company's bank account number and he would transfer the money right away. Xing told her to wait for the moment when they would inform the company about her disrespectful attitude towards customers, and then she would be fired. She started shouting that if she found out that they were cheating on her, she would immediately call the police and she would deal with them. Immediately they received $7 million into their account. She was surprised and decided to look at it herself. The sender was Wang Bing, and she realized that it was all true. She was shocked that they transferred the entire amount of deductions. She understood that this amount would be enough for her to pay the loan. He called Lee to help them fill out their documents for the car, and he agreed. Immediately, the girl congratulated them on becoming a VIP customer of their store. She unbuttoned her shirt a little and apologized for insulting them. She hoped for their generosity and assured that from now on she would treat every client well. Wang realized that she had only just realized her mistake, but it was already too late. Sin was not happy with the fact that when she saw the money, she immediately changed. It's not sincere at all. They didn't want to forgive her. Faye wanted to file a complaint against her. The girl asked not to do this, because if the authorities find out that a VIP client has filed a complaint against her, she will lose her official position. She asked them to be generous. She begged to be spared, because she was ready to do anything. Wang was surprised by her words, and she unbuttoned her shirt even more and replied that she would do whatever he asked. Wang told her to give all the director's deductions from the sale of these cars to this guy. Lee was surprised by his words and started crying. Wang added that he would see to it until the end, and that she did not think of playing with him and did not think of putting him in a difficult position, otherwise the consequences would be bad. She started crying and agreed with him. She was sad to lose more than $100,000. Van leaving said that he was watching her, and the girl fell to the floor and replied that she understood everything. Right there they show us the way. The friends were driving their 3 new cars. They were very happy, and immediately friends started calling Van. He asked Faye what he wanted, and Sin replied that he was very cool. He noticed that after parting with Zhao Qin, Wang seemed to have become a different person. The protagonist admitted it really because of the experience. If he started arguing with them, then how would he differ from them? But in fact, he did not want anyone to see his fiery hand, and therefore imperceptibly changed the subject. Friends were driving at high speed, and Faye noticed that there were also 2 supercars ahead. Sin replied that he should forget about it, because they need to meet with a jeweler. He wanted to hurry up and overtake them, and the other 2 agreed, and all 3 sped up a lot. They started to leave. The guy in the red car told Kyan that the 3 cars behind them wanted to overtake them, so he wanted to play with them. Immediately, he stepped on the gas and started driving even faster. Faye realized that the 2 cars wanted to match them. Sin decided to make a bet with them who is who. He told Faye and Wang to speed up and overtake them as well. Wang asked them to take their time and asked how long it had been since they had driven a car. Faye admitted that he drove Dad's car several times during the holidays, and Sin had almost the same thing. Van realized that it was not worth playing with death. Now they should not be compared to those majors. All 3 released the gas and the cars began to rapidly lose speed. His friends agreed with him. Xing understood that sudden wealth made them act impulsively. 2 rich guys didn't understand why those 3 cars weren't chasing them. Kang was thinking that the cars don't have license plates yet, which means most likely it's the employees who take these cars to the store. The major understood that stores could not launch them until they were sold. Kang was surprised that these cars had just been bought. The major was thinking that maybe they haven't gotten used to cars yet. That's why they don't accelerate. And also that since they were able to buy 3 such luxury cars, they were definitely not ordinary people, and that's why he wanted to get to know them. They gradually began to slow down. Xing told Wang that they were slowing down and approaching them. Van heard him, and he was wondering what they wanted to do. The guy was opposite Van and he told him that there was a gas station ahead and he wanted to stop there and get acquainted, and Wang agreed with him. After that, they show us the gas station where there were beautiful sports cars. People were shocked by how beautiful they were and therefore wanted to take pictures of them to post on Instagram. Then, when the guy came out, Van and his friends came up to him and asked why he needed them. Liu replied that he just wanted to be friends with them. He introduced himself and his friend, whose name is Zhang Wang. Wang Bing also introduced himself and his friends in response. After shaking hands, Liu asked, since they have the same cars, whether they plan to create some kind of automobile group. In addition, many rich people here prefer Ferrari or Porsche, and they preferred Mercedes-Benz. Wang explained this by saying that they just wanted to satisfy their aspirations and prove themselves. Liu was surprised that they wanted to satisfy their aspirations with such expensive cars. Zhang also said that he did not drive a Mercedes-Benz and therefore asked what it was like to drive such a car. Van decided to throw him the keys so that he could try it out himself. Zhang caught them and Wang added that a good car or not, until you try it yourself, you won't know. Zhang was surprised that Wang wanted him to take a ride in his car. The protagonist believed that there was nothing wrong with this, because he knows how to drive a sports car. Liu noticed that people usually say that you do not need to give your beloved car and woman into the hands of others. He did not expect that he would be so generous. Zhang also said that Liu's Ferrari is worth 5-6 million, so if he ruins Wang's car, the protagonist will be able to take his car to compensate for the losses. Liu shouted that Zhang was a fraud. Then he added that Wang could drive his Ferrari, and he would drive Zhang's car. Van agreed, because he wanted to try to ride a Ferrari. The friend added that they immediately exchanged cars on the spot. Today they met unique people, and therefore wanted to have lunch together. During the conversation, they learned that Liu and Zhang are not ordinary rich people, but children of famous families who have serious wealth and great power. But these two were not as problematic and dissolute as they usually show in movies and TV series. They were also not arrogant, but on the contrary very simple. Everyone was happy and enjoyed a joint lunch. After learning that they were still students and that they were going to open a jewelry store, they expressed their admiration. Liu told Wang that he admired them and was extremely interested in their business. He wanted to exchange phone numbers. Now, if they need help or have any interesting ideas, then he can contact them. He looks forward to working with them. Van agreed with him and they exchanged numbers. This time he has prepared not only food in large quantities, but also a minibus, which will accommodate all of them. He didn't know how they spent those 7 days. Besides, there were a lot of zombies. Wang told the system to move it all into the system space. Immediately, we are shown how Van moved to another dimension. Van woke up in a full bath and he asked the system if it had moved him here on purpose. The system explained that the landing point is set according to where he subconsciously wants to land. It does not depend on her desire. Wang was not happy with this, because of the system, he got all wet. Leaving the bath, he found Mio undressing, who was greatly embarrassed by Wang's presence. The protagonist asked her what she was doing in his room, but Mio shouted that this was her room. Zio heard Mio's scream and thought something had happened. Immediately, Wang, who was hit by Mio, entered their room. Zio was very glad that he had returned, because she had been waiting for him all the time. She hugged him and was incredibly happy, as was Wang. Immediately, Van felt a strong smell and asked what they were doing here, because he could smell the dead. The boy called Wang with him to show him something. He was sure that he would be scared. There was a mountain of corpses on the street around the house, and everything smelled of rot. Wang was surprised that there were so many dead zombies. The girl explained that her and Zio's shooting skills had improved markedly thanks to these zombies. The officer added that those guys were very scared and did not dare to attack them. All they did was attract the zombies in the neighborhood here. Wang was thinking that they had attracted all these zombies here with the hope that they would soon run out of ammunition, and only then would they attack them. Mio was not happy that he was praising their enemies, because this pile of corpses stinks insanely. If they didn't have to wait for him, they would have left here long ago. Wang wanted to apologize to her, but she interrupted him with the words that he could not speak. Although she does not know how he ended up in her room, she is sure that it was not on purpose. Zio asked Wang if they could leave this place already. Wang replied to her that everyone should prepare their things, because today at dawn they would leave this place. At this time, the bandits were not happy with the fact that 7 days had already passed, and they were still holding on. The bald man told the headman that they had attracted these zombies in the neighborhood, risking the lives of their people, but what should they do now? The guys thought they had an ammunition depot there. Their cartridges never run out. The headman understood that they had a lot more supplies than they thought, and now there is no certainty about what they can throw away. And there are no zombies left in the neighborhood. He knows they're all starting to worry, but don't panic. He told them to keep attracting zombies, even if they still have ammo. they may end up suffocating from this strong stench. The guys were glad that the headman came up with a plan. Someone even believed that he was worthy of the title of spiritual leader. Everyone began to rejoice and raise their morale. Already in the evening, Wang thought that these clothes were very becoming to Xiao. She wore beautiful night clothes especially for the protagonist. She believed that the most important thing was that he liked it. She approached him and beckoned. Then they exchanged saliva and they started doing it. Xiao shouted that she was in pain, and Wang assured her that he would be very gentle. At that time, Mayo was lying under the blanket and Wang told Xiao to be quiet, because Officer Mayo in the next room could hear them. But Mayo was very confused and thought that she had already heard everything. The next morning, we are shown bandits who were closely watching Wang's group. The supervisor was surprised by what was happening there and he shouted for the headman to look at it faster. He was at a loss about what was going on there, that he was so excited. They had a car and they are leaving in it. He didn't understand where they got such a luxury as gasoline. The guy didn't know if they should follow them. The headman replied that of course they should follow them because they could even get gasoline. But the guys weren't sure about it and asked if they could just leave them. After all, even if they chase after them, they still won't be able to defeat them. The headman replied that if so, they could go to the place where they lived and search everything there. He hoped that they could find the remaining supplies that they had inadvertently forgotten. After they show us a guy in a suit, he was very scared. He looked at the zombie girl and then he looked at her. Both of these zombies fell in love with each other. They went for each other. The guy was standing on the road, and he is immediately hit by a car that his head flew off. Mayo in the car told Wang that she had not driven a car for a long time, so she wanted to change. But Wang asked her not to worry because she can drive as she wants. He also drove a car only 2 times. Xiao asked the officer if he was okay, and the man explained that he was fine, but he hadn't been in the car for a long time, so he couldn't get used to it. At that moment, the boy decided to ask Wang Bing. Those people not only wanted to attack them, but also attracted zombies so that they spent all the bullets, but they still left them rice. The boy wanted to kill each of them, and they leave them gifts. Wang asked him to calm down. He explained it in such a way that if they had not attracted zombies, then how else would they have been able to improve their shooting skills? Besides, those bags of rice are nothing to him. The girl realized that in this way he wanted to repay them. Lee suggested that he just felt sorry for them because he is so kind-hearted. Mayo intervened in the conversation and said that these are Wang's bags, so he can do whatever he wants. At that moment, the bandits were in the building and they called the headman. There were 2 bags of rice and everyone was surprised. The bald man did not understand why there were so many of them and assumed that they had forgotten to pick them up. The headman did not believe this because rice is very valuable. He understood that no one would forget him. The guy suggested that maybe they put poison in these bags of rice and specially left for them. The headman understood that they had so many weapons. If they wanted to kill them, they wouldn't resort to such tricks. The guy took the bag and said that even if it was poisonous, he was still ready to eat rice because he hadn't eaten it for so long. The headman agreed and added that they should light the fire as soon as possible because now they will cook. He, in turn, understood that they had wishful thinking. Those people absolutely would not have let them go just like that. The boy was very angry when he remembered them. Wang told Nan to calm down and wanted to tell him one funny thing. Wang mixed something into this rice. Nan thought about poison, but Wang pointed his finger at him to keep quiet. It was one kind of laxative. Nan started laughing with his work. Wang added that he did it because they wanted the zombies to bite them. Mayo asked them what they were laughing at, but Wang denied everything, so they went to the gathering place. The highway was filled with abandoned cars, so they only wanted to drive along the path. Sometimes they rode along the path, and sometimes on the road, so overall their journey was very slow. According to Lee, they had to travel through one city to get to the gathering place. Because they didn't know the situation in that city, they were a little worried. In the evening they made a halt, pitched a tent, and decided to rest. Officer Mayo and Xiao guarded them so that no unforeseen situations would happen. And in the afternoon, after making the last round, they rested. Well, they, overcome with joy, imagined what the gathering place would be like. After a long drive, they finally arrived at the gathering place. Well, I told Wang to pay attention to something. When they got out of the car, they saw the ruined city and Wang realized that Lee was right about the location. On the way, they arrived at the border of a small town where people seemed to live. By evening, they had all set up camp and gathered around the campfire. Xiao asked if Qi and Nan had already fallen asleep, to which the girl replied that they were already sleeping peacefully. Then she asked Mayo where Wang was now. She thought he had gone to the side of the highway to inspect the situation. He's thinking about whether to enter the city. Van stood on the road and wondered whether it was worth going to the city because they still don't know what the situation is there. Besides, they don't know if it's dangerous there or not. Van didn't understand why he was thinking, because he could just go to the city and that's it. Lee told him that there were a lot of them, and that if they entered the city they would run into trouble. Therefore, Wang is carefully considering everything. Nan immediately realized that it was not worth entering the city and asked if there was any work around. Zio knew that Wang wanted to enter that city for the gold, to which Officer Mayo replied to her that their food did not come from nowhere. It's all thanks to Wang Bing's gold and jewelry. Therefore, the protagonist really needs gold. In fact, Mayo also wants to help him because it has to do with the welfare of their people, but before she could finish, Nan interrupted her with the words that Zio had talked to Wang. He also wants to go to the city with him and help him collect gold, because what will they do if Van gets into danger and they find out about it late? Besides, they are no longer beginners, and they have weapons, so they have nothing to fear. Lee called him a prankster and added that he had become much bolder. He asked Zio to talk to Wang so that she would tell him that there would be no problems with their protection. He didn't want Wang to worry about it. Zio also said that no matter what decision Wang makes, he will always follow him and will always be by his side. She turned to Mayo with the words that she could calmly go and persuade him, and it was not worth thinking about it so much. Mayo agreed with him, since they also agree. At this time, Wang was thinking about everything alone, and although he wants to update the system as soon as possible, he still does not know whether there is gold in this city or not. Besides, if he happens to meet that local head of a gang of wild sharks, it will be problematic. But he still understood that it was very important to update the system, but still Zio and the others were more important to him. He can't risk them. Nevertheless, he decided that when he arrived at the gathering place, he would try to exchange food for gold. Immediately, girls appeared behind Van. He told them that they were just in time, because he wanted to talk to them. He decided that they would go the roundabout way, because everyone's safety is above all. Mayo asked if this was what he had been thinking about all night. Zio thought Wang was very cute. He did not understand what it was and considered them somehow strange. Mayo explained that they had all conferred and all supported him to go to the city and they wanted to help him in the search for gold. Wang understood that entering the city was too dangerous, and he didn't want to take any chances. Zio replied that they all knew this, but Officer Mayo had already planned everything out. First, they would find a safe place and leave Lai and the small children there, and she and Officer Mayo would go with Wang to the city to find out the situation there. Mayo immediately asked if he would be so calm, to which Wang replied that Lai was wounded in the leg, and both Bao and Nan were still small and he could not leave them. Mayo added that thanks to the latest event, Bao and Nan have succeeded in shooting so they will be able to protect themselves and everyone. Wang tried to say something, but Mayo put her hand on him and said that there were no buts, because from the very beginning he helped them and trained them. They are already ready to fight with him. Now they are not such simple survivors. They will not be easy to cope with. They are all one family and they will go through all the hardships together, so Van's affairs are their common affairs. Van was glad of these words and even got a little excited. Zio agreed with her, because no matter what happens, they will always be by his side and will never leave him. He thanked them and apologized for the extra trouble. Wang immediately came to the camp and Lee asked him why he was so joyful. Wang replied that he was just in a good mood today. He added that they should all rest today, and asked if they wanted him to play on something. He opened his briefcase and there was a guitar lying there. Nan was surprised that Wang could play it. He learned when he was pursuing Zhao Chen, and he did not expect that he would still need it. Mayo didn't expect Wang to have multiple abilities. On the dark deserted highway, his hair was blown by a cold wind. The warm smell of grass was felt in the air. Not far ahead he saw a flashing light. He felt tired and sleepy, so he had to stop for the night. She was standing on the threshold. He heard the bell ringing and thought to himself, it's either heaven or hell. Then she lit a candle and showed him the way. There were voices in the hallway. I think they were saying, "Welcome to the California Hotel. Such a beautiful place, such a beautiful face. A free room at the California Hotel at any time of the year. At any time of the year, you will always find here." In the morning, when Wang sang the song, he told the others that they were going. Nan assured everyone that he would protect everyone, so he didn't have to worry. He added that Wang and Mayo should return soon, because she would miss them. Mayo told her not to worry, because they would be back soon and they would see them soon. Immediately, Wang took out cigarettes for Lee. He advised him to hide them and not rush to enjoy. It all continues with the fact that Lee confessed to Wang that he still has more than half of what he gave him last time. The protagonist replied that Lee cannot save them, because he has more. He gave him the gift and Lee thanked him and added that Wang, Zio and Mayo were careful. After that they were in the city. Wang noticed that Mayo wanted to say something. She explained that Wang with good intentions gives Lee cigarettes, but she asked him to give them less because his health is not so good. The protagonist understood her. He just wanted to persuade him to smoke less in peacetime, but now it's post-apocalypse. Every day they live in fear and so their days pass. Therefore, he thinks that smoking still helps Lee relax a little. After thinking about it, he didn't limit it. Mayo agreed with him and calmed down a bit. She decided that let it be so. Immediately, Zio was confused and stopped Wang. She heard the sounds of a car, so they needed to hide immediately. Right there they show us a car in which bandits drove around and laughed. They were slowly approaching and Van understood everything. They have not only a tank, but also weapons, but they are the same neighborhood punks as a gang of wild sharks. He assumed that the small town they were going to was the gathering place. Zio suggested killing these people first. Mio also added that they should leave one or two and interrogate them with passion, so they would find out what the situation in the city was. But Wang offered them less bloodthirsty methods, namely, just to negotiate with them using food. Wang understood that these two girls were ruthless and very fierce. Mio understood that they might want to rob them and kill them. After all, nowadays even one piece of bread will drive a person to madness. Wang replied that they would not reveal all the cards. He wanted to coordinate their actions. After that, they show us how the bandits drove around in a car and the driver noticed that there was someone ahead. He noticed Wang and Mio and the gunman ordered them to stand and not move. Wang and Mio turned around and they didn't look like they had been in this world for a very long time. The bandits got out of the car and ordered them to raise their hands, and warned them that if they dared to make any sudden movement, they would immediately shoot them in the head. Wang's plan was as follows. He and Officer Mio will negotiate with them without weapons, and Zio will take on the role of a sniper. If there are any aggressive actions on their part, she will immediately shoot at them. Well, they pretend to be refugees. Wang told the bandit that they had just come from another city in the hope that they would be able to hide here. Then they will ask them to help them settle down here, and leave some food in the bag as their payment. The bald man replied that people like him often come here in search of shelter. This is all because they defend their territory well, all thanks to their protection. So if they want to get into the city, they have to give away some food. Van was glad of his words and he replied that he would get everything now. The other bandit looked at Mio and rejoiced. She asked him what he wanted from her. The guy said that he really likes this girl because she's cute. Immediately he felt the smell and covering his nose asked what kind of stench was coming from his body. They believed that Wang and Mio had fallen into a manure pit and therefore stank a lot. The bandit grabbed his bag and decided to see everything for himself. Wang asked him not to take everything, and that he leave them some food. The bandit saw that there were a lot of good things in the bag. The other bandit was surprised with his words and told Mio to give his bag. They dumped out of the bag a lot of good bread in a package and the bandits are very happy about it. They poked machine guns with the words that they were taking all this, and they could enter the city. Wang was glad of this. Mio understood that Wang Bing's plan had worked after all, despite the fact that she is a little uneasy at heart, but they managed to avoid unnecessary hassle, although the preparation process was a bit painful. After that, they sat down at the car to talk. Mio understood that Zio must have already hidden and therefore wanted to move out. Wang told her not to hurry, because she needed something else. He asked her how she thought. At the present time, seeing such a beautiful girl like him, their heart would beat. Mio was at a loss as to why he was saying such strange things at such an important moment. Wang added that Officer Mio is very beautiful. He thought they would lose their heads as soon as they saw her. But with this thing, they wouldn't dare to approach them. She was surprised and didn't know what it was. It was smelly tofu. It smells like rotten fish, but not really. It's very tasty. He opened the jar and gave her a sniff. The smell was so disgusting that she was violently sick. After they were walking along the road, she thought they had come. Wang noticed that this shelter was much bigger than they had imagined. There was a huge wall in front of them, and they immediately asked Wang and Mio over the loudspeaker why they had come here. Wang shouted that they came from another city and would like to take shelter here. The door opened, and two soldiers came out of it and told them to raise their hands. Raising his hands, Wang said that they already had no food, and their weapons were aimed at them. Immediately a huge ant came out, who said that the weapon was not to take away their food, but to protect it. She asked if they had passports, to which Wang replied with a denial, because she could not be eaten and they had lost them a long time ago. The woman laughed at him and noticed that he only had all his thoughts about food and that he was behaving like a pig. She gave them a piece of paper and told them to write their name, gender, age, and the place where they used to live. Immediately, she felt a strong smelly smell and thought that they were bathing in the toilet. Van told her that they hadn't washed for several days to get here as quickly as possible. That's why they smell so strongly. The woman added that although there is a shelter for such wanderers like them, but now they will have to comply with the local rules. If they want to stay here, they'll have to work for their boss. Wang was wondering what kind of work they had to do, to which the woman replied that Mr. Jin would decide everything himself, because he was the lord of this city. She added that there is a variety of work here. Besides, you can get paid for this work. She showed them Mr. Jin's money. This is local money. Only after working they will be able to get this money. Here they can provide them with accommodation and other necessary things, but they can exchange all this with food or this money. Wang understood that Jin was very smart and knew a lot about management. Now he wants to go inside even more and see what's there. He thanked her for everything and he agreed to work for Mr. Jin and at the same time called her aunt. She was very indignant because she is only 19 years old and Wang apologized. She warned them that such criminal acts as kidnapping, theft, robbery are prohibited in the city, and if someone violates this, he will meet his death. Wang agreed and assured her that he was not that kind of person. Mio also added that they will not violate these prohibitions. They finally went inside and there was a city. Van understood that it was very quiet here. This city is surrounded on all sides by large walls. The gathering place is exactly the same as they imagined it to be. Mio agreed and added that it was easier to sleep here than outside. Wang understood that they needed to bring Zio and the others here as soon as possible. Mio asked him to stop because there's something wrong. She noticed that the people here, very sullen, were also terribly thin. Then they turned their attention to the vegetable shed and it was self-sufficient. And although there is food here, however, the residents receive it under the strict supervision and control of that jinn. Then a man in a shirt noticed them. He asked them to come over because he is the specially appointed person responsible for finding a job here. Wang told Mio to go over there and take a look. Van greeted him. They explained that they were really new arrivals. The protagonist decided to find out if they have a suitable job. The man replied that there are more than 300 people in this city and all of them were previously assigned to their current jobs. Now they can choose a job. He gave them a piece of paper where it was also written that a day's salary was written with a specific job. There was a huge selection of jobs, ranging from a vegetable garden worker to Jin's personal dancer. The man explained that the work list is updated here every day. If he thinks that nothing suits him here, then he may not work yet. But food and housing can be obtained with the help of Jin's money, and if he does not work, he will not receive them, so it's up to him to decide. Van asked him how much the rent of the cheapest apartment for 1 month costs. The man replied that the rent is charged here every day. For the cheapest apartment in an unfinished house, you need to pay 5 Jin's money in 12 hours. Wang was surprised by this, because here at some jobs you earn only 6 yuan a day. The man replied that he had not set this price. If he wants to rent a safer place, then they should take the job where they pay more money. He also added that he takes a commission of 2 yuan for each job. Van was shocked, because they would only have to sleep on the street this way. The man warned Wang not to say later that he had not warned him. After all, everything is not so calm here. In fact, strange things happen here at night. Wang asked about what the woman had told them. That any robberies and theft were prohibited here. The man replied that she said so that they would not steal Mr. Jin's food. He asked to look around. Except for Mr. Jin's subordinates, everyone else is terribly thin. When high-intensity work will tire them out, and the money they receive will still not be enough, then they will turn into insanely hungry people like them. The man understood that a hungry person is capable of terrible things. He shared with Wang and Mio the story that he had seen with his own eyes. Before, one newcomer came here. Every day he spent the money he earned on food, but there was no money left for housing. One night he decided to sleep in some dark alley. So last all long night and then a terrible thing happened. His healthy legs were cut off and rewound. The man shuddered as soon as he remembered about it. Anything could happen at night, so he advised them. But before he could finish, he noticed their expression. He noticed that they didn't seem to believe him. Van decided to find out how the man did not feel his healthy legs being cut off. The man replied that he might have exaggerated a little, but it was really dangerous at night. Wang decided to go back to what was said earlier. If he wants to earn more money, then he can become a bodyguard, because this is the job with the highest salary. And Mio also decided to choose her. Wang understood that Officer Mio wanted to be by his side. This way they will be able to get closer to this jinn. The man replied that he did not decide, but he thought that he would not be taken as a bodyguard with such a body, and also the girl would definitely not be taken there. She has a great figure and a beautiful face. He didn't understand why she had to work as a bodyguard. If she agrees, she can become a dancer, and perhaps then Mr. Jin himself will like her. Mio was surprised by his words, and the man added that Jin is the owner of this small town. Everyone listens to what he says. His big hobby is to collect all the beautiful girls and throw a swimsuit party in his posh villa. Mio was embarrassed that she was being offered to go to a party in swimwear. Van was outraged that he was offering them such recommendations, and the protagonist decided to choose a job as a bodyguard. And if all they have to do is do this kind of work, then they'd better get out of here. Mio considered Wang being a real man. The man replied that since they were determined, he would apply for this job, and he added that they should come here tomorrow at this time. Wang was not happy that he dared to offer Officer Mio a job as a dancer. Immediately, Mio asked Wang to stop. She said that if they were denied the application, then she should get closer to Jin. After all, that job is the best way to get closer to Mr. Jin, even if you have to go to a party in a swimsuit. Van got angry and shouted that he shouldn't do that. Mio didn't understand why he was so much against it, and Wang, though unwillingly, agreed with her since she wanted it so much. Even Wang himself didn't see Officer Mio in a swimsuit. Then why on earth should some old pervert see it? When she found out the reason, she immediately hit him. Van inadvertently said what was on his mind. Right there they show us how Jin is driving a car, and there are a lot of guards around him. People were glad that he was coming because it's mealtime. Mio holding Wang realized that their target had appeared. Everyone ran up to the car and shouted Jin's name. The men pointed a gun at them, telling them to keep their distance, because if they take another step, they will die. Immediately, the window in the roof of the car slowly opened and a hand with a cane appeared from there. Wang was surprised that Jin had a golden scepter. 2 stones inserted into it look very beautiful. Already looking at them, you can say that they cost a fortune. She saw it and agreed that the stones were really very beautiful. The protagonist realized that Mio, like other girls, loves jewelry. But Mio understood that everyone loves beautiful things. Wang replied that since she liked them, he would find a way to get them and give them to her and Zio. She agreed. At the same time, she wanted to see how skilled he was. Jing showed up and said it was meal time. He asked everyone to listen to him carefully and asked if they worked well and earned money. After all, only those who work hard deserve respect and only they can afford to eat their fill. People immediately showed all the money and shouted that they had earned a lot of money. Van was surprised because that plump girl was crazy about him. He thought that this Jin was young and handsome. He did not expect that he would turn out to be some vulgar rat. The protagonist understood that all these people were very hungry. They look crazier than zombies. This Jin uses dirty tricks. Mio added that this way he was able to get all these people to work for him with the help of food. Before the post-apocalypse, he was a tycoon and Mio arrested him once. Wang asked if all the people she arrested were all authorities. She replied that Jing had such great power before the post-apocalypse, but he always used such mean ways. The head asked everyone to listen, get in line and prepare their money in order to get food. A girl with a small child came up and asked for 2 plates of meat soup, but she was told that this money would not be enough even for 1 plate of soup. She was surprised, because earlier 1 plate of soup cost 2 yuan, and she had earned these 4 yuan with great difficulty. The man replied that Mr. Jin's people, risking their lives, had difficulty getting this food, so everyone should understand why the price increased. The girl replied that her child had not eaten for a long time. She asked him to give her at least 1 plate. The people in the back weren't happy that she took so long to buy food. She apologized and asked to be given 1 plate of soup. Van was very sorry for her, because she earned this money with difficulty, but it was only enough for 1 portion. A crowd of people were buying food, and the girl was getting food. She asked the employee to put a little more, because her baby really hadn't eaten for several days. But he can only put as much as he should, and it doesn't matter whether she likes it or not. The man asked all those who have no money not to stand in line. Leaving, the girl gave food to the child, and she decided to be patient. She went far away and told her son to eat, because she knows that he is very hungry. Then she became alert, because someone was standing behind her. She was very scared of Van and asked him not to take her food. Wang assured her that he had no bad intentions. He was not going to take her food. He offered her bread to eat herself. But she didn't want to eat bread. She was very scared and ran throwing soup. Van tried to stop her, because he had other food that he could give her. Mio told him to forget about her, because she was very scared and would not take food from him anymore. He didn't understand why they all became like this because of hunger, but still there are people who refuse the food offered. Mio noticed that this city is more strange than she thought. After we are shown 4 men and a soldier said that these people want to join an expansion group. The advisor told Jin that he could just send them there tomorrow and the head agreed. He asked them if they had thought well, because by joining the expansion group they would be in great danger. The man asked that they were going there for food and therefore ready for anything. Jing replied that if they joined, they would get bread. If they voluntarily agree, then there is no problem. Immediately, the soldier took out sealed bread from the boxes and people were surprised by the real bread. They immediately began to almost fight for him and tried to take as much bread as possible. Jing told the assistant to keep an eye on them. If they wanted to escape, then he should deal with them immediately. He also added that after returning, he would send some strippers to him. He wants to enjoy them. Then he paid attention to the man and he recognized him. It was Daju. He asked what business he had with him. The assistant was not happy that he was silent and got angry. Jin replied that he shouldn't shout, because Zhu is a good guy. He fell on his knees and begged him to send a doctor to his sister. He agrees to work like a horse. Jin asked what was wrong with his sister and asked to get up. The head promised to help him. Zhu explained that his sister has had a high fever for the past few days and he has not left in any way. She's getting weaker every day. He asked that he send a doctor and donate medicines, to which Jing replied that it was nothing. He told him to send his sister to him. Next to him, not to mention the treatment, she will live in abundance. To which Zhu replied that his sister was only 15 years old. She's still underage. He thought his demands were a little. But before he could finish, Jing put down the scepter and said that he knows that Zhu is a good brother and wants to protect his family. But he also needs to know that he is a businessman, and a businessman always seeks benefits. If he didn't want to send his sister to him, then he was willing to make a deal with him personally. If he joins the expansion group, then he will send a doctor to cure his sister. Ju understood that since there was no way out, he was ready to join the expansion group. Jin was happy about this and said that tomorrow after he went to his destination, he would send a doctor to his sister. He advised him to remember that tomorrow he must come and not pull any tricks, otherwise his little sister would die. After he finished, they all went. People couldn't believe that Ju had joined the expansion group again. He joined this group last time for the sake of his sister. He really is a very good brother, because joining this group is certain death. But last time Ju was the only one who was able to return from the whole group, so this time he can survive. But others understood that last time he was just lucky and now everything can go differently. People continued to argue about Ju and the expansion group while Wang listened to it all. After that, we are shown how Ju takes care of his sister, who had a very hard time. He asked her to be patient for a while, because tomorrow a doctor will come and examine her, and then it won't be so hard. He believed that he was to blame, because he could not buy her a normal meal and therefore he ate unwashed food, otherwise this would not have happened. The sister asked her brother not to go there, because it was too dangerous there. She did not want him to risk his life, but Ju lied to her, saying that he would not leave, but became Mr. Jin's bodyguard. Immediately there was a knock on the door and Ju shouted, "Who is there?" Immediately, the door fell off and Wang and Mio were standing there. The protagonist apologized to him and said that he did not know that his house was so weak and assured him that he would fix everything. Ju didn't understand who they were and assumed they were Jin's people. Wang told him that he had heard that he needed medicine, and added that they had come from another city and they had medicines for such a case. Mio, looking at Sister Ju, understood that she was very ill and had a high fever. Ju didn't believe them, because they were ready to give away their medicines just like that, and also didn't believe that they came from another city. He shouted at them not to approach his sister and pointed a stick at them. He warned that he does not beat the girls, but if she takes another step, he asks not to blame him for his ruthlessness. Mio shouted that she only wanted to help his sister, who could die without intervention. Zhang didn't understand why they had such kindness and why they wanted to save her. Wang replied that they really wanted to help, but also to ask for something. But first they will cure his sister, since he has already agreed to Jin's terms. Then he has nothing to worry about. Anyway, he doesn't have anything that he doesn't have. He understood that their words made sense and began to ask them to save his sister. Mio ran up to her sister and took her hand. She felt that her temperature had reached 40 degrees. She asked if he helped her cool down physically, but Zhang didn't understand what she was talking about. She yelled at him that he didn't even know basic things and at the same time believed that he could personally take care of his sister. Zhang apologized and asked what he should do. Mio told Wang to give her antipyretic pills. First, it was necessary to lower her temperature. Zhang had to bring a lot of water in the basin. They had to bring all this, and then go out and not come in, and the guys agreed. After 5 minutes, the sister was sleeping peacefully and Mio was glad that the temperature had finally subsided. She said they could come in now. Wang asked her if her temperature had gone down, to which she agreed and Wang thanked her. Zhang was happy and cried with joy that at last her temperature had really subsided. Immediately he fell to his knees and began to thank them for saving his sister. She was his only close person, and since they saved her, now his life is in their hands. Wang replied not to exaggerate, but they helped him for a reason. Mio added that real men don't cry, so he has to get up from his knees. Van helped him to get up, telling him to get up, and then they would talk. Zhu said that although he did not know what they needed, he promised to do everything in his power. Van noticed that he had been living here for a long time. They would like to know the current situation in this city. He wanted him to tell him everything in as much detail as possible. He was surprised by this and thought that Wang would ask him to kill several people or help them get out of this city or kidnap someone. But Wang understood that if that were the case, this MANHUA would be banned. He also decided to introduce himself to him and introduce Officer Milo. Zhu replied that he did not know what they wanted to know, because he would tell every single one of what he knew himself. His name is Zhu and he has only his sister, Yahello. Wang invited him to sit down first and gave him a gift in honor of their first meeting. He was surprised that Wang gave him a real Coke. Zhu shouted a lot and so Wang told him that he spoke more quietly, because the walls have ears, and Zhu apologized. He put a Coke next to her and said that when she wakes up, she will be able to drink a Coke, because she previously adored this drink. Wang understood that although he was rude, but he was so sensitive to his little sister. There are very few such good people in this world. Mio asked him where he served before the post-apocalypse. Mio understood, because he is very agile and his body is in good condition. She thought he was in the special forces. That was the case, but he got injured and retired. Wang was not surprised that Jin valued him so much. He asked about his scar and where he got it. Zhang explained that he got this scar in the northern district when he joined the expansion group. I got this scar after a fight with a zombie. Wang assumed that the expansion group was forcing them to eliminate all the zombies in the north and get food. Zhang replied that there are about 2 million zombies in the north. It is not easy to clean up there. Besides, Mr. Jin has a lot of food. There is so much food that there are enough even for his henchmen. He organized this group just to find gold bars in Bay City. Wang understood that in order to find the golden one, he understood that this Jin was also serious about gold. This Jin used to be in real estate. Back then, people called him Golden. He always forced his clients to sign an agreement. He also gathered several hundred thugs under his command, which made him an unscrupulous real estate magnate even before the post-apocalypse. In addition, he is an ardent fan of gold. Not only does he like to collect gold, but also most of the furniture in his house is made of gold. Even his toilet is made of gold. Wang asked what kind of crime Mayo had arrested him for before. One evening wouldn't be enough for her to tell about all the crimes he had committed. There are simply countless of them. That day she arrested him, and he also intimidated her. Jin told Mayo that with his power and money, he would be out of prison soon. And when that happens, he promised to show her bliss to death. Wang began to get very angry at his words and wanted to beat him. But the officer asked him to calm down because she had not finished yet. Although he was in prison, but the power was still under his control. Before the onset of the post-apocalypse, he escaped along with other prisoners who had previously been his subordinates. Then he started acting willfully again. Mayo didn't expect him to come here and become a local prince. Zhu asked if Wang wanted to confront Jin. Not only does he have enough food, but he also has a whole arsenal, even a tank. Wang did not understand why he would not join his ranks since he was so strong, because it would ensure his sister a good life. Zhu asked if they knew what people in this city were eating besides him and his subordinates. Wang thought it was a meat soup made from rats. Zhu replied that if it were rats, he would accept it all, but this is not the case at all. Here, food is exchanged using Mr. Jin's currency. Every person needs to work hard all day for this currency. Otherwise there is no money, there is no food. Jin wanted to become the most powerful in this city. He said that those people who would join the expansion group and go to surgery once would receive expired bread from Jin's warehouse. And the disabled population had no choice but to fight the zombies. In the beginning, he also did not understand why disabled people could join the expansion group. 5 people against 3 zombies. Zhu didn't realize this until last month. When that month came, he couldn't find food in any way and was forced to join the expansion group. And then he understood everything. Their purpose was only one thing. They were the bait that attracted the zombie king. He is very bloodthirsty. These disabled people gathered in one pile, thereby attracting the zombie king there, and then other people went in search of gold. Van was surprised about the words about the zombie king, because he did not think that zombies have a king. Zhu explained that he is many times bigger than ordinary zombies. His speed and destructive power are amazing. He used to serve in the special forces, so he has good dexterity, and self-preservation is stronger than other people. When he realized that he was just a bait, he got angry and tried to escape. As soon as he was glad that he was lucky to escape from the zombie king, at the same moment this huge creature appeared in front of him. In an instant, the zombie king overtook him, and he felt like a little girl being played with by a huge lion. The zombie king is different from other zombies. In addition to eating people, he seems to enjoy mutilating people. It was the zombie king who left him this scar on his face and literally cut it out on Zhang's face with his claw. After he inflicted the scratch, he managed to escape without knowing why. Jin felt that he was able to resist the zombie king, and therefore he wants to do everything possible to make him join the expansion group again. Wang understood that the fact that he managed to escape from this monster was amazing. The protagonist urgently called the system and she replied that she had no information about the zombie king. Perhaps after updating the system, he will be able to learn more. Van was glad that he had not met such creatures, otherwise he would have already died. Mayo noticed that Zhu still hadn't said what Zhu was giving as food to the locals. Zhu warned them that it would be uncomfortable for them to hear what he would tell them. The people killed by the zombie king were not wasted. They are all brought back to the city, and then mixing the corpses of people with the corpses of zombies. They cook, make soup out of them and distribute them to the townspeople. Van considered it disgusting, because you have to work hard all day, and in exchange he gets soup from the meat of the same exploited person. Zhu also thought that if he became Jin's subordinate, he wouldn't have to eat human flesh anymore, but he couldn't convince himself, but he also couldn't let his sister eat human and zombie meat. Therefore, he had to catch mice in the city or collect edible plants outside the city. But, in the end, my sister started having problems because of this food. Wang said that it was not his fault. In such conditions it is very difficult to make any choice. Wang told Mayo to take the millet and make a thin porridge. That way Sister Zhu can eat when she wakes up. Zhu was surprised that they had millet and Wang replied that he had not only millet and all other food. He opened the bag and there was a cube lying there and immediately he pulled out the sugar and gave it to Mayo to make porridge. Zhu was as surprised as possible, because sugar is a very rare thing. Wang asked him if they would provide his sister with clean food. Would he agree to help them resist Jin? To which Zhu replied that they had saved his sister today. Even if he had to risk his life, he agreed. Van was glad, because he needed a friend in this city right now. Zhu admitted that in fact, he has long been fed up with this Jin. For him, a person's life is insignificant. He was sorry that it was impossible to overthrow him. Van asked not to restrain his ardor. At first, he wanted to sort out these cases so that he wouldn't have to worry about them later and then start acting on the main plan. Wang wanted to send his sister to a safe place first. He added that he had followed the said path and would find their comrades there. He will hand over his sister and they will take care of her. Night came and Jin went to the gate, where he was met by guards who asked if he was going to collect edible herbs with his sister again. Zhu agreed and asked to open the door. The guards understood that he was a very valuable person for Mr. Jin, so they helped him. The guards understood that tomorrow he would go to the city of Bei. He would be lucky if he could return alive, and if he died, then his little sister would go to Mr. Jin. Zhu was in a big hurry and then reached the clown's dining room, where they were approximately. Xiao immediately appeared behind him and ordered them to stop, and if he twitched, he would kill them both. Immediately, she realized that this girl was wearing Wang Bing. Zhu replied that she should not worry, because he told him to find her. He gave Zhu a phone number and said that she would understand everything after seeing him. He handed her the phone number and where Van described everything to her. Xiao understood what was required of her and wanted to do everything as Wang said. She added that Zhu could safely follow her. After we are shown how his sister was already lying in the tent, the girl assured Zhu that he didn't have to worry, because they would take care of his sister. He was touched and thanked them for everything. Lai told Xiao that he looked naive and asked if he was reliable, to which Xiao replied that Wang said he was the most reliable person. Li agreed, because it was Wang himself who said it. After that, we are shown how Zhu was already returning to the city. He asked them to open the gate. A little later, Xiao was already hugging Wang and calling him very smart. Mio also didn't expect that the guards would let them in so easily. The thing is that he had gone out before to collect edible plants, so this did not arouse any suspicion. Wang was glad that Xiao was with him, so he decided to come up with a plan on how they could deal with this pig Jin. Jin's apartment is located on the top floor of this multi-story building. There is also a warehouse of weapons and ammunition. Therefore, this building is closely guarded. Outsiders will not be able to enter there. There are more than 20 people at the entrance alone. Small detachments are constantly patrolling, making sure that there are no outsiders nearby. In addition, even if they can get inside the building, there are also entrances to each floor under surveillance. Wang noticed that he was so well aware of the situation there because he was in the expansion group. He asked me to take him with me. He will also join the expansion group, and then they will think about how to get into that building. Zhu understood that it would not be so easy. To avoid that someone will get scared and run away, they send those who entered the Bay City at gunpoint. To which Wang replied that as soon as there was an opportunity, after they left the city, they would immediately be able to kill everyone. But Zhu understood that it was even more difficult to do this. Jin still has a whole warehouse of weapons and ammunition. In the expansion group alone, there are more than 10 people with weapons in their hands, and they only have a hoe and a crowbar. Wang asked him if Lego would turn over those people who were forced to join the expansion group. Zhu thought it would be very easy, because after all, they do it for food. If only he would give them food, then they would struggle to work. Van picked up the cube again and pulled out the things. He asked him if he would be able to resist them with these things. Zhu thought it was all food, but it was guns, and in such large quantities. Zhu did not understand he took out such valuable things, and the protagonist replied that it was Xiao and Mio's war booty. Before, they had defeated the local biggest gangs in several cities and found it all. Besides, he still has a bunch of other weapons. If possible, you will need to give these weapons to other members of the expansion group, so everyone will no longer be unarmed. Zhu understood that if they all had these things, they could destroy Jin. Wang replied that even though they have weapons, they will have to think on the move according to the circumstances, so they need to be more careful. But he's more worried about Xiao and Mio. He hoped they wouldn't be swallowed alive there. Immediately, the girls changed into more beautiful clothes and the guys were surprised. Xiao asked if Wang liked all this. The guys were excited and Wang asked if it was an Abbey criminal investigation officer's outfit. She realized that Wang wanted Xiao and Mio to seduce Jin. But the protagonist realized that these clothes were not for battle and that he had bought the wrong clothes. He told them to change quickly because these clothes are too dangerous. Wang explained that she wasn't good enough. After all, they can't even fully fasten their fasteners. Besides, the trousers were too tight. It was obvious that they were uncomfortable. And who of Jin's subordinates will be able to restrain himself after seeing them in such attire? But Xiao understood that if this was the case, they could easily enter the enemy's lair. But Wang forbade them to do so. Already in the morning, the commander of the expansion group Li shouted to everyone to listen to him. because he is their head. Starting today, they are under his command. If on the way someone goes against his orders and arbitrarily falls behind the squad, he will immediately kill them without the slightest mercy. Immediately, he drew attention to the man who fell asleep and hit him hard, because he dared to fall asleep while he was talking. He thought it was a great shame that he was going along with them. The bandits began to mock him and mock him. Immediately, Zhu picked up the man and said that many people here can't even eat properly, so they can't be as strong as him. Lai replied that although he respected Zhu, but that didn't mean he could challenge him and asked him to come over. Zhu replied that he did not challenge him, but simply said everything as it is. Lai and Zhu got angry and glared at each other. Wang immediately intervened, apologizing to Lai and calling him magnanimous and that he would talk to Zhu. Wang explained to him that there was no way to come into conflict with them now. They will deal with them after they get out of the city safely. Zhu apologized and added that he shouldn't act so impulsively. Li asked him why he hadn't seen him before and assumed he was a newcomer. He was surprised that the newcomer immediately wanted to join the expansion group. Li noticed that he had a bag and thought that Wang wanted to secretly pick up the spoils of war during the execution of the task. He ordered him to take it off to see what was there. Zhu was angry because he knew that there was a weapon there, but after looking into Lai's bag, he realized that there was nothing there. He warned him that if he found out that he had stolen something, he would kill him and hit him on the head. He shouted that they would now distribute equipment to everyone, and then they would go to Bay City. Zhu asked where the weapon was, because in the morning he saw it lying in the bag, to which Wang replied that it was a secret. Zhu thought that the protagonist was a wizard and was amazed. At this time, Jin was watching everything from the window and asked the accountant Zhang if his plan with Commander Lai would succeed. Zhang asked him not to worry, because last time it didn't work out because they didn't know that the zombie king lives in this area. This time it's different. First, the scapegoats will lure out the zombie king. Then Captain Li and his men will take the gold out of the vault. Jin was pleased, because he would finally be able to fulfill his long-held dream. He wanted his golden statue to be erected in this city. If this is done, Jin will make sure that he and Lai never lack. Zhang was very happy and thanked him. After the bald man asked if there were any good goods lately. Otherwise he had already played enough with those that are in his room. And Zhang wanted to organize it right away. At that moment, on the street, the guys noticed two charming beauties who were heading somewhere. But everyone literally fell in love with them, because they haven't seen beautiful girls for so long. Zio and Mayo approached the man who was handing out the work and asked if there was a job suitable for them. At this moment, everyone had already left the city and was walking past the ruins. Wang felt that the further they went, the worse it got. Zhu replied that this was normal because it used to be the busiest and most densely populated area on the north. When the catastrophe came, many people did not have time to escape and, accordingly, became zombies. No one dared to come here, and here things got worse and worse. Zhu asked when they would start and Wang replied that it was not yet time. This Lai is cunning enough. He put his subordinates behind them. If they do anything wrong, they'll shoot them right away. They were immediately told from behind not to do anything stupid and not to think of running away, because it wouldn't work. He added that he wouldn't tell Li if they helped him. Wang replied that they didn't want to escape and that he was talking nonsense. The man replied that there used to be a lot of people who wanted to run away after joining the expansion group, so he understands why they want to do it, but this time it's different. Jin said if they get great merits, then after returning, he will reward them well. Zhu suggested that it was about finding gold. The man agreed. As soon as he heard about it, he immediately joined the expansion group. According to what Mr. Jin has learned, there is a large amount of gold in the central bank in the north. This is the bank with the highest level of security. When the disaster first began, then gold was still very valuable, so all the banks of the city put their gold reserves there for storage. So now there is an unimaginable amount of gold there. However, after the disaster, people began to worry more about food, so no one thought about it anymore. And now, having freed himself from worries and food, Jin wanted to withdraw all this gold. In order to achieve this goal, this time he ordered everyone to do it and said that everyone would be rewarded for it. Wang considered this information valuable. All the gold of the entire city for the sake of updating the system. He wanted to get these reserves of gold. The bandit shouted to Van to hurry up and not stop, and Wang apologized to him and asked for forgiveness. Wang asked him where he had heard this information from and whether it was reliable, to which the man agreed. It continues with the fact that the man told Wang that he received this information from Jin's henchmen in exchange for half of the bread. Wang didn't know what kind of reward Jin would give for this. After all, he risks his life, gives his last bread in exchange for information. He understood that the man wants to get gold. The man did not understand why he needed it, because gold is useless. He added in secret that the reward would be meat. Lord Jin said that if they helped him move all the gold, he would give each person 10 pieces of chicken paws, 5 pieces of chicken heads and chicken cargo. The reward is very generous, so do not run away. Wang understood that Jin was very cunning. He was able to make these people work for him using this food. It was clear that he was just exploiting people. Ban was interested in this, and added that if his information was really reliable, then he would give him his share later. The man was happy about it and advised him not to regret it. Zhu didn't know if all this would be successful, because they might meet the zombie king. Wang replied that the plans have changed. First they go to look for gold. Zhu replied that he would do whatever he said, under the command of Jin's subordinates. They were slowly approaching Bay City. Everything was deserted there, despite the fact that it was daytime. But because of the huge number of people, a lot of zombies attacked them. In order not to reveal their identities, Wang and Zhu had to use primitive weapons to fight zombies, while others were scared to death and dared to take up arms to resist the zombies. Jin's subordinates only watched from the sidelines. Wang thought they were afraid that their shots would attract even more zombies. Besides, it was clear from their attitude that they were not going to waste bullets on them. With difficulty, they reached the central bank located in the northern district. However, there were a lot of zombies wandering around the bank, so everyone did not dare to approach him and only secretly watched from afar. Li told them to wait, because he was going to talk to others. He replied that they know how to fight, so they just need to find gold reserves and then immediately go out. Upon their return, Mr. Jin will reward them very well. Wang replied to Zhu that everything was fine. He wanted to listen to Commander Lai and find his way. He told the guys that they didn't need to be afraid, because he and Zhu would be their guides, so they should follow them. Li said that he had prepared several bulletproof vests with steel inlay. He added that they should put them on, because vests can save their lives when they meet strong zombies. Wang didn't expect them to give them such good vests. Everyone put them on and were a little surprised. Lai told Zhu not to wear a vest, because Lai has a separate case for him. Van immediately tensed up. Zhu replied that if he was afraid, he could give him the vest, but he wanted to definitely go along with his comrades. Li was angry, because he is the commander of the expansion group, and he dares not to obey him. He asked if he was sure that he wanted to disobey his order, because he would be very sorry. Zhu replied that he would never regret it. Li replied that he wanted to give him a chance, and he was still acting so stupid. It would be better for him if people like him died as soon as possible. Wang whispered to Zhu that he was good, because if he had obeyed, he would not have gone with them. He knew that this guy was very slippery. He definitely had bad intentions. He wanted to deal with it later. At this moment, a plump woman was leading the girls to Mr. Jin. Zio said that since they had already managed to sneak in, why couldn't they find out where their arsenal was? Mayo replied that she couldn't, because Wang had only told them to find out where they kept the gold. Besides, the situation is unclear now. We can't complicate everything. Zio understood that it was just a waste of her talent for such ordinary things. The woman was standing outside the door and shouted that she had brought the girls. The girls greeted the guards and they got very excited and let them in. Opening the door, she shouted, "Why is Jin's advisor here?" She didn't understand why he was like this and where Mr. Jin was. The advisor was sitting half naked with wine and said that Jin told him to choose one first and send the rest to him. The woman did not believe him and shouted that he was a liar. But the advisor told the guards to take the fat woman out and let the beauties in. When the girls came into the office, the advisor said that this was not a bad product, because they were all beauties of the highest class. The girls were very beautiful. The advisor called Jin a dwarf, because he always enjoys the rest. Immediately, he looked at Sayo and did not understand where such a beauty came from. It was definitely a top quality product. He asked the third in order to stay, and the rest can go. Sayo realized that it was her. Mayo didn't know what to do now, because Sayo liked him. The officer thought they should go to Mr. Jin's party. He said again that she could leave and Sayo should stay. Mayo started to panic, and didn't know how to convey this to Wang Bing. She suggested to him that she stay instead of her, because she is still small and took care of him. The advisor started shouting at her to be silent, because he wants to feel love from a young and innocent girl, and not from such a masculine girl. Mayo was angry because he called her a man-like girl. The guard asked her to go faster, and not to keep Mr. Jin waiting. Zio assured her that she would improvise, and therefore Mayo could not worry, and asked her to take care of herself. The officer asked her to be extremely careful and take care of herself. Immediately the door closed and everyone left. The counselor said that they were finally alone and added that she should start. Immediately she went where, and the advisor was very surprised. Zio took a closer look at the knife and the man said that she was so shy. It was a feeling of shyness at first love. Zio took the knife and replied that they would play a little. The advisor was scared and did not understand what she wanted to do. At this moment, we are shown how Zhu, Wang, and the others entered the building. The protagonist asked if he could smell it. The further they go, the stronger he gets. Zhu felt it. This smell is disgusting, like it's the smell of blood and the smell of shit. There are a lot of cut-off rocks along the way. There are definitely zombies hiding here. The man said that Li assured them that it was safe here, but there are zombies here. Wang told him to keep quiet, because if Lai had told them, no one would have gone. Immediately Zhu saw something and told Wang to take a look. It was the very last door. Wang wanted to break it together with Zhu, but the guy shouted at them to wait. After all, Commander Lai told them to just find her. They need to act after they tell the commander about it. The bald man called him stupid, because if they do this, then this Li will take all the credit, and they will not be given anything. They all started banging on the door and wanted to help Wang Bing. They kept knocking, and the zombie king woke up from the sound. The bandit said that Commander Lai had just sent Zhu to certain death, and did not keep him with him. Li replied that he did not know what was good and what was bad, while calling him an ungrateful son of a bitch. The fat one started laughing, because according to rumors he was able to fight off the zombie king. But he doesn't believe it, because there is no one else. And even though Zhu is a blockhead, the fat one offered to recruit a guy next to Zhu, because he did a good job on the way here. Li replied that Wang was a tricky guy, he didn't understand what he was thinking, and he is sick of such people. Besides, if they hadn't sent some smart guys with them, how could they have lured out the zombie king? After we are shown that Wang and others were able to knock down the door, they were glad, because they finally broke down the door. Van asked everyone not to shout, because otherwise they would attract zombies. Zhu asked Wang to come over, because there seems to be another door. He didn't understand how they could open this door. The man looking at the door realized that it was too big and believed that they would not be able to open it even if they tried to blow it up, so they wanted to return to Commander Li. Wang asked them not to lose heart, because maybe they can't open the door, but Wang can. The protagonist began to rummage in his briefcase and took out his cube. Zhu didn't know if they should go back for the others. Immediately, Van took out a huge RPG from his briefcase, which literally surprised all the guys. They did not understand where they got this weapon from, and Wang asked them not to be surprised, because his stocks are not limited to this. He took out a bunch of other weapons, ranging from machine guns to pistols. The guys saw so many weapons and did not understand where the weapons came from, because they are very rare. Wang said it's hard to explain now, but he can assure them that his powers are much greater than they see now. They only need to confront Mr. Jin with him. He will lead their rebellion against Jin. Zhu was still trying to figure out how he was able to get so many weapons. One man thought all his life that the two of them were not as simple as they seemed. It turned out that they wanted to replace Jin. The other man replied that he didn't need it. If he helps to take this gold to Jin, then he will reward him gloriously, and he will live in prosperity. He doesn't want to take any chances. Wang understood that they were scared and therefore asked Zhu to tell them everything he had seen before. He asked if they really think that the system set up by Mr. Jin is aimed at ensuring that everyone has enough food. In fact, everything is like this. The last time he joined the expansion group, he found out. After Zhu told the true truth, everyone began to vomit, because they realized that they had been eating human flesh all this time. Zhu realized that he shouldn't have told everything. The men were angry, because they worked like horses, and as a result, the flesh of their own people was used as food, so he also added zombie flesh there. They all took weapons and wanted to take a chance and kill this evil dwarf. Wang told Zhu that the truth is some guys, so that the videos come out more often. Show your activity by subscribing to the channel and your royal like. Do it now. The more subscriptions, the more videos will be released, and they will be much longer. Let's hit our first 10,000 subscribers. Sometimes very cruel, but it is she who is the driving force for change. Van was glad and asked to trust him and follow him. After he takes the gold, he will provide them with a good life. They replied that if he really could provide them with such a life, then they would follow him. They wanted to kill Jin and divide all the food among the people. Wang understood that he was forcing them to starve and work hard. These people have hated Jin for a long time. Now you just need to provide them with the means and the goal, and then a real riot will break out. Wang ordered everyone to go back, because he would blow up this door now. Commander Lai and his men would hear the sound of the explosion and come running here, and then they should kill everyone. Immediately, Wang fired with an RPG and a strong explosion thundered. Li didn't understand what the noise was and told everyone to get ready. Immediately, a van with a cube appeared out of the smoke and was as surprised as possible. There was not a single scratch on the safe. Zhu approached Wang and asked if it worked, but it did not work out. It is not surprising that before the onset of the post-apocalypse, all the banks of the city moved their gold reserves here. The security of this bank is good enough. Zhu asked what he should do now. Van understood that the fools had heard the sound of the explosion and were now standing ready. Zhu told Wang not to hurry, because it seems to have worked. The door began to open. Immediately the door opened, and they all thought that it was all in vain. The man told Van what he was waiting for, because the door opened and he had to go see how much gold there was. The protagonist realized that it was too quiet and wanted to wait a little. Immediately, a scary zombie ran out of the door and rushed at them. Wang and the others were very scared, but the protagonist did not lose his head and used a fiery hand. But immediately a huge hand grabbed the zombie and dragged it back inside, not having time to use the technique to the end. Wang was scared. He thought it was a huge hand of the same, and Zhu recognized it. It was the hand of the zombie king. The protagonist always thought that the zombie king just runs a little fast and his body is a little bigger than that of ordinary zombies. But judging by what he saw, this is a real monster. Zhu told him that the zombie king only eats people, but that zombie ran out of here not to attack them, but because he wanted to escape. Inside, the zombie king was devouring zombies and crunching them. Zhu shouted that it looked like they would have to fight him. He wanted to attack him altogether, but when he turned around, he was no longer there. Everyone in Van were running away and the protagonist shouted at him to run away and be stupid. Zhu asked to wait for him because he was running away too fast. Immediately, huge red eyes appeared from the safe and immediately he jumped out of the safe. After that, we are shown Li's group, which has prepared for everything. Li told everyone to listen to him and not let any of them out of there, especially until the zombie king comes out. Everyone heard his order and agreed. The men continued running and reached the entrance. They were glad that they had finally reached the exit. Immediately, Wang turned around and saw Zhu running away from the zombie king. Van realized that this was him. He's really very nasty. His body is so big, but still he runs so fast. Wang understood that those people outside wouldn't let them out so easily, since the zombie king has already caught up with them. Then maybe he can win if he tries to fight him. He stopped and used the flaming hand. Zhu asked Wang why he stopped, because the zombie king was about to catch up with them. Van rushed at him with the words, "What is this brainless zombie scary about?" Wang added that whoever prevents him from transferring the gold bars, even if he is a devil, even if he is a deity, he will kill everyone. Wang tried to attack him, but the zombie was much faster and hit him. Van didn't understand what kind of monster it was. Zhu realized that Wang was badly injured and immediately he hit him in the stomach. That Zhu flew away and lost consciousness. The men were glad that they finally came out, because the zombie was very scary. Immediately they were shot near their feet and Li said that no one should move and stand still, because if they take another step in this direction, he will immediately shoot them. The man said it was too late to explain everything. The zombie king was chasing them, so they all needed to retreat. Li shouted that he was in charge here and since he told them to stand, they should stand there. He also noticed the weapon in their hands and assumed that they had found it in the bank. Immediately the guys remembered that they had weapons. They understood that the zombie king would soon come out of the building, and they wanted them to stand here and wait for their death. Immediately they started shooting at them and a heavy firefight began. Li hid behind the car and shouted that his subordinates were vile traitors. The men shouted at him to get out and they killed him. The bandits did not understand where their weapons came from. Besides, they are more powerful than their weapons. Li also didn't know where they came from. The bald man suggested that this could not continue. He suggested that he throw a Molotov cocktail at them and not kill them. Li replied that it was impossible, because if they spent it on this herd, then how would they fight the zombie king? Then a male acquaintance said that Wang's pistols were very cool. He noticed that he was not there. And another man said that this guy who gave them the guns was still inside the building. The zombie king was already here, so everyone was trying to escape. Immediately, the zombie king came out into the street. The man was thinking that Wang and Zhu were already dead. Li was glad that the zombie king had finally come out. The sound of gunshots attracted him. Everyone was panicking because of him and the man told them not to be afraid, because they have weapons so they can kill him. Everyone started shooting at him and wanted this vile brat to die. But all the bullets literally bounced off him, and then another bullet could not penetrate the monster's skin. The man fell to his knees and asked him not to kill him, because he does not want to die. The zombie started drooling, and people realized that he was impenetrable. Bullets did not take him. Immediately, the monster rushed at them and literally trampled one of the men into the ground with his fist. Then he hit another and just killed. The zombie grabbed the guy with one hand and naturally he screamed and asked everyone to save him. He raised it over his head and the guy kept shouting so he wouldn't kill him. But the zombie king did not listen to him and literally tore him in two and screamed violently. The men understood that this time they would definitely die. They wanted to leave and no longer join the expansion group. The monster rushed straight at them and people asked them to help. The man immediately began to spin the incomparable wheel of fire and wind. He hit another guy with fire and he told him to throw at the zombie king, not at him. They smelled a strange smell and realized that there was explosives in this vest. Immediately he began to burn violently and immediately there was a strong explosion and everyone flew away. Li told them to throw all the Molotov cocktails at these scapegoats. Let them die together with the zombie king. They threw bottles at people and they flared up and exploded. The zombie king got angry and started growling. After that, they show us that Van is unconscious. The system appealed to him to wake up as soon as possible. Van opened his eyes and did not understand who was making such a noise. The system was glad that he finally woke up, because if he dies in a post-apocalyptic world, then everything will end. Wang believed that the system should cheat and help him. But there is no cheating function in the system. Wang was not happy and was badly injured. He noticed that Zhu was also injured and asked the system how his condition was. Zhu is still showing signs of life, he's just unconscious. She advised him to take care of himself. If he does not attend to his wound, he will die from excessive blood loss. He didn't understand what had happened. He put his hand to the wound and then sniffed his fingers. He realized that the vest was full of gunpowder. They weren't going to let them go alive. From the very beginning, they were cannon fodder. Van was in a lot of pain. He didn't know if he was going to die like this. He felt something in his pocket and took out a lighter. The system did not understand why he took out a lighter. She thought he wanted to burn himself out of desperation. But Wang told her to keep quiet, because he is not such a weakling. Immediately, he remembered the moment when he gave Li the cigarettes. At that moment, Li asked him to wait, because he also has something. He threw him a lighter. He didn't understand why he needed it, because he doesn't smoke. To which Li replied that he was not giving it to him so that he would start smoking. He gives him his talisman. He hoped it would bring him luck. Wang thanked him and said that he would take care of him and would always carry him with him. Wang took off his vest and looked at his wound. She was still bleeding. He knew that if he didn't take care of this wound, he would really die here. He had nothing, so he had only one way to escape. He clenched his teeth tightly with a t-shirt and lit a lighter and cauterized his wound. Van began to scream violently and even cry in pain. Then he got up and went straight to the safe with a laugh. He understood that he would not waste his strength in vain. The wound he received is worth it, because he found so many gold bars. Van found a zombie without hands, who told him to draw a card. He was constantly telling Van to draw up a card, and the woman was talking about a bag. The protagonist understood that they were also suffering a lot. After they became zombies, the zombie king made them his backup food. He apologized, because he can't help them. Van saw a lot of gold and asked how much there was. The system reported that there is 30.163 kilograms of gold here. It takes 25,000 kilograms of gold to upgrade the system. She asked if Wang wanted to update the system. The protagonist agreed, because he is just waiting for the moment when, after updating the system, he will be able to buy skills in the store that will turn his defeat into victory. He didn't want to give in to the zombie king. The system heard him and started updating itself. The update is complete. The system space has been increased to 150 squares. The function of the first level store has been opened. He didn't understand what kind of first level store it was. He shouted that the system was a fraud, because for such an amount of gold, it opened only a bunch of question marks. The system informed him that trading involves mutual benefit to both sides. Therefore, he cannot call her a fraud. In the future, with each update, he can unlock 4 items in the store, and the higher the level, the more amazing things he will be able to buy. Wang was not happy that a new update was needed to unlock. He now urgently needs an item or function for cheating. Due to the fact that he was overexcited, the wound opened and it hurt him. The system asked him not to be angry. She advised him to watch everything to the end. A pleasant surprise awaits him there. These are the items he can currently buy. Wang replied that each lottery game cost 50 kilograms of gold. And here each item costs 50 kilograms of gold. The system replied that the lottery is a gambling game. It's all about luck. And in the store, under these question marks, there are items that have good quality and a reasonable price. Van could buy a set of weapons, where there were 1,000 bullets, 3 RPGs, and 5 hand grenades. There are also miraculous beans that restore the player's physical and mental strength to a normal state, as well as restores blood. Beginner experience pack, 1,000 experience for a specific skill, and a book of random attributes. Van thought about the fact that he should buy 10 miracle beans first. Otherwise, even if he does not die at the hands of the zombie king, he may die if an infection gets into the wound. The zombie king's skin looks very thick. He thought that even if he bought ammunition, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. He even thought about buying a book of random attributes and raising the level of the flame hand. Then maybe he could fight the zombie king, but now he can't even get close to him. He can also buy this item to increase the skill experience. Wang told the system that he was buying beans and an experience package for beginners. These items were provided to them. Now she is waiting for the next update to get better things. Wang understood that consuming 1 miracle bean would help him. He also used 10 experience packs for beginners. The flaming hand skill has been upgraded by 1 level. Van was all glowing yellow and the zombies asked him to issue a card and buy a bag. Immediately they got up and began to approach him. Van opened his eyes and was glowing all over. At this time, the zombie king was destroying all the people. He stepped on a person and then picked up the poor guy and growled violently. Lie spat. He was surprised that he was able to destroy all the subordinates so quickly. He is afraid of him. Lee wanted to prove it to him because he will finish him off today. If weapons and grenades do not take him, then he will have to fight hand to hand. Lee dropped the submachine gun and took out a chainsaw, telling him to come up. The zombie king growled and lunged at him. Lee also ran with the words that he would fight him to the very end. The king tried to hit, but Lee hit him back with a chainsaw. The zombie was furious and Lee raised the chainsaw above him. He tried to hit him, but the zombie king dodged and immediately attacked right in the face with an uppercut. Lee flew into the air and the zombie king tried to finish him off, but immediately his hand was chained. He turned around and saw Zhu behind him, who was holding him with the last of his strength. Lee was surprised that he wasn't dead yet and came to save him, to which Zhu replied so that he wouldn't misunderstand. He left his dog life to take revenge later. After all, they do not consider human life. They made them the bait of the zombie king, so they also gave them vests with gunpowder inside. Zhu shouted that when they were done with the zombie king, he would fight Lee until his last breath. Lee started to get up and realized that it was not for nothing that the gentleman liked him and replied that when they finished with the zombie king, he would fight him to the bitter end. The zombie king growled and Lee jumped straight at him. At this moment, the man was thinking about gold supplies and that he had to get to these supplies. He knew that after the onset of the post-apocalypse, he was living like a ghost and finally had a chance to start from scratch, so he wanted guys, so that the videos come out more often. Show your activity by subscribing to the channel and your royal like. Do it now. The more subscriptions, the more videos will be released and they will be much longer. Let's hit our first 10,000 subscribers. He wanted to succeed. Now that he thinks about it, he never did anything to the end. After graduating from university, he used drawing Manhwa as an excuse to stay at home and play computer games. So he wasted his time and now he has become a 40-year-old man. He thought that he would be able to live his whole life this way, but he did not expect the onset of the post-apocalypse. He asked his father what he was doing and thought it was because he asked him for money. He asked him not to approach, shouted and cried. Immediately, the mother saved her son and shielded him with herself. She told him to leave quickly. Now he has to take care of himself. She asked him to survive, because she would no longer be able to take care of him. The son screamed and immediately they show us the real ones. He shouted that he would definitely survive for her. Immediately, Van came up to him. The man was glad that Wang was still alive. He grabbed him by the hand and asked if there was gold in that bank for Jin. If not, then his bread has gone in vain. He wanted to hear if there was gold there or not. Wang replied that there was more than 20,000 kg of gold inside. He did not give bread for this information in vain. The man was glad that the man had not deceived him. He was glad that he had finally done one thing and let go of Wang's hand. Wang understood that up to this moment he had been worried about finding gold for Jin. And all this is only because Jin will give them some leftovers. He doesn't even know his name. In fact, for the sake of survival, they threw away their dignity and their ideals. I show us the corpses of people and that this man had no legs. But he lived for so long. Wang got angry and promised them that even though he didn't know their names, he would help get rid of this Jin. At this moment, Lee and Zhu continued to fight the zombie king. He threw it back to the car and tried to attack. But Lee appeared in time, who cut his hand. Lee shouted that he was not afraid of this zombie and that he would kill him. Immediately, he attacked him in response with his hand in the stomach and punched his abs. Lee flew off hard and the zombie wanted to finish him off with its claws, but Zhu grabbed the pole and jumped on him. He drove a piece of iron right into his hands and punched it through, from which the zombie king roared in pain. Immediately, a huge hand appeared in front of him and grabbed Zhu while squeezing him hard. The monster continued to crush him and Zhu lost consciousness, which made the zombie king smile maliciously. After we are shown how Van ran at high speed to the road and was able to run straight to the zombies. The king turned around, and I saw Van in front of me, who was moving very fast. He tensed up a lot and jumped up, while using his fiery hands. Wang shouted that he had just almost killed him. Now he had come to take revenge on him for it. Wang used a flaming hand and a huge golden Buddha appeared in front of the zombie king. A moment later he was pinned to the ground and when he got up, there was a trace of a huge palm on the asphalt. Wang grabbed Zhu at that moment and jumped down from there. They landed on the car and Van asked him how he was in to hold on. Zhu woke up and told Wang to run because the zombie king is here. He knew he wouldn't last long. Zhu asked him to take care of his sister. Van didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He didn't want to let him die so easily. He gave him beans for Zhu to eat. Immediately Zhu felt better and began to recover. Zhu felt that after he ate the beans, his breathing returned to normal, his leg did not hurt and there were no more wounds. He didn't know what he had given him to eat. Wang asked him not to think about it. He should have stayed here and waited for him. In the meantime, he will go deal with this monster. Zhu asked him to wait. He also wanted to go, because the more people, the better. Wang told him that he was injured, so he would only distract him. Wang strained his legs and jumped very far with the words that he should take care of himself. Looking at him, Zhu understood that Wang could get any kind of weapon, and he also jumped superhumanly high. He immediately realized that Wang was a wizard. At this moment, the zombie king pulled out a pillar from his hand. Van was already standing behind him and he told him that his insides almost came out from his blow, so he wanted to make up for everything. Wang asked the system if there was any information about the Zombie King after the update. She informed him that although he had updated the system, his level was still low, so there was no information about the Demon King right now. He asked to see her attribute panel. The Quick Feet skill has reached its maximum value. Agility has increased and reached 153, energy has increased by 12 points. Increased the skill of Fast Feet. He had used up 15 points of spiritual power. His current damage is 202 points. Wang understood that this was not enough. He now has 450 points of inner strength, which means he can use the Quick Feet skill to the full for only 30 seconds. He had to deal with this Zombie King in those 30 seconds. The system informed him that he had made a mistake. He had already used this skill, so he had 330 points of inner strength left. He was angry that she had just told him that now. The system added that he does not have a defense skill, so it is only necessary for this zombie to remove it several times, and he will die. Wang decided to ask another question. What would happen to him if all his inner strength was completely used up? She explained to him that the Flaming Palm skill does not require inner strength. However, if he uses up all of his inner strength, he won't be able to use other skills. Simply put, Wang only had 20 seconds to finish this fight. The system also told him not to lose heart, because she is a caring system and will help him. She is going to count down the seconds and asked him to get ready. The zombie was preparing to attack him. Van was angry that it would be all her help. The Zombie King hit the ground and the countdown began. Wang managed to dodge his punch and ended up behind him. He immediately used his flaming hands and rushed straight at him and stabbed him right in the back. The zombie growled violently and tried to hit him, but Wang easily dodged and was behind him again and used a flaming palm to hit the zombie in the face. There are 14 seconds left and Van continued to strike at the muzzle. Immediately, he growled violently in pain. Wang was glad, because he was finally able to inflict a wound on him. He believed that this time he could kill him, but then a zombie attacked him and Wang realized that he had lost his vigilance. He flew far away and hit right into the car. The Zombie King was also writhing in pain and bleeding. Wang understood that he was incredibly strong. He had the feeling that all his bones were broken. The system told him to eat a miracle pill in battle to restore his physical strength. Van ate it with the last of his strength and began to recover. He asked the system how much inner strength he had left. She informed him that he only had 150 power points left. Wang understood that he would be able to use the Quick Feet skill for about 10 seconds. And although this freak has a very rough and thick skin, it seems that in the area of the head it is very thin. The zombie growled violently and Wang tensed up. He understood that he needed to attack his head, but first he needed to find a way to tie it firmly. Van paid attention to the chain and the zombie ran at him. Van jumped back and immediately used a flaming palm and literally threw cars. They flew up into the air and fell on the Zombie King, but he easily threw them away. Immediately, Van jumped and grabbed the chain, and the zombie knocked on the car. He growled violently and Wang grabbed his arm with a chain. He was very surprised by this. Wang realized that Chu was right. Zombie loves to kill, but he forgets about everything and thinks only about the fight. Thanks to this, he had a chance. He would show him what martial art means. Wang started pulling him hard and the system informed him that the Quick Feet skill was activated again and therefore the countdown began. The Zombie King was shackled and Van tied him up. Wang continued to run around him while tying the chain. The zombie growled strongly and Wang tied him firmly. Then he jumped up and jumped right on top of his head. Wang wanted to see if he could fight him after that. Immediately, the zombie began to stagger and Wang shouted that he did not resist. He growled even more and almost broke out of the chain. Wang knew that the iron chain would not hold him for long. Therefore, he needs to solve everything in one blow. He used the flaming palm again and the Zombie King's eyes began to burn strongly red. The system informed him that he had used up all his inner strength. Immediately, a green liquid flew out of him and Zhu ran towards his cry. He heard his voice and thought something had happened to him. He saw Wang, who was screaming and holding his head. He asked him if he was okay. Zhu didn't understand what had happened here. The Zombie King was dead and Li said that Wang had killed him. He was wondering who he was. Li understood that he was not only incredibly strong, but also very fast. His eyes couldn't even keep up with him. However, unfortunately, some brain matter of the Zombie King had just been sprayed into his eyes. He was thinking about what he was infecting with a virus now. Zhu started to approach him and said he would send him back for treatment right away. Li shouted at him not to approach him, because he would soon become a zombie. Immediately, Wang began to mutate and growled violently. He had fangs, veins all over his face and body, and his eyes shone with a bright red color. The system warned him that a virus had been detected invading the player's physiological system. Congratulations appeared on the fact that he activated a hidden task, revered by all zombies. Wang could reject it or accept it. Wang didn't know what the hidden mission was. He had never encountered such tasks when playing computer games. He had two options. If he refuses the task, the system will give him a type of blood serum, which will make him completely immune to the zombie virus, but it can only be used once. And if he accepts the task, the system will give him a type B blood serum, which will make him semi-immune and able to think independently. But he will become half human and half zombie. In other words, if Wang accepts the task, the inactivated virus will make him physically stronger, but there will be side effects. Van understood that being a zombie was disgusting. But he didn't know what the task was and what the side effects were. The system explained that the task is to kill all the zombie kings in the world. The more zombie kings there are, the more experience and rewards they will get. Wang asked when it would be considered completed. The task will be fully completed only when the player kills all the zombie kings. After accepting the task, the player will have zombie skills, and the side effect is that with each advance to a new level, his thirst will also increase. From now on, he will have an additional item in the attribute panel, anger, which will help him use zombie skills. But if he rejects the task, then he will no longer have such an opportunity to use the zombie skill. The system added that the virus is starting to act and he has little time left, so he should make a choice faster. Van was not happy that he had to make a decision faster, and he understood that no one would want to become such a monster. But if he does not accelerate and become stronger, then the next time he meets such a monster, he will die, and if he meets one, not two, but a whole bunch, even more so. He didn't know if he would be able to resist them with his current abilities. That the degree of complexity of this post-apocalypse is much more complicated than he imagined. Wang remembered Xiao. After Maio and everyone else, he understood that if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to protect them, let alone search for gold in unknown places. The system added that as soon as he completes the task, he will be given a type of blood serum as a reward, and then he will be able to decide whether he wants to remain human or not. Van got angry because she hadn't told him that before. The system explained that he had not asked her about it and again asked her to think carefully about everything. Wang understood that later he would be able to become a human, so he decided to try to become a monster and accepted the task. They show us how Van fell to his knees and began to burn like a red fire and yelled. Li said he said Wang would turn into a zombie. Zhu ran to him and asked him to hold on. He took hold of his shoulder and added that Xiao and Maio were waiting for him to return. Li noticed at that moment that there were too many zombies. He shouted whether Zhu was crazy. He called him with him or he too would turn into a zombie and die. Lai understood that if it wasn't for Zhu, he would have already died. He replied that he was not such trash as Lai. If he wanted to leave, he could leave, and Zhu did not want to leave Wang. Li did not understand why he resisted and said that they had to go, and if he did not go with him, he would kill him. Zhu turned around and shouted for him to shoot, because he did not want to abandon his comrade. He brought Wang Bing here. He still needs to repay him for saving his life. He didn't want to leave him like this, even if he became a zombie. And if so, then he will end it all. Li called him a stubborn ass and realized that he was really looking for death. Wang grabbed his shoulder and said he didn't know Zhu was so tough, because he wanted to finish him off, but he attaches too much importance to a sense of duty. Wang knew that he was not mistaken in him. Wang was completely fine and Zhu was overjoyed. The system informed him that he had unlocked a new mode and his attributes had increased. He saw that new zombie skills had appeared and asked the system to show them. Additional nutrition. When eating fresh meat, he will be given points for all kinds of attributes. Viral shield. The virus inside his body promotes the hardening of his skin and will act as a shield. Van realized that these skills are just great, but he definitely didn't want to eat zombies. Only when he thinks about it he starts to feel sick. Supervision, night vision. Van's eyes are not affected by smoke and heat, strengthening the body. When using this skill, its defense will increase by 50 points and strength by 30. Zombie brain biocurrents. With this skill, Van will be able to control 2 zombies. The system added that when using zombie skills, you cannot use the experience book, but as the player's level increases and the number of zombies killed, his personal skills will also increase. Wang thanked the system and it left. Li was shocked that Wang was fine and added that it was time for them to leave. He ordered them to leave here quickly, because more and more zombies are coming here. Soon they will surround them, and he does not want to die. Zhu was surprised that they were just standing there and not attacking them, and Wang explained that they were afraid. Zhu was surprised and did not understand what they were so afraid of. They were afraid of Wang because he had just killed their zombie king. Now he is the new zombie king for them. Zhu asked Wang to wake up and thought he had hit Wang hard in the head. Van understood why he didn't believe and therefore wanted to show him. He activated the skill. The zombie brain biostream and 2 zombies began to approach, which caused Zhu to panic. Zhu added that Wang should get ready, because together they would overcome them. But Wang ordered them to kneel and they fell. Zhu was shocked that Wang Bing was able to bring them to their knees, and Lai was angry that they ignored him. Zhu asked him if he really did it and Wang ordered the zombies to take off all their vests, pull out the gunpowder inside and put it on their bodies and on the corpse of the zombie king. and the zombies went to do it, and Zhu was even more shocked. Lee noticed that he had killed the zombie king, so he also controls zombies, and did not understand who he was and what purpose he had. Wang replied that it didn't matter who he was, but he knew exactly who they were. They are all who serve Jin, inhumans. They make people work like horses for them, so they also use them as food and cannon fodder. Wang called them scum, even more disgusting than the zombie king. Lee replied that he did not consider himself to be someone outstanding. He wanted to kill him and shot him. He got into the body, but Wang said he was fine. The bullet just bounced off him. He was in a little pain, and that was all. He realized that the virus shield is really effective. In an instant, the virus hardened his skin where the bullet should have hit. Lee realized that Wang is the same as the zombie king. That is, he is not afraid of bullets. Lee didn't want to die at Wang's hands and put a gun to his head, and Wang immediately ran up to Lee, hit him. He flew to the ground, and Wang told him that he wouldn't die so easily. After he is done with these bodies, he will make him feel the pain and despair that other people have experienced. Lee began to beg for forgiveness and clemency. It all continues with the fact that the zombies poured gunpowder on the zombie king, and Wang lit the paper and was preparing to set it all on fire. Zhu understood that he wanted to burn the corpses of other people for the reason that they would not be eaten by zombies later. He threw a flint on the corpse and it caught fire, but Zhu did not understand why he was also getting rid of the corpse of the zombie king. Wang explained that there are two reasons. First, if other zombies eat his flesh, they can become stronger. Second, now he could see his memories and feel his despair. The zombie king used to be a human too. He was once the boxing champion of this city. He won a lot of gold belts. He also had a wonderful happy family. But all this was destroyed when the post-apocalypse came. He ran into the house saying that he had taken enough supplies that would last them for several weeks. But when I came in, I was just desperate. After all, there were zombies there. They had already killed his wife and were eating her hands. He immediately threw at them to destroy them. The zombie king was burning, and Zhu began to cry, because this story made him remember his parents. If not for his sister, maybe he would have already become a zombie too. Lee shouted for them to pay attention to him. He realized his mistake, so he asked them to leave together from here. He asked them to take him with them. He will tell Jin to reward them well. To which Wang replied that he and Qin had sent them here and had not thought of taking them back at all. Even if they did, it would only be to cook food from their flesh. Why, predicted Zhu, because they had just fought together against the zombie king. He claimed that he realized his mistake, but Zhu was indifferent. The zombies noticed him and started growling. Lee shouted at the zombies not to approach him and assured them that he was not tasty. Lee was very scared, but the zombies rushed right at him. Wang got into the car and told Zhu to sit next to him because they were returning to the city. Zhu didn't understand what they would do after they arrived in the city. Wang replied that they would act according to the plan. He wanted to see how things were going with Xiao and Officer Maio. He wanted to destroy this Jin. At this moment, the girls were standing near Mr. Jin's door. The guard let them in and told them to come in and take good care of Jing. Maio understood that there was a terrible place there and could not guess what kind of brothel was inside. There was a gorgeous place where there were girls and even a swimming pool. The dwarf ran after the girl with the words that he would make her feel good when he caught up with her. Everyone was enjoying their time and just relaxing. There was great food on the table and a lot of booze. Maio understood that he lived in luxury while others lacked all these benefits. This fat man really uses dishonest methods. Then Jin grabbed one girl and told her to go with him. The girl replied that new girls had come so he could play with them. He was very interested in them and therefore wanted to check the goods. That his mouth was already watering. One girl said she was very plastic and capable. Another could tie a knot with her tongue and offered to look. The third asked Jin not to listen to them because she is much more capable. Maio saw the immoral behavior and therefore covered her eyes. The girls touched Jin all over and wanted to serve him. Jin asked them not to hurry because he needs the one who has everything real. He'll know which one of them is a first-class thing when they jump up. He added that each of them should jump as high as they can. The one who jumps the highest can stay with him here for a month and live in prosperity. All the girls started jumping and assured that each jumped the highest. Maio was very angry at Jin. She wanted to overthrow him rather than beat him up. At the same time, in the camp, Xiao got out and looked around. She saw a guard with a weapon in front of her. She asked Jin's secretary if he wanted to die, because she told him to take her to the weapons depot, but there are so many guards here. She asked if he wanted to ruin her. He asked not to hit him. In fact, there is a back door here. He will take her there. Xiao wasn't happy that he hadn't told her earlier. She ordered him to get her through quickly, otherwise she would immediately kill him. They immediately went quietly, and after she cut the box with a knife, Xiao realized that there were weapons and ammunition in these boxes, to which the advisor replied that it was far from a weapon because they have even cooler ones. Xiao was interested and asked to show them faster. The advisor could certainly show, but it's still a big secret. She won't be able to watch them just like that. He offered her a deal. After she looked, she would kiss him. Xiao started yelling at him and assured him that she would only kiss Wang Bing. She understood that he had gone crazy and started dreaming about the impossible, to which the advisor replied that he would be glad to die at the hands of a beautiful girl. But if she did not agree, she would not know where this back entrance was. Xiao had to agree and said that if he really found and showed her an awesome weapon, then so be it, she would kiss him. At that moment, Zhu and Wang were driving up to the city gate. Zhu shouted that they were back and asked to open the doors faster. They were asked why there were only 2 of them and where the other members of the expansion group were. Wang explained that they had met the zombie king in the northern district. Captain Li and his men died trying to protect them while they were carrying the gold. The guards understood that Li could not protect them, so until Wang told them the truth, they would not come in. Immediately, Wang lifted the veil and there was gold lying there. Wang replied that if they didn't believe, they could look at these gold bars. He and Zhu brought it, but there are even more ingots in the northern region. Wang asked if Jin needed these ingots. The voice on the loudspeakers was glad that they were able to find the gold and ordered the others to let them in. Zhu asked Wang Bing to be careful. Wang assured him that there was no need to worry, because they would act according to the plan. At that moment, the dwarf took his Rolexes and asked the girls if they could see this watch. He threw them into the pool and said that whoever gets him first will live with him here for a month in prosperity. All the girls rushed to get the watch, saying that it belonged to them. Mayo understood that this fat man was very cunning. Immediately, the girl put her hand on Mayo and she asked what she needed. She introduced herself as her. This is Mr. Jin's mistress. She can call her sister Y. Mayo decided to find out if she had any orders for Mayo. Y replied that there was no order. In fact, as soon as she walked in, Y realized that Mayo was different from other cheap women. Mayo suggested that Y was beginning to doubt her motives for coming here. Y considered her much more reliable than others. They only want to get close to Jin for the sake of short-term benefits. She needs someone to hold Jin together with her. If they hold on to Jin, they won't have to be afraid in this post-apocalyptic world. She will be guaranteed a life of abundance. Y asked Mayo how she was and if she would become her ally. Mayo was very embarrassed and asked not to come so close. Of course Mayo needs support. If Y agrees, then she is ready to obey her. Mayo realized that she wanted to win her over to her side. It scared her a lot, but why did she feel so uncomfortable when she got close to her? Y offered her a drink, because in the future they could become the best friends. Immediately, Y noticed that she still did not know her name and Mayo introduced herself with a wrong name. She understood that since she was Jin's mistress, it meant that a lot of information could be learned through her. She wanted to find some way so that she could find out where Jin's gold was stored. At that moment, there was already security around the car and a fat girl came out and said that they had come so badly, because Jin is having fun now. Wang replied that they risked their lives, brought the gold here. The protagonist was sure that Jin would be glad to hear this news. The girl agreed and gave a special sign. The guards pointed their weapons at them and Zhu asked what they were doing. Wang asked if she really wanted to take away their achievements. He assured her that they didn't need any rewards from Jin, to which the girl told him not to pretend. In fact, Jin knows their real identities. As soon as they arrived in this city, Jin recognized him and that girl. During his speech, he drew attention to the left. He saw and remembered the beautiful policewoman who had arrested him before. He didn't expect her to come to him by herself. He was wondering what would happen now. Wang did not think that this little man had a good memory. He realized that Jin still remembered Mayo. It was said that a gang of wild sharks suffered serious losses due to one policeman named Mayo and several people. She asked Wang if it was them. She thought they were very brave if they dared to come straight to Jin. Man wanted to explain everything to begin with, but the guard raised his weapon and swung his butt at the back of his head. Zhu shouted, "How is he?" And the guard ordered him to stand still. The girl started laughing, because according to Jin's plan, she grabbed them. She believed that she was indeed Jin's most capable woman. Guys, so that the videos come out more often, show your activity by subscribing to the channel and your royal like. Do it now. The more subscriptions, the more videos will be released and they will be much longer. Let's hit our first 10,000 subscribers. When Van was lying on the ground, he woke up. 2 big guys were dragging him in the building. Van was conscious all the time. He didn't know how Xiao and Mayo were doing there. Officer Mayo doesn't know yet that Jin recognized her. Now everything has become more complicated. He thought it was Jin's location, but he wondered why there wasn't a single guard here. And this place is in bad condition. They threw him on the floor. The guard asked nothing that they left him here, because Wang could have done something. To which the other guard replied that Sister Y was here, so everything was safe and you could leave. Wang was surprised that they dared to throw him on the floor and therefore wanted to take revenge. Immediately, the door opened and 2 people in cloaks and hoods came out. They picked him up and dragged him to a chair. A second later they sat him down and tied his arms and legs to a chair. He was surprised that he was tied up and did not know what they were going to do. The lights came on and Jin appeared, who said that the game was starting. Previously, When he was in business, he had to deal with some little thief who, not appreciating a good attitude, tried to resist Jin. The dwarf suggested that when they saw him, they thought he was some kind of stupid pig. But Jin found out their plans. He added that the young ones were still far away from him. He shouted at him to stop pretending to be asleep. He hit him hard with the whip and Wang woke up. The protagonist was glad that he had a viral shield. Otherwise there would be no living place left of him, but it hurts insanely. Van asked him, since he found out their intentions, why didn't he kill them right away? Wang suggested that he wanted to offer them cooperation. Jin started laughing at his words. Because why would he cooperate with the meat on the chopping board? Van did not understand why he tied him up and agreed to return all his gold to him. Jin replied that it had been a long time since he had played with such excitement, and now someone dared to challenge him. Jin has a good game with him. He ordered the lights to be turned on and the floodlights turned on, which shone on Wang and Jin with people. Wang was surprised when he saw Officer Mayo bound and unconscious. Wang was angry and shouted what he was going to do. Jin asked him not to worry, because he just wants to have a little talk with Officer Mayo. And immediately the girls took off their hoods. Behind them were very beautiful girls in vulgar costumes. Wang didn't want them to touch Officer Mayo. He asked if he could consider himself a man if he offended a woman. If Jin wants to do something, he can do it with him. Jin talked to the girls and asked them to show their love to Officer Mayo, but not too amused. The girls assured that they would take good care of her. Jin shouted with drool that he wanted Wang to watch them play with his beloved woman. Van realized that this fat man is also a pervert and he wants to do something perverted with her. At this time, Zhu was being led somewhere. They warned him not to do any tricks and that he should go faster. Zhu understood that things were bad because Wang Bing's plan had failed. Given Jin's character, he wouldn't let them die so easily. He will definitely make fun of them first. Now we need to act according to the circumstances. What can we say about Wang Bing? Zhu's own life is under threat. He believed they thought he was the one who killed the zombie king, so they put 4 people to him. They were all sweating profusely and looked scared. Zhu didn't know what kind of punishment they had come up with for him. He assumed that he had to submit to fate, but he can't help but worry about his sister. He didn't know what to do. Immediately the wall was broken and the tank began to leave. Everyone was shocked that someone decided to release the big guy. The advisor was tied to the muzzle and shouted for someone to save him. He shouted that they were just standing around and had to save him. Immediately, everyone started running away and shouting that they had to run because they would be killed. The advisor believed that they were geeks once saved him. He promised to make sure that Jin sentenced all of them to death. Someone asked why Zhu was here and he recognized the voice. It was Xiao. She climbed out of the hatch and asked where Wang Bing was, because they had been together before. Zhu said that they had fallen into a trap. Wang Bing was taken away by Kizan and they should hurry up and save him. Xiao was very unhappy with this. At that moment, Wai wanted to inject her with a syringe with some medicine. She promised it was a good thing. Van asked to be untied faster. If they want to do something, they should do it to Van. He asked them not to touch Milo. Wang was angry because he had used up his inner strength when he fought the zombie king. Right now, even if he tries, he still won't be able to squeeze out even a drop of inner strength. Van was immediately gagged. Jin was not happy that he likes to make noise, and it would be better for him to worry not about others, but about himself. Jin admitted that before the post-apocalypse, even if he had a lot of money, he still could not play enough. He only dabbled a little and that's all. But after the onset of the post-apocalypse, he could play with them, the brutes, as he pleased. He just loved the post-apocalypse. Wang realized that this fat man was indeed a mistake of nature. He plays with people's lives as he pleases. Jin admitted that Wang was his 18th male toy. He's going to take good care of him today. Immediately, he bit him on the ear and it became very painful for Van. He wanted to tear him to pieces. Wai injected something to Mayo. Another girl said that the effect of this medicine is very fast. She wanted to look at this muzzle. Wai admitted that it is an aphrodisiac that can cure even the lack of libido. Others have not yet come up with anything better than this remedy. The girl wanted to try first. The girl kissed Mayo when the officer asked them to stop. Immediately, she grabbed the Mayo melons and squeezed them hard. They started groping and kissing her, and Officer Mayo begged them to stop. Immediately, Wai moved on to her dumpling. Mayo started crying and begged Wang Bing to save her. Wang was watching all this, and Jin tried to bite off his ear, but it didn't work out. Jin was angry that he couldn't do it and thought it was made of rubber. Wang asked the system, even though he can't use inner strength, but that doesn't mean he can't use zombie abilities with anger. He was surprised that when he wants to use body strengthening, there is no reaction. He noticed that he definitely had 400 anger points, and now it's only 80. The system explained that as Wang calms down, his anger indicators will decrease to 0. But now they were attacked, so the virus shield worked and, accordingly, anger points were deducted for this. Wang believed that the system had deceived him again. He did not know that these abilities work in this way. The system asked him not to be discouraged ahead of time. This has its advantages. With each of his blows, his skills will increase. Immediately he hit him on the shoulder with a whip. Although due to the strengthening of the body, he will not receive any injuries, but this does not mean that he does not feel this pain. Jin was glad that there was a person who could withstand so many lashes and not faint. It was a lot of fun for him. Immediately, he swung and hit Wang in the face with a whip. At this time, Myo was hanging and was very excited. Wai realized that the medicine had already taken effect. That's why I wanted to play with her. She took a knife and cut her costume from behind. Wang didn't understand what they were going to do to Officer Myo. The back of the suit was completely cut off and her back was visible. Wai shouted that the real game was starting and hit her with a whip, from which Myo was terribly hurt, and there was a huge mark on her back from the blow. The other swung a baton, saying that she should get ready properly. She hit her and Myo screamed. Because of this, Wang began to get very angry and purple veins went through his body. Anger was at 90 points and his hands started twitching. Jin rushed at him with his fists. He started punching him in the face. The system activated the virus shield, which caused anger to drop by 20 points. Jin was breathing heavily because he was already tired. He was angry that Wang was able to hold out until this moment. He started beating him up even more. Anger constantly faded away, and the virus shield increased in level. Wang understood that if this continued, even if he didn't die, it would still hurt like hell. He didn't know what to do. At this time, the tank fired a shell and everyone scattered. Zio put the barrel to the bandit and ordered him to shoot well. Immediately, everyone began to run away because they could not do anything against the tank. Ju stood on top and shot the others with a gun. The advisor shouted to the bandits to save him as soon as possible and not to run away without him. Ju was immediately noticed by ordinary people. They asked him where he got the weapon from and assumed that he had invaded Mr. Jin's arsenal. They thought that he wanted to start a riot. Ju confirmed that Jin and the others don't take them for people, so they have to fight them back. He wanted to fight them all together. Only by rallying together could they overthrow Jin. Immediately, the bandits aimed at the tank with a bazooka. Another bandit asked them to wait, because Accountant Zhang is still on the tank gun. Then the bald man noticed that he had no brains at all. If they deal with these rioters and Zhang dies, then it means that they will be promoted immediately. The bandit agreed with him and told them to shoot. Another bandit took aim and wanted to show them his real strength. He pulled the trigger, and immediately other people jumped up and hit Buncha on the head and the rocket flew forward. Because of the guy's blow, the rocket flew past the tank. Zhu turned around and saw that people started beating the bandits and shouting at them that they did not consider them to be people. Zhu was glad that they had all rallied, because now they would be able to overthrow Jin. In fact, the guys doubted that they would be able to overthrow Jin, because they don't have the strength to do it. The other guy told them to get out of here faster, otherwise if Jin found out, he would immediately kill him. Even if they wanted to help him resist Jin, they still wouldn't be able to do it. Right now, they just didn't want you to die like that, so they helped. Here you just need to work hard, and only then will they get food. Such a life is better than wandering outside in search of food. The guys agreed with him, because they considered themselves very weak. Zhu asked them if they knew what kind of meat they were eating. Besides, they oppress other people all the time. The guys understood that people like them are always under such pressure. It would be better to die a natural death than this way. But even if there are no Jin, there would still be other people who would want to enslave them. Zhu understood that what they said was true. Even if there was no Jin, there would still be many other people similar to Jin. He was lucky to meet Wang Bing, but there is no guarantee that they will be lucky to meet a person who will help them. Zhu agreed with them and did not want to force them to confront Jin with him. He only wished them all good luck. Zio immediately got out and asked if they could go, because they needed to hurry and save Wang Bing. Zhu agreed with her. Zio promised that if that Jin dared to harm Wang Bing in any way, he would certainly tear off his head. At this time, Myo was very excited. Her back was covered in wounds. Wai noticed that the medicine had taken effect. Now, no matter what they do, everything will bring her pleasure. Another girl noticed that she was really a rare commodity. They wanted to continue having fun. She took out a strange device. Wai thought she was like a little chick who didn't know about this case. Today she promised to make a real woman out of her. They started stroking her back, and Myo woke up and begged them again to stop. He desperately begged Wang Bing to save her, because she couldn't take it anymore. Van Biel sat in silence on a chair and said nothing. Jin noticed that he beat him for half an hour. Even his clothes turned into rags, but there is not a single scratch on his body, not even a drop of blood. His hands are already hurting from hitting Wang. A normal person would have changed beyond recognition for a long time because of beatings. There is no such person who could withstand the blows of Jin with a whip. He refused to believe it and rushed straight at him. Jin hit Wang in the forehead with brass knuckles, and the system showed that the level of protection was increased, and the pain from attacks was reduced by several times. The amount of anger used when receiving attacks has been changed to 15. The next level increase requires receiving another 200 attacks. Anger was 95 points, and Wang shouted whether he had finished beating or not. Jin was surprised that Wang was still conscious and shouting at him. Wang said he barely hit him more than 100 times. He's not his punching bag. He promised that he would show him what a live punching bag means. They were also perverts who dared to treat his Mio like that. The girls were surprised and noticed that this guy is very brave. Wang began to get very angry, because Mio is someone he greatly admires. He wanted to give it all back to them 100-fold. Mio had heard Wang say that he admired her. Immediately, Van's body began to change. Muscles appeared on his body, and his t-shirt literally tore on him. Jin was surprised and asked what he wanted to do. Wai asked Jin not to worry. After all, she had not yet seen people who could break out of these straps, to which Wang noticed that he was no longer human. His eyes began to glow red, and his anger almost reached 100 points. After a moment, he was furious and the anger was 100 points. There was a strengthening of the body, and he literally broke the chair and broke out from under the chair. Jin didn't understand what kind of person he was. He wanted them to calm him down faster. The girls were not happy with him and wanted to protect Jin rather. Mio noticed that Wang Bing had come to save her, and his body was completely different. Van was very pumped up, and his eyes were still red. Mio didn't understand what was wrong with her heart, because it was beating very fast, and there were strange sensations from below, too. She couldn't take it anymore. The dwarf shouted for them to kill him faster. Van rushed at him with the words that he was going to tear him to pieces, but then he noticed how Wai and her friend were flying at him. He wanted to activate the virus shield so as not to feel pain, but the system informed him that he did not have enough anger to activate. At the same time, the girls continued to attack him and the anger indicators reached the norm and the virus shield was activated. The girl noticed that her needle had deformed against Wang's skin. Jin told the girls to grab him, and he would go and call more others, and they agreed. Immediately, the girls took out knives and said that currently no man could cope with their murderous duet. Wang replied to them that they had injured and tortured Mio, so they were not human and promised to kill them. The girls rushed at him with the words that they wanted to see his abilities. After all, they had previously worked as special agents of Country E. The girl tried to stab him, but Wang easily dodged. He grabbed her arm and slapped her hard across the face. Wai ran up to him with the words that she would leave him without offspring. She wanted to cut off the most valuable thing in the man's body, but Wang just hit her on the head with his knee. The girl immediately passed out. A moment later they were both on the floor. Wang picked up their toy and the girl was angry, and at the same time badly beaten. She wanted to kill Wang, but the protagonist easily knocked the knife out of her hand and kicked her in the head. Since they like to torture people, then Wang wanted to show them the real torment. Guys, so that the videos come out more often, show your activity by subscribing to the channel and your royal like. Do it now. The more subscriptions, the more videos will be released and they will be much longer. Let's hit our first 10,000 subscribers. Wang grabbed her leg and said that since they loved to play so much, then he would play with them enough. The girl asked him to put her down, because she doesn't want any more. Van grabbed the toy and stuck it in one place, from which she began to scream. Wai was just horrified by what she saw, and Wang was just furious. He turned to Mei and looking at her said that her turn would come soon. The protagonist's anger was rising and was already at 275 points. At this time, the guards opened fire on the tank, while the advisor prayed that he would not be hit. He shouted at them to aim at whom they were shooting, otherwise it would cost them dearly when he returned. Zio and Zhu were sitting behind a tank in a shelter. The Zio understood that they were under fire pressure. Zhu asked Zio to leave them to him. He would cover for her, and she went up to Jin's apartment by this staircase. Zio asked him if he was sure he could handle them alone, to which Zhu replied that he could not guarantee it. But now they urgently need to save Wang Bing because they have no other choice. Zio realized that Wang Bing really understands people. She thought he was a very reliable companion. He is very grateful to Wang Bing and therefore he will help them until the very end. He asked her to hurry and he will cover for her. The advisor shouted what they were standing there for and asked them to save him faster. The guards did not understand why it became so quiet and thought they were scared or they had already fled to that building. Zhu immediately got out with weapons and climbed right onto the tank. Immediately he started shooting at them and everyone started running away. Zhu told them to listen to him carefully, because there was no way he was going to back down. If they want to get through, they can only do it over his dead body. At this time, Zio ran straight up the stairs. Then she looked out from behind the wall and was noticed by other guards and immediately opened fire on her. Zio sat down behind the wall and realized that there were incredibly many guards here. She did not know how to get through them. She also didn't know how Wang Bing and Officer Mio were doing. At this time, Wang finished with the girls. Wai lost consciousness and was even excited. Another girl came to her senses with the words that he dared to do this to her. Wang told them that they felt what it was like. He wanted to see if they would dare to harm other people again after that. Wang Bing came to his senses. He realized that he had crossed the line, but he could not control himself. He immediately ran to Mio and asked how she was. He immediately began to untie her and asked her to just hold on. Mio came to her senses. She felt a strange smell coming from Wang Bing's body. It was very pleasant to her. She wanted to be in his arms. Wang's body was pumped up and Mio definitely liked it. Immediately, another girl rushed at him with a knife, saying that she would not let him go. Jin also appeared, who asked her to move away, because he wanted to kill this guy himself. After all, Wang dared to resist him. He wanted the protagonist to know a great treasure for himself. Wang and the girl were shocked that Jin had a golden Gatling gun. Wei also came to her senses and added that he would rather kill Wang. Jin opened fire right on everyone. Wang called him names while he was shooting, because he even killed his partners. Wei and the other girl were immediately shot dead, to which Jin replied that they were not his partners, but only puppets, ordinary accessories. Against such small arms, the virus shield uses a lot more anger. Before that, the accumulated anger is rapidly falling. Anger was falling down very quickly. Wang understood that if this continued, he and Officer Mio would die here. He wanted to try it. He activated body strengthening and took 100 anger points. He also activated the quick feet skill and ran straight at Jin. The dwarf was shocked that he was able to break through. While he was shooting, he didn't know if Wang was even human. A moment later, Wang was already near Jin and hit the machine gun with all his might. Jin was screaming for someone to save him from the monster, while Wang was very angry. Wang grabbed him by the neck with words so that this fat pig wouldn't even think of running away. Wang's anger was 215 points. He picked him up naked and Jin started shouting at him to let him go, because he can give him anything he wants. Wang replied that he was not a holy man. It was not enough for him that he forced other people to work for him, so he also made them cannon fodder. Moreover, he drugged Officer Mio with this disgusting medicine, so he also wanted to do it with him. Wang's anger was already 380 points. Jin started crying. He said that he was wrong and asked him to spare him, because he would not dare to do something like that again. Wang thought that such a bloodthirsty fat pig was the worst thing in the world, but he assured him that he would not immediately kill him. He will give it to the people outside to be torn to pieces, those whom he has tormented for so long. He squeezed it tightly and Jin started foaming at the mouth. Wang added that without food and power, he is an ordinary despicable fat pig. He threw it on the floor and Jin fell. He ran up to Mio and cut the rope with a blow of his hand. She fell powerlessly to the floor. Van held her and hugged her, saying that it was because of him that she had been subjected to such torment. He wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. She was glad, because the man who holds her is him. Wang replied that there was no need to talk about anything right now. Now it's hard for him to control himself in this state. He wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. She put her hand on his cheek and confessed that her body was completely on fire. She couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted him to help her with her problem, because she couldn't stand it anymore. Mio was very excited. Her heart was beating wildly. She asked Wang to help her. If this continues, it's as if her whole body will explode. She begged Wang Bing to help her. Wang asked Officer Mio to be patient, because it's all because of the medicine. She should not do this, because it is also difficult for him to control himself. She kissed him and told him to just follow his desires. She admitted that in fact, in her heart she wants it. She just can't take it anymore. Wang's anger was rising greatly and he just couldn't control himself. He grabbed Mio and took off her clothes in one motion. Immediately they had a kiss. At that moment, Zhu was fighting with the guards. He was wounded and bleeding. It was terribly painful for him and the guards told him, mocking him, to give up because he was already surrounded. They know he has no bullets left. They were very angry because he had killed so many of their brothers. He ordered him to get out quickly and not to do anything stupid. The advisor shouted at them not to put on airs here, and wondered if they knew he didn't have bullets, so why didn't they approach him themselves, because they had nothing to fear. Immediately, Zhu shot Advisor Zhang in the bun, from which he began to scream. Zhu asked who told him he didn't have bullets. He promised that the last bullet would be meant for him. The guys realized that he really had no bullets, so they wanted to advance. Zhu understood that this was his end. He fought to the very end and decided to leave everything to the others. His little sister is already in good hands, but he won't be able to take care of her anymore. He will not be able to fulfill the duties of a brother. Zhu began to cry, because finally to join his mother and father. The guards pointed their weapons at him and told him to surrender immediately, without resistance, because he was already a corpse and should come out soon. Immediately a familiar car appeared, where Nan was looking out, who wanted to deal with everyone. All the guards were surprised, and Nan added that his shooting skills he would destroy them. The girl holding Nana told him not to show off, because if he even gets out a little more, she won't be able to hold him. Zhu was glad, because he saw Wang Bing's comrades. The bandits immediately opened fire on the car and tried to aim at the tires. Li stepped on the gas and told them to hold on, and the car flew into the guards at full speed and they flew away. The advisor was shocked that Van had more comrades. He realized why the protagonist was so arrogant. Lai jumped out of the car and asked Zhu why he was alone and where Wang Bing and the others were. Zhu replied that they were all in this building, and he stayed to protect here. Li was surprised that they came in so quickly. It seemed to him that he needed to penetrate deep into the enemy's camp to find gold. His sister also got out of the car and she ran to Zhu, and he was surprised that she also came here. His sister hugged him and told him not to leave her anymore. Zhu assured that he would always be by her side. He also asked why they came here. Li replied that half an hour ago they heard the sounds of an explosion from here. They were afraid that they were in danger, so they decided to come and help them. They are still comrades. They will advance and retreat together. Immediately, more guards appeared and continued shooting at the car. Nan was inside and didn't know if they would finish shooting or not. The girl climbed out of the window with a gun and also opened fire with the words that Nan was a coward and he had just said that he had excellent shooting skills. But Nan noticed that there were only 2 of them, and there were about 10 of them. Lai called Zhu with him to guard together to wait for everyone to return. Zhu noticed that he has no bullets. Li added that since Wang Bing appeared, they have never felt a shortage of bullets. The girl holding the machine gun said that playing with it is much more interesting than with a bear. Zhu laughed. He realized that teaming up with Wang Bing was his most correct decision in his entire life. At that moment, Xiao dealt with all the guards and continued to walk through the long corridor. It was already the last floor, but she could not find Wang Binny and Officer Mayo. Immediately, she heard Officer Mayo scream. Xiao immediately ran towards the voice and shouted that she would save her. She saw in front of her and realized that the voice was definitely coming from there. She opened the door and didn't understand what had happened here. She saw Y's body and realized that there had been a terrible shootout. Jin was lying on the floor then. He's not dead yet, he's just unconscious. She also noticed a toy and did not understand what kind of thing it was. Xiao picked it up and didn't understand why it was wet and what was being done to it. Immediately, Mayo from guys, so that the videos come out more often, show your activity by subscribing to the channel and your royal like. Do it now. The more subscriptions, the more videos will be released and they will be much longer. Let's hit our first 10,000 subscribers. The next room told Wang Bing that she was tired and that he needed to rest. Xiao realized when she entered the room that it was Mayo and she also mentioned Wang Bing, which means that he is also next to her. Opening the door, she was blinded by a strong light and she covered herself with her hand. The whole room was covered in gold, literally, the walls, the floor, and all the other items. Xiao was glad that she found this room, because Wang Bing would definitely need all this gold. Xiao was standing behind the curtain and Mayo's voice was coming from there. She asked Wang to let her go, because she can't do it anymore. Immediately, Xiao opened it and saw Wang Bing's body. She asked what they were doing and saw such a picture. Immediately, she started crying, and Mayo was still asking him to stop, because if this continues, he will break her. She asked him to get some rest. Immediately Mayo noticed Xiao, who was shocked with what they were doing here. Mayo tried to explain to her, because it's not what she thinks. She wanted to run away, because they are already in this position. What explanations can there already be? She saw everything she could. Immediately, Wang noticed her and immediately approached her. Wang grabbed her hand, and Xiao asked why he stopped her. After all, everything is already clear. Van was like a wild one. His hair was blowing in the wind like Hanma Yujiro's, and he also grew claws. Xiao didn't understand why he cheated on her, because he had Xiao, so why should he have Mayo? Wang looked at her menacingly and Xiao added that since he had already chosen Officer Mayo, he could only support him, and she will leave them forever. Immediately, Van's passion awoke. He unbuttoned her clothes and bared her melons. He added that she would not be able to escape from him. Xiao was surprised and didn't know if it was the Wang Bing she knew. Mayo asked Xiao to run away faster, because this Wang Bing is different. The protagonist took her hands and replied that no one would leave today until he was satisfied. The guards continued to shoot. One of them was killed, and the chief ordered them not to stop and continue shooting at the car. Lai understood that there were a lot of them and they were losing to them. Zhu noticed that their opponents were very fierce, and Wang Bing and the others had not yet descended. He believed that this did not bode well. The guy shot and told them to come out and kill them. Immediately one of them drew attention to the crowd behind. A security guard nearby asked him why he stopped and told him to continue shooting, but the guy asked them to look back. A crowd was walking heavily towards them. Anger was visible in their eyes. They also took weapons to somehow fight back. The guard asked if they were going to watch the game and asked them to get out of here. They pointed guns at them and added that they should leave as soon as possible, since they are killing rioters here. If they take another step, they will shoot. The man with the stick told them to shoot. He wanted to see if there were enough bullets for them all. The guards were shocked that they decided to disobey them and therefore were scared. The citizens replied that the time for distributing food had already passed, and they still had not given them food. They gave all the money to Jin, but they didn't get the food, so they were furious. The girl asked what they were arguing about. Lee noticed that the argument was about food. The guards replied that they were putting things in order here. They asked to wait. After they rescued Jin, they would be able to distribute food to them. Then a bag of rice fell to the ground and a man with a stick asked what it was. The guards also turned around and were surprised. Nan appeared with a bag of rice, who said that these bandits had appropriated their food, and he added that they found out that they were illegally storing food, so they wanted to kill them. He threw more food, among which there was even dried meat. The guard was furious at his words, and the people were very angry at them. They asked them why they were giving them moldy soup when they were doing the hardest work. Nan replied that it was because they wouldn't be able to eat such delicious food as rice and jerky if they shared with them. Immediately they opened fire on him and Nan hid behind the car. The bald man wanted to kill him for his words, but another guard shouted that no one believed his words because they get the same as they do. But people didn't believe them. They wanted to eat something from this fresh rice now. They wanted to attack together and force them to spit out everything they had illegally stored and eaten. Nan was glad that he had forced the people to rally and fight. The boy told Lee that they really started fighting because of his words. Lee was pleased, because this is the first stage of the plan. Now they wanted to launch an official offensive. Zhu noticed for himself that they are quite smart. At that moment, Wang came to his senses. He realized that he had crossed the line, but he could not control himself. Xiao and Maio were lying together on the bed, and Wang Po was recovering a little. He understood that he already had Xiao, and he also did it with Officer Maio. Besides, it was Maio's first time, and he was so rude to her. He did not understand. The consequence of losing control is such a desire. He's just a real beast. He couldn't even imagine how he could explain everything when Maio wakes up. Immediately, the system informed him that he was not to blame for this. The virus in his body has awakened this passion in him. Besides, the increase in anger index made him so insane. She added that Wang should not suppress his desires, but he didn't understand why, because he couldn't do it all day. The system explained that with each increase in anger, he will become irritable and will be filled with destructive power. But, besides passion, he can also destroy something, eat something, take possession of something to reduce the side effect of the virus. If he restrains his desires, he will go mad very quickly, to the point that by controlling the virus, he can become the new king of zombies. Wang started to panic a lot and asked why she hadn't said this before. The system replied that he had not asked, but now he is in the arms of girls from both sides, which is very good. When returning to the real world, he should also find a new partner, or he will have to eat to the brim to reduce the bad consequences of increasing anger. Wang noticed that the system was getting worse and worse. He ordered her to quickly tell everything she was hiding from him. She replied that it wouldn't do, because he had to find out the rest of the information himself. Right now, the most important thing is the gold that is here. He asked the system to calculate how much gold there is. The system replied that there are 42 tons of gold here. Wang was surprised and realized how much this Jin loves gold. If you transfer all this gold to the real world, then its value will be more than 17 billion. This could cause major upheavals in the global market, not to mention whether the world market has seen such an amount of gold. He will only become the object of persecution if he makes them public. The system informed him that even now he could not raise the system level, but he would be able to play the lottery. There is so much gold here that he will be able to play many times. Wang told her to move this gold into the system space first. This time he got into the net of such a deceiver as the system and asked her not to even think about deceiving him again. The system asked if he didn't want to get stronger, and Wang ordered her to get out. Immediately Nan and Zhu were running through the building and Nan noticed them. Wang came out, carrying Xiao and Maio on his shoulders. He asked them why they had come in and if they had figured it out outside. Nan immediately noticed this and asked what was wrong with Xiao and Maio. Wang assured him that they were fine, they were just unconscious now. Zhu asked him if he had found the gold, and then remarked that it was better for them to leave this place now. He wanted to take advantage of the mess going on outside. Van agreed and decided to leave. A moment later, Van was already on the bus. Lee was glad to see him safe and sound, to which Wang replied that it was all thanks to his lighter, which helped him a lot. The girl noticed that they had a very stormy battle. Because Xiao and Maio were very exhausted, Wang was a little embarrassed and agreed. Yang immediately realized this, because Maio and Xiao could not sleep so soundly. Wang noted that the battle was really stormy and started laughing. He understood that it would be very awkward for him when they woke up. On the street, people were at war with each other. The girl could not even think that such chaos could break out because of a bear of rice and several bags of dried meat. Nan added that there was no point in helping them. They are ready to sacrifice their lives for food. Lee also added that he feels sorry for these tanks. None of them knows how to control them, otherwise they would have taken them too. Wang thought about moving the tank into the system space. Zhu told Mei to forgive her brother, because they are forced to wander again. to which she replied that it was okay, because they are the closest people to each other. Her home is where her brother is. Zhu asked her not to worry, because they had met Wang Bing, and now they no longer have to live without food, as it was before. But Wang Bing noticed that from now on he would be in constant danger, and wondered if he was afraid of this, to which Zhu replied that he would not be Zhu if he was afraid of this. Van was glad to answer him and added that now they are brothers in arms. Zhu was very happy and grabbed his hand, saying that he was grateful that Wang considered him a brother and that now his life was in Wang's hands. The protagonist noted that Zhu looks older than him, so he asked not to call him Brother Wang, because it confuses him a little, and Zhu admitted that he is 18 years old at all, to which Nan and the girl were shocked. After all, he looks like he's 38 years old. Wang was also surprised, because he said that he was able to join the special forces. Li was also interested. Zhu admitted that in fact, he was drafted into the special forces, but before entering the service, this virus broke out, so, strictly speaking, he is not a special forces soldier. He just wanted to show off in front of them, so he said he was a special forces soldier. He apologized to everyone for deceiving them. They also added that to protect her, her brother speaks as if he has a lot of experience, which is why he does not have a girlfriend, but at heart he is very kind and talented. Zhu didn't understand why he would say that if everyone already knew it. At this moment, people wanted to find out from the advisor where this little man is now, and he only asked him not to beat him. The advisor suggested that he might be upstairs and suggest that they accompany them. At that moment, Jin began to come to his senses. He was slowly getting up, and his neck hurt terribly. He did not understand where his prisoners were and thought that they had run away too quickly. Immediately, he realized that his entire treasure had been stolen. He burst into the room, and she was already ordinary. Wang really stole all the gold. He was very worried about it and fell to the floor. After all, he had been collecting all this gold for so long, but now it's all useless. He began to scream and sob violently. Immediately people came to him. They realized that the advisor was right and Jin was in his room. They told him that the time for the food transfer had already passed. They asked if he wanted them all to starve to death. Previously, he provided them with food twice a day, but today he did not distribute it at all. Jin was very angry that they dared to come to him and ask about it. He asked them if they had forgotten who had given them shelter and food, and if they want to revolt against him, they will simply starve to death. He asked them what they would do, take his position, but everyone just kept silent and threw down their sticks and weapons. Jin thought they were just a bunch of dead dogs. He understood that it was necessary to teach them a lesson so that they could understand their mistake. From now on, the cost of each bowl of meat soup will be double. People were shocked by his words, because they understood that in this way they would only have enough for one meal and that now they would definitely starve to death. They all started asking him for forgiveness and for him not to raise the price. Jin ordered them not to make noise and that they leave here, because he still needs to look for gold. A girl approached him from the side, who asked him to give her more, because her child is hungry. Jin noticed that someone was making noise under his ear. He turned around and asked why she turned into this. Jin was as surprised as possible, because he saw a zombie mother and her zombie child next to him. The baby began to growl, and instead of his eyes there were teeth. He immediately rushed at the bald man. All the people were in shock and didn't understand what was going on with Chen. Jin was calling for everyone to help, so that at least someone would get these creatures away from him. The advisor realized that it was definitely because of the meat soup. After all, zombie flesh was added to this soup. It was boiled and no one expected that it could infect. People started to get angry and asked to repeat it. They assumed that they had given them such food on purpose to get rid of them. The guy offered to go and find everyone involved in this case to kill, to which the advisor tried to justify himself, because he only obeyed Jin's orders. But they didn't understand what to do with the zombies, to which someone from the crowd suggested closing them here. Jin was abandoned by everyone and the door was slowly closing. He was bitten by a zombie. He asked not to leave because it was terribly painful for him. A week later, we see a military truck and a military vehicle being cut right on the road. There sits Xiao Shan, who is 30 years old, and her military rank is a company commander. Immediately, one of the soldiers noticed movement in the grass and reported it to the commander. Immediately, a crowd of zombies climbed out from behind the fence. The military jumped out of the car, and Shan gave the order for everyone to prepare for battle. Shan took out her signature pair of pistols and also prepared to shoot. There was already a zombie in front of her eyes. They opened fire on the zombies and their heads flew beautifully. The soldiers from the truck also started to get out. The man with the blindfold said that they were surrounded, so they were moving into a fighting position. Everyone understood that there were too many zombies, so one of the soldiers suggested that she take the guys and leave, and he would cover her. to which she replied that he was talking nonsense, because if you leave, then only together. Shan assumed that this was a false feeling. She noticed that all the zombies in this territory are unusually ferocious. Now their follies and movement speed are much greater than those of zombies near the gathering place. Immediately, a huge tree trunk was thrown at the soldiers. She was informed that things were bad, because the zombie king had appeared. He was smiling broadly and everyone had their weapons ready. The zombie king had a huge tumor on the back of his head. It was very large and gradually advancing. Immediately, everyone opened fire on him and the zombie king swung his tree. Shan understood that the zombie king's skin was very thick and that it would be difficult to destroy him from a long distance. So she took out the knives. She jumped up and threw her knife at him and hit him right in the eye, from which the zombie screamed ferociously. Shan also took out a grenade and pulled out the pin, ran straight at him and put it right in the zombie king's mouth. Then she pushed away from his chest to do a spectacular backflip. And during the jump, she pulled out a pistol and fired directly at the grenade. Immediately there was a strong explosion. Shan noticed that this is not the zombie king, because he is much weaker than him. Therefore, do not be afraid to step on this zombie. Everyone understood her order and a huge tumor flew out of the zombie's body. It was like some kind of cocoon from which a zombie toad got out. She tried to escape, but she was killed by Shan. She didn't understand what kind of ugly creature it was. Immediately, all the zombies seemed to calm down a little, and the soldiers were able to destroy them with ease. The guy with the blindfold didn't understand why they suddenly became very weak, because before they were so active and fierce, but now they have slowed down a lot. Shan assumed that they were acting in this way on the orders of this disgusting creature. She looked at her knife, which had the carcass of an unknown monster on it, and the soldiers continued their war with zombies. At this moment, an unknown huge creature similar to a toad was climbing an electric antenna. She had many more eggs on her back that she was ready to release. The unknown creature is already approaching. At that moment, Wang and his whole company stayed in a posh house. The children were swimming in the pool, and Wang and Yang were cooking something. Nan was very happy, because it had been a very long time since he had swum in such a pool. They shouted that Nan had splattered her. They were playing a game now, so he could join them. At that moment, Lai was training Zhu to shoot. He asked him to take good aim and not shake. Nan shouted to Wang that he had promised to teach him to swim, so he quickly called him to them. To which Wang replied that he would be coming soon. First he wants to help Yang fry the food, otherwise they will soon, mischievous, howl that they are hungry. Immediately, he thought that since they had settled here, Zio and Officer Mayo had not left their rooms. He realized that he had done this to them and did not know how to look them in the eye now. At this moment, Zio was sitting alone on her bed. She recalled the events at Jin's house, where she was doing this with Wang and said that she was in pain, and Jin looked very angry. It seemed to her then that Wang Bing had lost his mind. She didn't know if he was the Wang Bing she liked, or is it his real appearance. Immediately there was a knock on the door and Zio thought it was Yang and therefore said she didn't want to eat. It was Officer Mayo. She was surprised that she came to her. Zio went to the door, opened it and asked what happened. Mayo awkwardly replied that she thought they should talk about what happened between her and Wang Bing. There were tears in Zio's eyes. She immediately hugged her and asked her not to say anything. Mayo immediately apologized to her and explained that she had no other choice then. Mayo is not one of those who fights off other people's guys. There was no way she would interfere with him with Wang Bing. Zio knows that it's not her fault. She's just afraid. Mayo wanted to have a good talk with her and for Zio to tell her everything that was bothering her. At that moment they set the table and there was a lot of fried meat. Everything smelled very tasty. Zhu was shocked when he saw a real fried steak. Nan noticed fried cucumbers and fried ham sausage, because these are his favorite dishes. Yang asked what they were waiting for and that they should start eating sooner, or whether he would eat everything himself. Li was also glad, because there are also his most favorite fried chicken wings. Van drank a little beer. It was the very thing to cool off. Zhu was shocked and asked if it was beer in his hands. Wang also gave it to him, because he is also an adult. Zhu drank some beer. She refreshed him greatly and everything that held him back disappeared at that moment. Zhu began to cry with happiness. He thought that this was the feeling of entering adulthood. Van was surprised, because it's just one bottle of beer. The sister also noticed that he was exaggerating. The girl remembered how they first tasted the hogo made by Van. They also felt similar, but now they are already used to it. Zhu was surprised when he heard that Wang could do hogo and did not understand what kind of deity he was. Wang laughed and replied that if so, then they would have a hogo tonight in honor of celebrating their joining their ranks. Yang approached Li with a beer and offered it to him, but he didn't want it anymore. Li asked Wang Bing to wait. He asked him if he was leaving tonight, to which Wang agreed, because it was time for him to leave. Zhu didn't understand where Wang Bing was going, to which the protagonist replied that he had things to deal with. It will take about 7 days. He wanted to add details, but Zhu interrupted him with the words that he could not speak and that Wang could say when he wanted to. He promised that he would take care of everyone. Van was glad, because he can read the situation. He asked him to take care of everyone here. Zhu asked him not to worry, because he and Lai are here. Lai invited Wang Bing to go for a smoke, because he needed to talk to him alone. After they lit a cigarette, Wang started coughing. After all, he never smoked. He asked what Li wanted to talk about. Li replied that Wang was doing well, because lately he has been popular with women. Wang was shocked that he already knew about them. Lai agreed, because he is experienced. He asked Wang if he did it with Milo, and Wang agreed. He knew it was his fault. He did the same thing to her. He thought he was worse than an animal. Li replied that the young people love each other. There's nothing wrong with that. If he wants to blame someone for this, he has only his charm to blame. Li was also once young, and that's why he understands him. Van was surprised when it came to love. He almost told him everything. Wang realized that Lai did not know what he had done to Officer Milo. Lai said he was talking about him and Milo. Although he is only her mentor, but he perceives her as his own daughter. Although she looks cold and heartless, but at heart she is very sensitive and gentle. She also wants someone to take care of her. But because of her family and the fear that her loved ones may hurt her, she always puts on the mask of a cruel person. She had never fallen in love before. Wang was surprised, because Officer Mio is so beautiful. He believed that she certainly had crowds of fans. He asked if she had reciprocated with any of them. Li replied that maybe there are people who like her, but everyone is scared off by her icy image. And since they met him, he and Mio began to communicate more and more. And then he understood Mio's feelings. She definitely loves Van. Wang was surprised and asked if Mio really liked him. Wang thought that Mio was hiding it and was able to tell about her sincere feelings only when she was under the influence of that medicine. He remembered the moment where Mio confessed that she wanted it herself and that Wang would not hold back. But Lai also noticed that everyone already knows that Wang and Zio are in a relationship, which is why he said that he enjoys great success with women. Van didn't care, he was just worried about them. That's why Li called him here to talk about it. He knows that Wang has been very worried about them lately. He also told him that he really shouldn't worry about it. In any case, the old social foundations are already ineffective, and therefore Van can take them two at once. At first, Van thought about it, and then asked not to joke like that, because he doesn't want to behave like a bad person. Lai began to get angry, because according to him, Wang would be considered an asshole if he deceived his Mio's feelings. The protagonist asked him to calm down, because he would not be able to equally share such love between everyone. Li replied that if he still had the old way of thinking, then it was unnecessary. He has to get rid of them. In a post-apocalyptic world, every day is valuable. Everyone knows that tomorrow they may not live to see tomorrow, so everyone should seize the moment. Mio has hardly met someone she likes, and therefore he wants to help her. And Van turned out to be the one she likes. He doesn't know how else to help him. That was all he wanted to tell him, and asked Wang to think about it. Li asked Wang not to let him down and turned his back. Wang only clenched his fist. He understood that everyone would like to have such a harem, but he did not know if Zio and Officer Mio would agree to it. At this moment, Zio and Mio were chatting. Mio couldn't blame Wang Bing, because Kizan had started using him. She also thinks that Wang was also drugged with the substance. That's why things got out of hand. Zio understood why Wang was a different person. He was also drugged with something like Mio. That's why they did it. She asked not to blame Van, because it's not his fault. She asked me not to distract him anymore. Zio decided to find out if she liked Wang Bing too, to which she was very embarrassed and could not say anything. Zio added that Mio did not misunderstand her. She didn't ask this because she was afraid that she would take Wang Bing away. She thinks she won't mind if she likes Wang Bing too. Mio asked Zio not to think about it. After all, she has already said that she is not one of those women, so she cannot fall in love with Wang Bing. Zio tried to say something, but Mio covered her mouth with her hand and asked her not to talk about it anymore. She never paid attention to feelings, and love is not in her first place, so she wanted to leave the past in the past. Zio of course agreed, but realized that Officer Mio likes Wang. At that moment, Wang packed up and was already preparing to leave. He didn't have much time left, so he told everyone that he had to leave. He again asked Zhu to take care of everyone while he was not here. Zhu agreed and Nan added that they could take care of themselves, and the girl asked him to come back in time. To which Wang, leaving, said that he would return at the set time. He wanted them to just take care of themselves. Finally, he looked at the doors of Zio and Officer Mio. Zhu walked into the room and Zhu asked that he just walked into the room and disappeared. Then how would he come back? To which Nan replied that he had left in this way before. And as for how he disappears, they do not know. In any case, after 7 days he will return to them again. The girl asked Zhu not to worry about it. Zhu realized that Wang was actually a wizard and only he realized his secret. Zhu assured him that he would keep it all a secret from everyone. At that moment, Wang was already in the real world, where construction was in full swing. Wang did not expect that the two of them would cope so quickly. They not only found the perfect place for a jewelry store, but also began repairs, Faye replied, which they started doing immediately after he told them. Xingping added that this is a very busy shopping area. There is a large sweat of people here. He paid a lot of money to get this store, and they do repairs in accordance with his requirements. The store is not as extravagant and luxurious, but simpler and in a classic style that gives customers a sense of reliability. It also took a lot of money. Wang said that past investments are a trivial matter. They only need to conduct business in good faith and get a good reputation, and then all their investments will return to them in threefold size. They can do whatever they see fit. And if they don't have enough money, they can turn to Van. Faye intervened and asked if he remembered Kang, with whom they had a race. He invites them to gather at Xingfeng's house. Wang remembered him, but didn't understand why they had invited them. Faye found out a little about them. It turns out that they are not ordinary majors at all. Take Kang, for example. He graduated from Harvard University with honors. After graduating from uni, he opened his own business in Silicon Valley. He researched and developed several programs, one of which was purchased for $30 million. Liu Xinghua is even more powerful. His family is one of the 3 influential families in their city. He is a male version of Mary Sue who is good at literature and martial arts. He is a gifted student who graduated from Tsinghua University. His business is also connected with precious stones. He has an army of mercenaries in Africa who have been personally trained by his family. They guard the deposits of precious stones. Yes, he just has the perfect scenario for life. Wang realized that since Liu King owns such resources, it would be a good idea to buy weapons and equipment from him. Wang initially also thought that they weren't just majors when they first met them. It turns out that this is indeed the case. He asked when Faye had managed to get so close to them. He replied that last time after dinner, Xingping found out that Kang was an expert in software development and shamelessly asked him to help develop a program for jewelry. That's how they got closer. Sin replied that the strong just met and united. Wang agreed to go, since they invited them themselves. They drove their beautiful cars, and after a while they were already at the estate. They were personally met by Liu Xing. He was glad that they finally came, because they were already waiting for them. Van got out of the car and greeted them. He realized that they were really not ordinary majors. This villa is very impressive, and the renovation is appreciated. They are not at all like other extravagant villas like those of other rich people. Van was already thinking of building one for himself. Wang greeted him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Liu Xing asked him if it was his first time here and therefore wanted to arrange a tour. He called Monica, and Wang did not expect that such a person would not be arrogant. Liu Xing told her that his friends would stay here today. He asked her to prepare the rooms for them, as well as to prepare the evening banquet. She agreed and added that she would begin preparations immediately. Van drew attention to her melons and passion awoke in him. Veins ran down his face and he turned away. Liu Xing noticed this and asked what was wrong with him. Wang replied that he had a migraine due to overwork. Monica asked him if she should escort him to his room so that he could rest. They have a personal doctor and he can help him. Van didn't want to, because he just needs to drink hot water and wait a little and then everything will pass. He wanted Monica just not to look at him and, most importantly, not to approach. In that case, Liu Xing invited them to his house. He will also tell the doctor to give him a migraine pill. Xing did not believe Wang and assumed that it was all because Wang had not had a girlfriend for a long time, and Wang only laughed it off. Wang ordered the systems to exit quickly. She asked why he was so angry, because she was always with him. He asked why the side effect of the virus is so strong, because he saw only part of Monica's cutout and has already become so. The system told him that his desires would increase each time. If he is afraid that he will lose control of himself, then he needs to find a workaround to avoid this lust. He didn't know if there was any other way to control himself, because there are very beautiful servants everywhere. The system replied that he had no other choice but to satisfy his desires. All the girls introduced Liu Xing and his guests. They also added that if they have any requirements, they can contact them. Xing greeted everyone, but Wang was not happy. Because there are so many beautiful girls here, he wanted them not to look at him because he can't restrain himself. Liu Xing noticed this. Although Wang had seen many rich and noble families on TV, it was only when he saw Liu Xing's house that he realized what true aristocracy meant. All the money spent on the interior of the villa is enough to build a 5-star hotel. What can we say about a villa similar to a fortress? He also showed them trophies of which he is very proud. An exceptionally expensive vase, a famous sculpture. In addition, Liu Xing also has a large room where there are various old cars that he collects. So he also has various old cold guns, pistols, guns. Others can hardly get just one of them, but he has plenty of them. Faye and Xing are not interested in these things, so Kang invited them to look at the newly developed program. And Van watched carefully. Liu Xing asked how he did it, because this weapon has a 100-year history. It is well preserved. Wang was not a connoisseur of cultural treasures. He doesn't know anything about these things, so he couldn't appreciate it. He is more interested in modern small arms. But Wang didn't know if he had one. Liu Xing did not expect that he was also interested in them. He wanted to tell, and then asked if he would keep it a secret. After that, they sewed into a secret room, which can only be accessed by scanning Liu Xing's eye. The identification of the person was successful, and the door opened. Van was just in shock. After all, in front of his face was just a whole arsenal of different submachine guns and other weapons. There was also special armor and even a rocket launcher. Liu Xing admitted that this is his personal toy room. Wang was shocked and asked where he got it all from. He realized that he really wasn't that simple. Liu Xing gave him a sniper rifle to play with for a bit. Wang noticed that all these guns were in excellent condition, but he was sorry that they were here as decorations. Liu Xing replied that he would not let them go to waste. Although he can't take them out of here, but still here in the room you can use them, he invited Wang to shoot. They went to the shooting gallery room. Van could not even imagine that he had a special training ground here. Liu Xing replied that he had built it just for fun. Van realized that now it would be possible to have fun. He offered him a bet and Liu Xing agrees with him. If Van wins, he will give him his Ferrari, and if Liu Xing wins, then he has to help him with something. Wang understood that when a case arose, it was inconvenient for him to talk about it himself, so someone else had to do it. He was glad that he agreed. In that case, Van should never lose. He decided to warn that he does not accept violation of the rules. Liu Xing thought that he was saying this because he wasn't sure about his weapon. Liu Xing took the rifle and immediately fired it. He was almost in the top 10. Van understood that every bullet, at least, hits the 9. He realized that this Liu King was a master at shooting. He asked the system to open the store. He needs to buy 20 experience books and use them all to improve his shooting skill. She immediately did it and deducted 1,000 kilograms of gold. She also used 20 experience books on it to enhance the skill. He gained 20,000 experience points. The system congratulated him that he had upgraded his shooting skill to level 5. The hit rate increased by 200 points, the shooting speed by 300 meters. To move to the next level, he will need to kill 20,000 zombies. His current progress is 5789 killed zombies. Liu Xing finished shooting and Wang said he was not a bad shot. He also realized that this time he was a little lacking than the previous time. He hasn't been practicing much lately. Liu Xing noticed that Wang did not seem very impressed with his result, to which Wang replied that his abilities were a little straining, so he would have to be more serious. But in fact, although he is certainly cool, but he is still very far from Van, he was already looking forward to getting a Ferrari. He took the gun and felt a cool feeling. As soon as he raises the weapon, it feels like the body automatically adjusts to the optimal position for shooting. Also, the field of view was incredibly clear. It seems that the target is right under the muzzle of the rifle. He can hit the target quite easily. He was happy because it's a really great feeling for him, but he already wanted to start. Wang was full of confidence. Liu Xing noticed that his posture was very neat and did not know what kind of technique he was using. Immediately, Wang started shooting and Liu Xing realized that it wasn't so bad. Wang shot everything and Liu Xing was shocked. He asked how he was, and whether he had surpassed him. He was just in shock and didn't understand how he could do that. He hit everything at 10 and it was unrealistically even. Liu Xing even thought it was some kind of magic. He noticed that he was definitely a master in this business. Just now, he was so modest that Liu managed to get over it. Wang tried to respond by saying that he was in a good mood today. That's why he tried so hard. Wang realized that he had overdone it a little. If this happens again, he will definitely suspect him. Liu Xing knew that there was always a cooler one for the tough one. He is inferior to him in skill, so he will have to pay. He threw him the car keys and told him that she was his now. Liu Xing realized that he was very interesting. He thought he was lucky to have made friends with him. Wang told him that since they were friends and he had received a gift from him, then he would help him. Liu Xing replied that it was a bit of a sensitive matter and asked if he really wanted to help. Van asked me to tell him what the case was. Maybe he can help him with something. Liu Xing decided to tell him directly. He wanted to use it to destroy the Li family. Wang was shocked by his words. At that moment, friends were discussing the Cayenne application developed. Sin replied that it was excellent. He thought that if he sold it, he would earn tens of millions from it. And Fei agreed. He thought Cayenne was really cool. Liu Xing and Wang were sitting at the top and talking. Wang didn't expect that the Lai family and his enemies would, too. He decided to clarify if he was referring to that young Mr. Lai. Liu Xing replied that he was feuding with Mr. Lai's youngest son. He is only the son of Mr. Lai's mistress. He has no real power. He only uses the name and money of the Jinbai group to pick up some girls. He has no right to be at enmity with him. Liu Xing's enemy is his brother. His brother is Lai Ao, and his father is Lai Deng. They are the real leaders of the Jinbai group, which includes not only real estate and logistics, but also a legal business in their city. and although Liu Xing has the strength to resist them, but he will have to pay a big price for it. If he does everything badly, then both sides will be the losers, because other clans will take advantage of their weakness and want to defeat them. Wang was surprised that he wanted to attack first. He didn't know what the age-old enmity between them was. He assumed that he must have already found out everything about him from the very beginning and realized who Wang was, and that was the only reason he asked him to help. He explained that this is not an age-old feud. All this happened because of one girl, Sun, and she was the person he loved very much. She was also the only daughter of the family. They once loved each other and decided that they would spend the rest of their lives together. At this time, the Jinbai group began to gain momentum, and at one party they met Liao. Then they didn't have the power they have now. They had no idea that he had planned something bad from the very beginning. His original target was the Xungying Zhao family. After that, they crossed paths a lot and eventually became friends. One day, they quarreled with Xungan over someone trivial. Then he lured him into a trap under the pretext of relaxing. He mixed something up with him and made sure that Xiying saw him with her own eyes in bed with another girl. The girl told Liu Xing that his girlfriend had come, so he had to get up. Xiying saw it all with her own eyes, and he couldn't prove his case to her. No matter how he explained himself, Xiying still didn't forgive him. And then Liu Xing took advantage of it. He used a lot of dishonest techniques. At first, he fawned over the Zhao family, helped him get a lot of money, and fell in love with them. Then, despite Liu Xing's intervention, he began actively courting Xiying. He never expected that Xiying would start dating him to spite him. As a result, they got married. Then anger turned his head and he made a scandal at the place of the wedding ceremony. It is quite obvious that because of this, he has become a laughingstock in high society. After that, he calmed down and decided to put his grievances in the past. So he went to Africa to do business. Wang decided to ask what had happened to Xiying, whether she had become happily married to such a man. If he had been sincere towards Xiying, then Liu Xing would have been a little calm, but both father and son wanted to devour the Zhao family from the very beginning. Members of the Zhao family began to die one by one as a result of random accidents, the last Xiying too. Then he wanted to immediately take revenge on them for Xiying, even if he had to sacrifice his life, but his family forbade him to do so. Family members constantly put pressure on him, saying that if he wants to start a war with the Lai families just for the sake of some girl, then they will not help him. In addition, they will immediately send him out of the country. Therefore, he can only take revenge on the Li family with the help of other people. Liu Xing stood up and added that he knows that Wang Bing is very talented, so he asked him to help him. Immediately, these three heard a loud noise and Sin assumed that they were arguing about something there, but Fei understood that they had nothing to argue about. Wang told him that it wasn't that he didn't want to help, he just said that if he started a war with them, both sides would suffer. In that case, how can Wang, an ordinary person, stand up to them? Liu Xing admitted that as soon as they met them, he made inquiries about them. Wang single-handedly dealt with 2 leaders of the Black Tiger gang. Besides, he suddenly became rich. There is no other young man like him in this city. He added that if he agrees to help him, he will provide him with finances and working hands, and promised that he would definitely reward him well. Wang understood that if it was the past him, he would immediately refuse to interfere in the dispute between these families. But now some voice inside him is constantly giving him hints. He tells him about the different benefits and that the greater the risk, the more he gets. Wang said he would help, but before he could speak, Liu Xing interrupted him. He wanted to know what he wanted, because he would do everything so that he would only agree. He also wants to taste what it's like to be at the head of a group. Otherwise, there will be only one influential person in this city, and that's him. Liu Xing assumed that he meant for him to help him absorb the Jingbai group. Wang explained that one way or another, he is still under the Li family's gun. He'd rather take the initiative than wait for them to do something. Wang wanted to completely destroy the Lai family. Liu Xing felt that the aura around him had suddenly become powerful. Just now he was harmless, but now he shivers at the sight of him. This Wang Bing is really not an ordinary person. He agreed Wang needed to destroy the Li family, and then he would help him in every possible way. To begin with, he just wanted to agree to his terms and then deal with the rest. Vag was glad that they were able to come to an agreement and therefore asked him to take care of him. They shook hands and said with one voice that their cooperation would be fruitful. After that, I was in the evening and all my friends were steaming in the sauna. Wang Bing thought it was cool to be rich, because there was even a hot spring here. Resting in a hot spring helps him relax and get rid of anger. He was already thinking about making a separate one for himself. Liu Xing said that he had already swum and offered Wang Bing to go and get something to drink, but Wang wanted to sit for a while longer. Xing said that he would go for a massage, and Fei was surprised that there was such a thing and therefore wanted to go with him. Kang snuggled up to Liu Xing and said that he didn't think he had organized all these wellness treatments, but he replied that it was just a regular massage. Xing asked him if Wang really didn't want to go with them, but the protagonist decided to soak in the water a little more. After all, the hot spring gave them a lot of pleasure. Immediately, he heard the sound of someone entering the water. He asked that they wanted to go for a massage, but immediately came back again. It was Monica. Liu Xing was afraid that Wang would be lonely and asked her to keep him company. Immediately, Van took off the bandage and was as surprised as possible. He immediately turned away and said that she was mistaken, because this is a men's bathhouse. He wanted her to leave as soon as possible, otherwise he would not vouch for himself. To which Monica replied that it is not divided into a men's and a women's bathhouse. These are common hot springs. Liu Xing told her that Wang had been looking at her lasciviously from the very beginning. But now for some reason he was shy. But Wang denied everything. Liu Xing told her to take care of him. She assured him that he could wish with her whatever he wanted. Van turned away so as not to look at her and asked in what century she lives, because servants should not do this. To which the beautiful blonde replied that all the servants in this house receive a very high salary, so they must blindly obey the master. And of course, their competence includes proper care for the friend of the gentleman. She put her foot on her back and slid up and down. Van felt it and he was very pleased. Monica realized that he couldn't take it anymore. Wang apologized to her and said that he did not need such care, because how would he then look into the eyes of Xiao and Officer Mai? He wanted to get up with the words that he would go, and she could do what she wanted. She grabbed his hand and asked him not to leave. She completely grabbed him and said that if he left now, the gentleman would definitely think that he hadn't taken care of him properly. She pressed her melons tightly against him and added that perhaps then Liu Xing would fire her. She asked Wang to help her. Monica asked him to stay here with her for a while, and then she would report everything to the master. Wang felt that he could no longer control himself, and veins began to run down his face. Lust awoke in him and he immediately became wild, saying that she forced him. Monica was a little scared and asked him to wait. She didn't want to do it, to which Wang replied that she forced him, so she shouldn't even think to run away. After that, the sun was shining strongly in the morning and Monica was sleeping in bed. Liu Xing came into her room and she immediately woke up. She apologized to him and explained that she had a sleepless night last night, so she woke up late. But he didn't care, but where his esteemed guest was and why he wasn't together. She didn't know where he was and was surprised that he left so early, because he had been doing it all night. Liu Xing looked out the window and saw that the donated Ferrari was standing in the yard. He realized that he had left early and assumed that he had changed his mind. But then the car started up and quickly drove along the road. He immediately received a message from Wang Bing on his phone. Van said that he had things to do for these 2 days. He will send him a list of things. He asked him to prepare these things and send them to his home. He will tell Fei and Xin to prepare the rest. He will be back in 2 days and then they will deal with the Li family. Liu Xing was glad that he could finally take revenge and destroy the Li family. At that moment, Van had already arrived and left his car in the parking lot, so all the people started taking pictures next to this car. Wang's teacher was drinking tea alone and waiting for his student. Immediately, Wang appeared, who said that he was late. The teacher was glad that he finally came. The teacher said that young people are not so punctual, so he was fined and he threw a mug of tea at him. Seeing this, Wang thought about the teacher underestimating him. He practically grabbed her and thanked the teacher for the tea. But the cup immediately changed direction and hit him in the forehead and the tea spilled. He was very hot and the teacher wanted to see how far he had come in these 2 days. He wanted to hit him with the words that he was not falling for his trick again. The teacher spread his arms to the side and Wang's fist almost reached the teacher, but he grabbed his arm. Wang was shocked that the teacher caught his fist so easily. Immediately, the teacher started twirling it and Wang shouted for the teacher to spare him. Immediately he threw it up and Van, continuing to spin, fell to the ground. The teacher realized that things were bad, because of the teacher's indiscretion, the student had a little hard time. Wang asked him not to talk to him yet, because he first needs to renew. The teacher told Wang that his brute strength has turned into something they can't handle, which is why it's so hard for him, but in a short time his strength has improved significantly. He decided to give him hot tea to drink, and then they would talk about him. Van could only thank him. The teacher put his hand on Wang's shoulder and felt something. He picked up Wang and asked what kind of extraordinary person he had encountered in these 2 days. Wang was surprised and replied that he had not met anyone. The teacher added that he feels an extremely negative and cold evil energy inside him, completely different from the pure male energy that he radiated 2 days ago. Van replied that he probably just got sick and assured that it was nothing serious. Wang assumed that the teacher realized that he was now half human and half zombie. The teacher understood that this negative energy is not at all like a common cold. He grabbed it and added that this energy is similar to the energy of a corpse. He asked him to tell him honestly. The teacher thought that he had learned some kind of devilish technique in some place, to which Wang replied that he wouldn't dare, because he took him as an apprentice, which he is very happy about. Why would he not listen to him and learn completely different techniques? The teacher replied that he did not mind his student teaching other techniques, but he should remember that in no case should he use devilish techniques because they would ruin him. He ordered him to quickly take off his clothes so that he would rid him of this corpse energy. Wang was surprised because he was in the middle of the city, but the teacher insisted on his own. Wang and the teacher took off their t-shirts and sat down next to each other. Wang took a deep breath. Wang understood that they say that Wushu is so deep that you can't see the bottom, but he didn't know if there was a way to get rid of the virus inside his body. The teacher said that during the process you should not get carried away with fruitless ideas. You need to be calm, otherwise you will lose touch with reality. He put his hands on Van's back and it began to glow. Immediately he did something and opened his eyes. Van went from a normal state to rage mode and immediately transformed into a monster. The teacher said that he used True Kai to expel bad energy. These two energies begin to interact, which is why it is so hard for him. He didn't understand what was going on. This negative energy does not come out in any way. It seemed to him as if this energy had been inside Wang Bing from the very beginning and had been in him for so long. He understood that if he banished her completely, he would harm Wang Bing. He can only use this. He did something and Van started yelling even more, but he didn't look so much like a monster anymore. He asked him to hold on, because he would give him some more True Kai. His back continued to glow. Immediately, Wang felt that he felt so comfortable. It feels like the whole body has started to breathe freely. He was very pleased. He believed that the effect of the transmission of True Kai had manifested itself so quickly. It was so amazing. Wang felt a soft and powerful energy entering his body, but it did not expel the original energy inside him, but rather merged with it. Van feels like his energy has become more. The system congratulated him on getting a brand new skill. True Kai Teiji. True Kai Teiji increases dexterity by 3 points, physical strength by 10 points, and intellectual strength by 10 points. This technique is basic for all Tai Chi skills. It also improves the physique of the practitioner. The current level is 1. To go to the next level, you need to use the Tai Chi skill 100 times. Wang was glad that he didn't do anything, but still got a brand new skill. The teacher was tired, and Wang asked him if the fact that he had transferred his True Kai to him would not harm him. The teacher replied that it was nothing, because he had given him only a small fraction of True Kai. He was just a little tired. The negative energy inside him was in a chaotic state and could harm him at any moment, but now it is closed by True Kai. Wang was shocked by his words. The teacher added that this negative energy would not be able to completely invade his body. Besides, he helped open access to 2 meridians. Now he has a share of the inner strength of the teacher. Wang couldn't afford to take some of the teacher's power and therefore wanted to give it back. He understood that this virus was only harming his life. Because of him, the teacher gave him his inner strength. He was very ashamed. But the teacher put his hand on his shoulder and called him a fool. The teacher told Wang not to be impatient. Even if he got a third of his strength, yet his inner strength is still very far from his. In addition, the teacher believed that since he took Wang as a student, he should take care of him. Otherwise, who would inherit his kung fu? He assured that he did not care at all that he had transferred his power to him. He's just afraid that the protagonist has taken the wrong path. He wants Wang to try even harder. I firmly remembered that in no case should I go on a crooked road. The teacher asked me to remember this. Van was just in shock and started crying. The teacher took good care of him and Wang didn't even know how to thank the teacher. Van thought he was very caring. He was happy to have met such a good teacher. Immediately, Wang bowed his head in front of him and asked him not to worry. He assured him that he remembered his instructions. He will never repeat the past mistake. He hit his head on the floor and added that he would only train with his teacher. The teacher was pleased and replied that now they would study Chinese martial arts together, and with their diligence, they would reach heights. Wang was happy and assured the teacher that he would never let him down. But first, the teacher thought that they should leave this place. The girls looked at them and did not understand what they were doing and noticed that these two were half naked and in strange poses. Wang laughed and asked if they would continue training today. The teacher replied that they would go to his house and continue training there so that no one would disturb them. When they came to the teacher's house, he realized that the old man was a very authoritative person. The teacher's house is decorated in an old restrained luxury, and the market price of the Tang Garden with a courtyard is several $100 million. The teacher studied martial arts from childhood, served in the army from a young age, fought in the war, achieved great military success, and later was the bodyguard of an important person. With the money he had saved, he bought this big house, but there was not a single servant in this huge house. The teacher said he wasn't used to being looked after. After the death of his wife, his children also moved from here one by one. After that, the teacher began to teach him martial arts. He has more time in the post-apocalyptic world than in the real one. He needs to use this time to learn and memorize these new techniques. This way he will be able to practice them in a post-apocalyptic world. In the real world, it will seem to others that he is rapidly progressing in such a short time. At the same time, Wang realized that if he continued like this, he would grow old faster than others in this world. Others live for 1 day, and he lives for 7 days. Others live 10 years, and he lives 70. Immediately, the teacher slapped Wang in the face. He said that he called Wang constantly, but he didn't even move. He was wondering what he was thinking about. Wang replied that he was just a little distracted. The teacher stood in a fighting stance and replied that in the process of learning martial arts, he must purify his thoughts and soul. He decided to continue his studies and Wang agreed to this. After that, they show us Wang Bin's house. Liu Xing said on the phone that he had sent home all the things that Wang had asked to be prepared. Wang was glad and said he could see, but these clothes were thin, even if they could protect from the bite of predators. But he didn't know if they could protect from bullets. Liu Xing replied that of course he could, although the laboratory is still investigating it. But it has proven itself well in real combat, since it was on hired soldiers. Of course, after receiving a bullet, it will still hurt, but this is enough to reduce the probability of a fatal wound to negligible. Liu Xing got this thing by connecting very large connections, so he asked not to talk about it. Pan realized that these clothes are so cool. He expected it from him and thanked him very much. He also asked Liu Xing for a bulletproof car, and he ended up getting such a big one. It was a military armored car. He didn't know if it was too much. Liu Xing thought not, for the sake of safety. There is nothing more bulletproof than an armored car. He didn't want to detain him, so they would meet after his return. Wang agreed with him and with him, he wanted to take revenge on the Lai family together. After the conversation, Wang wanted to eat before returning to the post-apocalyptic world. Ever since he contracted the virus, his appetite has become terribly strange. He felt like there was a huge hole in his stomach, that he could never get enough. But the most frightening thing is that now he is like a wild animal who likes the smell of blood and raw meat. Currently, Wang only eats the easily edible Wagyu sweet, in the hope that in this way he will be able to control other desires for a while. A moment later, Wang found himself in the zombie world and greeted everyone and said that he was back. But there was no one around and Van was surprised. He didn't understand where everyone was. They used to meet him when he was coming back. He thought something might have happened. Immediately he saw the note. He opened it and realized that it was Xiao's handwriting. He didn't know if she had forgiven him. Xiao wrote that by the time he reads this letter, they'll be gone by now. This is not at all because they left him and did not wait for his return, but because they encountered a regular army unit. They came from a large gathering place. Their goal is to safely move people nearby to a gathering place. Wang was surprised and didn't know if this was the place they were looking for. Along the way, their squad found them. After that, he asked them to go with the squad to the gathering place. But Officer Mayo refused them because they were waiting for Wang. However, they forced them to go along with the squad, explaining that the zombies in the neighborhood have become stronger and that it is not safe here. Especially their commander is adamant. They did not dare to confront them, so as not to reveal their armed force, so they could only agree to go with them. Xiao added that if Wang came and read this letter, then immediately he should go in search of them. The squad is heading south now. Van put the letter down and realized that he was lucky, because he had a car and he would be able to catch up with them very quickly. He was happy that he would come for Xiao and Mayo soon. After that, we are shown ordinary zombies. Immediately, they turned their attention to Wang. The protagonist sat on a motorcycle and shone on them. There were a lot of zombies near him. Van understood that although the sound attracted a lot of zombies, but they seemed to feel the power of the zombie king inside him and therefore did not dare to approach. Wang ordered them to come up and attack everyone. In any case, he also needs to kill a bunch of zombies in order to improve his skills. Immediately, one of the zombies jumped on Van. He realized that only strong zombies can challenge him. Wang took out a shotgun and shot him in the head, but it was very easy for him to deal with these ordinary zombies right now. Immediately, Wang hid the shotgun and stepped on the gas. After that, we are shown a certain factory, where there is a lot of security. Military equipment is also present there. There was a huge room where a lot of children were sitting. Also, everyone took turns getting food. It was time to ask everyone not to rush, and that they come one by one, because there is enough food for everyone. Alone we see a familiar company. Zhao fed Qi and asked her to drink slowly, otherwise she would choke. Li said that baby Qi is doing great. Although they used to eat very tasty food, but baby Qi is still not so picky about food. He believed that everyone should learn from baby Qi. Mayo also thought that baby Qi was just lovely. Nan also wanted to eat something delicious. However, the porridge they give them is so thin that he can't eat enough. He really missed the days when Wang Bing was with them. Then they could eat meat whenever they wanted. Li told him not to speak so loudly, because then others would also find out that they had recently eaten meat. Xiao asked Nan to be patient. They're with the squad right now. If they find out about their stocks, then who knows how they will handle them. Mayo added that it is very dangerous to take food with you at the present time. Nan apologized to them, because he shouldn't complain like that. Immediately, Sister Zhu poked him with a sausage. Nan asked if this was the ham sausage that Wang handed out to them. He didn't understand where else she had. She explained that Zhu didn't eat his and gave it to her. Nan is growing up now, so she decided to give it to him. Nan couldn't understand how he could dare to take her. He wanted to give it to Baby Key because she is younger than him. The girl noticed that Nan had changed. He replied that he was still Wang's best student. Therefore, he cannot weaken if he gets a little hungry. It was too humiliating for him to take food or anything else from a girl. Zhao gave her a sausage and said she could eat it and asked her to thank Nan. Li was glad, because this is the act of a real man. Immediately, Xiao said that she had seen over the past few days. These soldiers are very attentive to them, ordinary people, despite the fact that last night they were attacked by zombies, and one of the food trucks was detained. Today they still cooked porridge for everyone. Mayo agreed that they had lost a lot of soldiers recently due to a sudden zombie attack overnight. Xiao was thinking about giving the remaining bags of rice to them. Li thought it was a good idea. They've had a good time the last few days anyway. He wanted to give them the rest of the food. Zhu supported this, because the soldiers do everything for the people. If they don't have enough food, then they won't have the strength to fight the zombies. Mayo replied that as everyone agreed, she and Xiao would go and give them rice. At this moment, Shan was sitting at the table. She still had a lot to do, but first write the names of those who died. She wrote down the names on paper and immediately the man put a mug on the table. The soldier said that since last night she had not rested and had not eaten anything. He brought her something to eat. He wanted her to refresh herself, and after she eats, she should go to bed. He didn't want her to ruin her health. Shan agreed with him and replied that she knows how to take care of her health. She thanked him for the porridge. Although she is a little tired, she still can't close her eyes when I see these crossed out names. She didn't understand why zombies had become so tough lately. Since they left, and until today, they have already lost more than 20 soldiers. The soldier believed that at least it was their duty to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the people. But the information they had was very unreliable. Otherwise, they would not have lost so many comrades. Immediately, the girls came up to them and said that they had business with them. Xiao said they saw that they hadn't eaten anything, so they wanted to give them a bag of rice. And Mayo brought dry food. They can also take it away. Mayo was holding a bag that was packed to capacity. The soldier was shocked that they had rice. Shan asked where they got it and assumed that they had found it all themselves. Xiao replied that they saw that they were evenly distributing small amounts of food to people, and therefore decided to give away these supplies. Mayo held the bag and added that there wasn't much food here either, but there would be enough for a while. Shan thanked them for their kindness, but they couldn't take it. Mayo was surprised and didn't understand why. Shan explained that they had difficulty getting this food. Besides, they are soldiers. They can't take anything from the common people, so she asked them to take everything back. Even if they suffer from hunger, they are still obliged to protect people. This is their task and goal. Shan told Commander Liu to give back the rice, because they are soldiers. Liu told Xiao to take it back. Mayo replied that it was true that they were rude and didn't think about it, but they would like them to keep their food. At that moment, a guy passed by them and was surprised, because he saw a whole bag of rice. At that moment, a certain gang was playing cards. The guy was glad that he had a pair of jokers. He believed that these puppies could not win it. He was laughing, because the three of them couldn't beat him alone. Everyone called him Big Brother, and a guy with purple hair ran up to him and said something had happened. Big Brother was not happy, because he was distracting him from the game. He whispered softly in his ear that he had only seen a lot of food. Immediately, he got very angry that they had food and called all his people to follow him. At that moment, Mayo said that she used to be a policeman too and serve the people like them. She thought they all had the same mission. Shan replied that giving out food so generously had nothing to do with the profession. She thought they were really so kind. Xiao replied that since they don't take it, they can distribute food to the people. You should always be prepared, because who knows what they will face in the future. Shan thanked them on behalf of all the people. She ordered Liu to take provisions and distribute them to everyone. He heard her and replied that he would do everything. At that moment, the gang came up. Big Brother realized that this guy was telling the truth, and the fact that the morning porridge was so thin, because they hid all the food for themselves. Immediately, Lai and Xiao looked at them angrily. Big Brother didn't understand why they say they serve for the people, because they hid the rice and ate it themselves. Liu started shouting and asked on what basis he was saying that. His comrades had not eaten anything for a long time so that everyone could eat. Mayo didn't understand what was wrong with them. Seeing the rice, their eyes glistened and they began to put. Shan replied that it was a leader leading a bunch of hooligans at the original gathering place. They caused them a lot of problems all the way. Big Brother asked if they didn't dare to say anything, that they didn't eat anything, then what kind of bag was in his hands. He also doesn't understand why they have to store food. He thought it would be more correct if they gave it to the people for safekeeping. Others from the gang agreed. If in extreme cases they would leave them, then they would have nothing to eat. Mayo understood that this guy's words were extremely provocative. If they didn't shut them up, the others would start to rebel too, but Shani understood that it wouldn't be so easy to shut them up. Zio was angry because she is annoyed by the rudeness of local hooligans like them. She decided to get a gun and shouted that it was her rice. Therefore, to whom he wants, he gives it to him. She thought they had no right to say anything. She warned them that if anyone said a single word, they would immediately get a bullet in the head. Liu was shocked because he didn't know where she got this gun from. Big Brother was not afraid of the gun and called all his friends to take weapons as well. They all grabbed bits and their gang was called the Buried Fighters. Each of them took up a weapon with a threatening look. He asked her if she had enough bullets for everyone because there are so many people here. If she's that brave, she can kill them all. He wanted to see how she would explain all this to the top later. Zio shouted that she would do it easily. She has a lot of bullets and first she will finish him off. Shani immediately intervened, who asked Zio to put down the gun. She decided to deal with everything. She approached Big Brother, whose name is Tito. She said that since he was so fearless that he even ran out and started screaming, she asked if he was sure that he could protect the food instead of them. Tito replied that she would only be able to find out everything if she kissed him. He believed that if she didn't have a scar on her face, she would be a top-quality product. His friends started to get swept away and told her to kiss him. Liu believed that they could only show off. He wanted to see if they would soon have limbs or not. Zio became even more angry and replied that you really won't hear a kind word from such scoundrels. She wanted to beat him to death. Mayo asked Zio to calm down, because Shani will figure it out herself. Liu thought that an interesting performance was beginning. He dared to defy the commander so brazenly. The soldier also wanted to take a good look at this interesting performance. Ordinary people also noticed that someone was fighting there and therefore wanted to look at it. Everyone gathered around them. Shani replied that since he was so sure, she offered him to face off, to find out who will still be able to store food. Tato asked her if she really wanted him to fight with her, because everyone would laugh at him for hitting a woman. She didn't understand how he could be so ordinary and at the same time so confident. She replied that he should not treat her like a woman, because everyone is equal. They won't use guns or anything like that. She offered him the usual fight. She added that whoever first puts the enemy on the ground will have the rest of the food. Tato understood that hand-to-hand combat was beneficial for him. But if he suddenly lost, then he would be disgraced. The other guy told Tato not to be afraid and attack, because he is very strong and he will lay her on the ground. And then all the food will be theirs. Tato realized that he was saying the right words, so he agreed with her. He warned her not to say later that he was not gentle with her. He immediately tried to hit her with the words that he would take care of her pain from the fall. But she stood unperturbed. He almost grabbed her, but Shani easily dodged and elbowed her in the stomach. All the guys were in shock, and the bald guy didn't have time to see anything. During the flight, she grabbed his arm and threw him over her shoulder. She hit him on the floor with all her might. It was very painful for Tato that he was already bleeding. Zio and Mayo were very happy that she won. They thought she was very cool. Liu noticed that she was still in the same great shape as before, and Tato mumbled that he seemed to have broken his coccyx. She told everyone that she knows that they all feel injustice lately. They can't eat enough. At least everyone has their own complaints. But their mission is to serve the people. But if they are not given even the most basic trust, it will only cool the hearts of the soldiers. She only hopes that they will understand their difficulties and trust the soldiers. Shani guaranteed that they would safely deliver all of them to the gathering place. That's all she wanted to say. She asked everyone to come back and think about it. Zio was delighted. She told her that Shani was simply amazing. She put that bully on the ground so quickly. Zio really wanted her to train her. Mayo immediately intervened, who told Zio that Commander Shani had not rested for a long time, so it was not worth bothering her now. Zio understood and replied that then she would come again after she had rested. Shani said they also know martial arts. She would like them to join her squad to protect the people. Mayo agreed with her, and added that they would try to help protect everyone. Shani was glad, because now there were 2 more masters in their squad. Moreover, they are one step closer to the goal. She also introduced herself to them and asked what their names were, and the girls told a little about themselves. At this moment at night, we are shown a bridge under which there is a huge zombie toad with other zombies. They all trembled at the sight of her, and the toad grinned a lot. Immediately, she grabbed one zombie with her tongue, then reached for one of her eggs on her back. She took out one tadpole and it opened its red eyes. Immediately, he rushed at the zombie and bit him on the neck. It bit into his neck, and veins appeared on the zombie's face, and his eyes turned red. The toad let go of the zombie and his muscles began to grow, and all his clothes were torn from a sharp increase in body weight. The toad liked it very much and she smiled broadly. At this time, the soldiers were keeping order. There were only 2 of them and they really wanted to sleep. The man said that it was so tiring to watch. He really wanted to light a cigarette. Another replied that he was not thinking about that, because what they have is already good, and he also wants such luxury as cigarettes. The man replied that he was just dreaming, and he added that cigarettes are just a dream, but still there is a small fraction of the fact that it will come true. At that time, someone was walking on the road and the soldiers took aim and shot in the head. The man praised him and added that his movements are very dexterous. Immediately they noticed something and reported to the commander that there was an emergency situation now. A large wave of zombies is heading in their direction. All the people were shocked that zombies were coming to them. They began to panic and shouted that they did not want to die. Mio did not understand why the zombies appeared at night, and Zio did not take pictures of what was happening. All the soldiers left the building and Shani asked what the current situation was and when they discovered it. The man reported that they had just discovered that the zombies had approached their first line of defense. Zombies were hammering into the fence in order to break it. The soldiers had already pointed their weapons at them and Shani asked how many zombies there were. She was told that there were at least 1,000 of them. Lee was surprised because it's a lot. She told him that he, along with the second and third squad, was protecting the refugees and evacuating them from the other side, and she and the first squad will try to detain the zombies here. Liu was surprised that she wanted to detain the zombies. He thought they were evacuating together, to which Shani asked since when he became so slow. Commander Liu shouted that everyone should follow them faster and that they should not stand up from the squad. People didn't understand what had happened, that they had to leave again. Everyone knew that nothing could be done, because where the detachment of the general staff would go, they would go there. The old people also did not understand how many more young people would sacrifice their lives this time. We were shown the whole familiar company, and Zhu looked around suspiciously. He realized that such a move was a common thing for them. Lai added that in any case it was better than staying in the same city and enduring the oppression of some tyrant like Jin. Immediately Zhu noticed that Xiao and Officer Mio did not go with them and asked where they were. Li told him that they said they would stay and help the military detain the zombies. He was surprised and also wanted to stay. He knew they could take care of themselves. Besides, they have already been on the verge of life and death 3 times, so they can help them. At this time, the soldiers were ready to open fire. Shani said they would only shoot when the zombies crossed the fence. After all, you need to be careful and not waste bullets in vain. At this time, zombies were hammering into the fence, and one even almost climbed over the barbed wire. A moment later, some zombies were in human territory. The soldiers opened fire and the commander told them to shoot only at fallen zombies. They deftly shot zombies and Shani understood that they only needed to hold out until the moment when the main forces evacuated them. That way everyone will be safe and sound. Other zombies also climbed over the fence and immediately someone appeared. Shani added that everyone should be careful because higher individuals appeared among the zombies. Behind the ordinary zombies were zombies that are much bigger and pumped up others. They all looked insanely scary and one of them got into a pose and immediately ran quickly. He easily broke through the fence. The soldiers tried to shoot at him so that he would not break the fence, but bullets are useless against him. Shani told them not to panic and shoot at the enemy. They should not shoot at the head, but aim at the tumor on the body. The zombie, hearing this, growled violently and the soldier shouted that the zombies had managed to get in from this side. Immediately he hit him and he flew away. They shouted for someone to save them and other zombies rushed at him and began to devour him. The soldiers continued shooting at the zombies. There were higher zombies as well as ordinary ones. Shani ordered them to hold positions and shoot sarcoma on the bodies of these higher individuals. The zombie looked at her, smiled and immediately rushed at her. He tried to hit her and she dodged. She realized that these higher individuals are unusually agile, and therefore it will not be so easy for her to aim. The zombie tried to hit her again and a car appeared, which rammed the zombie at full speed. Zio came out of the door and Shani asked her why she had come back, because it was too dangerous here. She told them to go back to the other squad. Zio replied that they promised they would help, so she definitely couldn't leave her. Shani was surprised when she saw her machine gun. Mio also came out, who said that the police serve the people, and that's why she can't just sit and do nothing. Other zombies rushed straight at them and 3 girls opened fire. Shani asked Zio if they were not afraid that they would soon be left without a bullet if they continued to shoot like that, to which they replied that they were already used to it because they have a lot of bullets. Immediately Shani realized that this could not continue. She said that they would shoot and retreat at the same time, and everyone agreed. Other zombies continued to surround the girls and the higher zombies wanted to kill them. Shani understood that if you don't take into account these higher individuals, the other zombies are also just as ferocious. There were a lot of zombies and they were making their way to them and immediately a huge projectile flew and all the zombies flew to pieces. Shani was shocked when she saw the heavy weapons and did not understand who it was, but Zio immediately realized that it was Wang Bing. She shouted to Mio that Wang Bing was back and Mio closed her eyes in embarrassment. Then the zombies paid attention to the sound and they show us a huge military vehicle that was rushing right at them. He was angry because so many zombies dared to surround his girls. He wanted to crush them all. He stepped on the gas and literally crushed everyone in front of him. Then he saw the unique zombies. Van realized that there were a lot of big zombies here. He realized that these were special zombies and did not know what to do with it. They started hitting the car and then looked right out the window. Wang understood that if things continued like this, they would soon be able to injure him. He wanted to use the ability and take control of them. He wanted to know what they were like. Wang used the biocurrents of the zombie's brain and the zombie growled violently. Wang saw that the zombie toad transforms from ordinary zombies into unique higher zombies, and that's why they became so big and strong. The zombies' veins swelled and the two of them tried to lift the car. Wang understood that these zombies were out of control. Soon they will overturn the armored car. Immediately, he thought that since he couldn't control them, he might be able to take control of the parasite in their body. Van activated the biocurrents of the zombie's brain again. The parasite began to crawl inside. Zio noticed that Mayo was running somewhere and asked her to come back because it was dangerous there. But Wang Bing was having difficulties, so Mayo wanted to help him. She saw big zombies trying to lift the car. Then they stopped and Mayo didn't understand what was going on. She didn't understand why they suddenly stopped the attack. Wang ordered them to kill all the other zombies, and they listened to him and immediately started killing others. The Supreme lifted the zombie over his head and literally tore it apart. The soldier asked the commander if they were killing their zombies. He wanted to take advantage of their feud and kill them. Wang pressed the gas pedal and the car immediately turned around and drove up to Milo. Wang opened the doors for her and shyly invited her to sit down so that she could kill zombies with a machine gun on the roof of the car. She pouted a little sweetly and Wang realized that she was still a little mad at him. Van understood that the girls were very vindictive. She took his hand and Van was very happy about it. She coldly asked him where the machine gun was and he showed her that it was upstairs. She added that the fact that he agreed to talk to him does not mean anything. On his return, he has to explain everything to Zio to her and Wang agreed. When she climbed up to the machine gun, Wang realized that he could not avoid not seeing it. The other zombies were running at Shani and Liu. They opened fire and Liu realized that their weapons were useless against them. Immediately, large caliber bullets hit their heads and the zombie fell. Shani saw the heavy weapons and thought they were troops sent by the general staff. Liu knew that with such support, they would surely be able to resist them. The Supreme Zombie grabbed another Supreme Zombie by its parasite and literally ripped it out. He held it in his hand and literally squeezed and blew it up. Immediately, a large zombie fell and died. After seeing the death of the Supreme Zombie, ordinary zombies began to run away in a hurry. Shani thought that this bunch of zombies gathered here because of them. All the zombies were running in all directions wherever they could. Then the higher zombies controlled by Wang began to pull out their parasites and then they fell dead. Shani and Liu were standing near their corpses. She didn't understand why these people did it. She asked me to write it down and report it to the general staff. Shani didn't understand who this Wang Bing was. Then he got out of the car and Zio ran up to him. She said she didn't expect him to find them so quickly. They hugged each other and Wang couldn't even find the right words. She knew he would catch up with them. She's very comfortable when he's around. Wang wanted to explain to her about the past situation. He tried to talk, but Zio told him that he could not talk because Officer Mayo explained everything to her. Then they were under the influence of the medicine that Jing gave them, so it happened to them. They weren't aware of their actions back then, so she doesn't blame them. Wang was surprised that Officer Mayo said this to her. Van realized that she was a really good person. He was touched by this. However, without knowing why, he was a little upset. Xiang said that in his absence, she thought about everything properly. As long as he has Zio in his heart, she won't be so worried. Wang told her that how could she say that she wouldn't worry, because he accidentally hurt her and Officer Mayo. She decided to find out if Wang liked Officer Mayo. And the protagonist was a little confused because she asked it so suddenly. He asked her why she was asking so suddenly, because she knows that he loves her. Shani also wanted to ask something. Zio replied to Wang that it was because she knew he wouldn't hurt Officer Mayo. She has feelings for him, so as long as Zio is his heart, then she won't mind possessing him together with Officer Mayo. Wang realized that in this way Zio did not take that case to heart. Besides, she agreed to share it with Officer Mayo. He was thinking about what would happen with the two girls now. Immediately, Wang realized that he needed to calm down, because he would continue to think about it, then the anger indicator would reach a peak. Shan apologized for interrupting, but decided to introduce herself to him. Wang introduced himself to her in response and Zio said that she was very smart and brave, a great fighter and she sincerely cares about the common people. Wang added that having met such a strong and good-natured person, you really feel completely safe. She replied that if he had not arrived in time and helped them, she believed that they would have lost a lot of comrades. She wanted to talk to them separately, and asked if it was convenient for him now. Wang agreed to sit down and talk to her. Now it is not clear whether they are friends or enemies, nor does he know what they want to talk to him about. He hoped that it would not affect the collection of gold in this world in any way. After that, they were already in the building and sitting at the table. She thanked the three of them for their help. Mayo replied that it was not necessary to thank, because protecting the people is the duty of the police. Wang added that they want to join them to protect the people together. Shani replied that in fact, it is an honor for them that such capable people like them want to help them. Zio asked Shani how far they were from the gathering place now. According to the current development, they are about 400 kilometers from the gathering place. Wang asked her if she could tell him about the situation at the gathering place. That's what she wanted to tell them. The gathering place where they plan to go is considered the largest. In their country, there are now 5 large gathering places located in Beijing, Qinghai, Tibet, Zhongyuan, Fuzhou, and on the coast, each of which is strictly guarded. These are the safest places. Wang heard her and asked which gathering place they were closest to now. Shani replied that the nearest gathering place is Fuzhou. However, without fire support from the previous gathering place, they will not be able to reach Fuzhou. Mayo realized that their task was to gather all the survivors and send them to large gathering places. There is still half a year for when the next gathering place will send a car to pick up the refugees. They can take 30,000 survivors each time. That way, everyone will be safe once they get to Fuzhou. Their gathering place does not have as much firepower as large gathering places, but it is safe enough. The gathering place is not only surrounded by a high wall, but is also guarded by soldiers 24 hours a day to ensure the safety of people. It is not only safe there, but also a lot of vegetables are grown there. This way people won't starve. That place can easily accommodate 100,000 people. If they agree to help, then they can get to a safe place very quickly. Wang was willing to help her, because together they would certainly be able to get there safely. He wanted to hurry up. He thought she wanted to question him about the recent incident. He was worrying for nothing. He thought about it too much. He wanted to talk about the gathering place they created on the way. Shani understood that after the appearance of this Wang Bing, all the zombies began to behave strangely. Besides, he has advanced weapons. She thought he wasn't an ordinary person, so she wanted to look after him. Wang replied that they were destined to meet. He wanted to give her a gift in honor of their acquaintance. He took out a Coke, which he found while looking for supplies, and he gives it to her. She said she couldn't accept personal items from the common people. Van didn't understand her words, because he treats her to drinks as a friend. Shani replied that no matter what the circumstances, she couldn't accept it from him. Besides, it's a good idea. Therefore, if he leaves her, then perhaps after he can exchange for a lot of good things. Van told her that he had a lot of Coke. He was surprised that there was a person who remained indifferent at the sight of cola. Mayo replied that she was indeed a soldier with a high sense of duty. She admired her even more now. Already in the dead of night, soldiers were standing by military vehicles, and then he saw an armored car. The soldiers immediately approached her and began to examine her. They felt completely safe near her. The soldier said that if he was allowed to ride it, he would not be afraid, even if he met a crowd of zombies. The commander believed that there was such a car only at the gathering place in Fuzhou. Shani introduced Commander Liu to Wang, and vice versa, and they both greeted each other. Liu said that Wang was just something and asked where he found this armored vehicle. The protagonist replied that he found it in an abandoned factory, and it worked, so he took it with him. Liu understood that this plant was quite impressive. He wanted Wang to accompany them there, because he also wants such an armored car, but Wang replied that he had already forgotten where it was. The soldier asked Liu not to put him in a difficult position, because Wang had obviously been to many places and he had definitely already forgotten. But Liu was just interested and that was it. Wang told them that his comrades were waiting for him, so he would go, and they could continue the conversation. Wang was leaving quickly and Liu noticed that there was clearly something wrong with him, because it's not so easy to get such an armored car. This model is not an Autobron Tanka of their country. Besides, how would he be able to find such a thing at the present time? Shani understood that it was not yet clear who he was, but certainly not a zombie. If they have already lost a lot of comrades, if they encounter a large wave of zombies again, then everyone will die. And if he is nearby, then perhaps with him they will be able to safely get to the gathering place. Anyway, it's not bad. At this time, Zio, Mayo, Zhu, Lai and Nan were sitting together. The boy was not happy, because they ran all night and are now super hungry. Zio replied that Baby Yang and Bao went to help cook porridge. They asked him to just be patient, because he would soon be able to eat. Mayo added that if he waited a little longer, she would give him her portion as well. Li added that no matter how many bowls of porridge you eat, you still won't get enough of it. Li knew that Wang was back, but he didn't know where she was. Nan was really waiting for Van, because he wants a big chicken leg. Van immediately approached, who noticed that he was only thinking about a chicken leg. He turned around and said he really missed him. Zhu was also glad that Wang Bing was back. He hugged him and Zhu got up and said that he had left so long ago and therefore he was afraid that he would not catch up with them. I didn't expect him to catch up with them so quickly. Wang replied that everyone had worked hard lately. For them, he was absent for 7 days, and for him, only 1 day passed. The flow of time in the real and post-apocalyptic world is not the same. If this continues, Zio and Officer Mio will age faster than him. But Van understood that they were very good. Even if they get older, they will still be the most beautiful for him. Then he saw other people and didn't know who they were. Van felt like they were looking in their direction all the time. Wang told Nan that he had brought a very good thing this time. The boy was in anticipation and wondered if it was possible to eat it. Wang understood that there were a lot of people here, so he asked them to climb into the tent and he would show it there. At that time, Mio turned around and Wang asked her where she was going, because he had, but before he could finish, she said that he could give everything he had to the others, and she would go see how little Yang and Bao were cooking porridge there. He didn't understand why Mio was so cold to him. He knew she hadn't asked him. Wang took out a cold ice cream. Everyone around was just in shock and screamed. Wang asked them to be quiet. Everyone wanted to take every ice cream. He again asked them to be quiet, because it would be bad if others found out about it. Zio wanted to call baby Yang and Bao to eat too. Otherwise the ice cream would be tasteless if it melted. Nan was drooling over it, and Zhu wondered why they weren't interested in finding out where Wang Bing got this ice cream from. Zhu understood that this was real magic. Wang asked them not to worry. This container is loaded. It will keep the ice cream cold until night. He wanted them to eat their fill first. At this time, a gang of losers were looking at their tent. The blonde asked Tato what they were doing in the tent there. He thought they were just going back and forth and worrying. At this time, Yang was cooking food with Mio, and Bao was handing out food to everyone and asking them to be careful because the food is hot. Zhu was chatting with one of the soldiers, and Lai took out his cigarettes and shared them with the other soldiers and they just all got high. After that, they show us a huge armored car. Wang was glad that he could finally rest. He assumed that the zombie from the memories must be the zombie king. Besides the fact that he can attach his parasites to other zombies, he does not know what else he is capable of. Since he accepted the system task, he needed to find and destroy it, only he didn't know where to look for it. Officer Mio immediately knocked on their door and called him. She wanted to talk to him. Mio was a little embarrassed, but she was ready for it. He wanted to get out, but Mio replied that it was not necessary. She wanted to sit inside. They were sitting on the seat and it was not easy for them. Wang understood that if they didn't talk, it felt like time had frozen. He must break this silence. They started a conversation together. Mio told him to start first and Wang asked her to speak first. Then they both turned away and were embarrassed again. Now it's even more awkward. She noticed that there was a sleeping bag and assumed that he was going to sleep in the car. Wang replied that it seemed to him that sleeping in a tent would be cramped. She told him that if he slept here, he might catch a cold, so she invited him into the tent. Immediately Van hugged her and kissed her. She was very surprised and asked him to wait. She pushed him away a little and they were breathing hard. She said they couldn't do it. He did not understand why it was impossible to do this, because he knows that she likes him. To which Mio replied that he couldn't do whatever he wanted just because she liked him. Besides, in the end, she didn't understand what kind of relationship they had now. She believed that if she did this to him, it would be wrong towards Zio. Wang replied that they had all done it before, so why ask what the relationship between them was? Mio didn't understand how he treated her and wanted to hear a clear answer. Wang replied that she was always important to him in his heart, not as a special friend. Before, she thought that she would meet the person she liked, then they would fall in love, get married and have children, but now, everything is in chaos. And all because of him, because he ruined her dreams. Wang was even a little scared. He asked her to calm down and put his hand on her shoulder. He wanted her to just listen to him. It's his mistake that he ruined her dreams of the future, but it doesn't matter. Although it didn't start out so great, but he asked her to believe him, he would make her the happiest woman in the world. Anything he can do, he will definitely do for her. Mio and Zio are the women he loves the most and he wanted to take good care of them for the rest of his life. Mio noticed that he didn't even talk about his past. She didn't know if they could really trust him. Van thought about it and didn't know what to say. He called the system to tell him what to do. He didn't know if he could tell her that he was a time traveler. He also didn't know if there would be any danger if he did this. She warned him not to let love turn his head in any case, even though he can't change the future now, but his every word and action will cause serious consequences. Wang understood that she was already his close person. He didn't want to hide it from her. The system asked him to think it over again. She can only offer him, and Van must decide for himself. Van decided to tell her, but he was very doubtful. Mio put her fingers to Wang's lips and said that she understood that he had his own emotional wounds. If he could not tell his secrets, then he could not speak. In any case, she knows what he likes and that's enough. Wang replied that Officer Mio was so understanding. He asked her not to worry, because he would treat her well and he would not disappoint her expectations. She hugged him tightly, which surprised Wang a lot. She told him that he himself said that she was his close person, so she asked why he still calls her Officer Mio. He asked her what her name was, just Mio, and she agreed. Wang answered her back. He understood that the teacher's power suppressed the dark energy. The virus has no effect on him, but still, Wang took her hand and asked her that since they were lovers now, could he kiss her again? And Mayo agreed with him. Immediately they exchanged saliva. Then he put her on the seat and continued this business. Then he reached for her neck and melons. She asked him to wait and asked if he wanted to do it here. Van wanted it, but if she didn't like it, then he wouldn't force her. She replied that in fact, it's not that it's impossible. She took off Van's t-shirt and he was very surprised. She took off his t-shirt. She hoped he would do it differently than last time. She was very confused about the upcoming events. She wanted him to be more gentle this time. Wang replied that he would not do the same as last time. He assured that he would be gentle with her. He took off her billet and asked if he could and she agreed. His rocket flew into the cave at full speed. Immediately, Xiao knocked on the door and asked if the protagonist would sleep alone in the car. She thought he would be lonely, so she came to keep him company. She got into the car and saw these two. She realized that it was not the right time, so she asked them to continue. Immediately, Wang grabbed her hand. Wang replied to her that she was just in time. Xiao was surprised that he wanted her to join and Wang agreed and Xiao climbed into the car. Liu was watching all this. He told Shani that he saw Xiao and Officer Mayo get into Wang's armored car. He didn't understand why the car was rocking and thought they were up to something. Shani was embarrassed and ordered him to mind his own business. He should just stand guard. The next day, early in the morning, the main forces set off. Everyone was walking very slowly, while the main group was driving by car and ice cream. Xiao also had ice cream for breakfast and some fell on her melons. Xiao noticed it. Mayo noticed that the way Xiao eats this ice cream is very tempting. The girl asked Xiao if she wanted to try her durian-flavored ice cream. Very sweet. Took the ice cream. Xiao realized that it looks very tasty. She decided to try it and she liked it incredibly much. Nan immediately turned around and said he wanted to try durian-flavored ice cream. Immediately, Mayo covered his words so that he would not look at this picture. Nan didn't understand what he couldn't look at, because he just wanted to try ice cream. Wang also said that Xiao should be more careful with her posture when she eats ice cream. She didn't understand what was wrong, because she always eats ice cream like that. Zhu and his sister immediately ran up to his car and said that he had found out everything. Wang asked him how much more time it would take to get to the gathering place. Bing told Zhu that there was one bridge ahead. As soon as they pass through this bridge, they will reach the gathering place very soon. Wei also noticed that they said that then they would send troops to help them. Therefore, it will not be scary even if they meet a crowd of zombies. Pan was glad and wanted to see what that gathering place was like. He hoped they wouldn't run into that zombie king. If he does something in front of outsiders, they will suspect him. He wanted to wait until the situation calmed down a little and then he could safely collect gold. Shani and Liu were driving by car and the commander noticed that they still had half a day's journey. And they would reach their destination, and then they would be able to have a good rest. The head understood that although they were approaching their destination, they still could not relax their vigilance. In her eyes, everything was fading and smearing. She realized that she had not rested for a long time. She wanted to sleep badly and felt that she could no longer hold on. After that, we are shown abandoned buildings, which also have zombies and blood on them. Zombie Toad dragged zombies to his factory. Then she dragged them to the edge and threw all the zombies down. The zombie toad growled and a voice came from below. Someone was happy and then said that he was hungry. The toad asked him to be patient. Then she began to run away with a smile on her face and said that the prey would soon be hooked. Then they show the bridge and the weather has deteriorated greatly. It was raining heavily. Now it was even more difficult for people to walk. Everyone covered themselves with whatever they could. They understood that the military had told them that they would arrive soon, so they just needed to hold out a little longer. Grandma was exhausted and walked very slowly. The bully Tatato pushed the grandmother and told her to go faster, and if she couldn't, she should get off the road. Grandma fell to the floor and he added that she was already so old, so why would she even go to the gathering place, because she would die soon anyway. Other hooligans supported him, because old people only take up their time and a piece of bread. Grandma just lay on the ground and cried. Immediately, Shani ran up to her and gave her a helping hand, saying if she was okay. She picked up her grandmother and added that it was slippery on the road because of the rain, so she should be more careful. The dear old lady thanked her and realized that she was really a very good person. She asked if she could walk by herself and immediately called her into the car with her. Grandma replied that it wasn't worth it, because they were fighting zombies for them. They try so hard, so she can't brazenly take their places. Immediately, Wang appeared, who said that it was not worth being so kind. After all, it's raining non-stop and if she falls behind from the part, she will become food for zombies. Shani said that Wang Bing came very opportunely. She wanted him to help her escort her mother to their truck. Van began to accompany her to the car, but Grandma understood that even though she was at an advanced age, but still she could not take their places. The protagonist called Zhu and he immediately appeared next to him. He said that he could not persuade his grandmother in any way, so he had to carry her on his back to the military vehicle. Shani realized that Wang Bing was really a kind person. Zhu asked Grandma to hold on tight and she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Shani thanked him and Wang realized that the commander was really a cold beauty. She even thanked him very coldly. Immediately she collapsed and fell to her knees and Van was very surprised. He asked her how she was and Shani replied that she was fine, she just didn't get enough sleep. Wang took her hand and asked her to hold on to him. Wang immediately felt that her body was very hot, so she definitely had a temperature. Wang asked her if she was really okay, because he felt that she had a fever. Shani thought that everything was fine and she could hold out. She wanted him to help her and not make a fuss. So she went. Wang understood her as a leader. If she didn't hold out, it would affect the morale of everyone else. Although Commander Shani is strong, but still not iron. In the end she couldn't stand it. Wang was worried about her. Then the soldiers who were standing in front of everyone noticed something and asked everyone to look ahead. They have already reached the nearby bridge to the gathering place. The soldiers shouted that as soon as they passed through this bridge, they would get to the gathering place very quickly. They should go faster. All the people were very happy that they would finally reach the gathering place. People understood that it would definitely be safe there, and there will be no need to live in fear anymore. Yui told Shani that there seemed to be their comrades ahead, sent to help them. There was a group of people in military equipment on the bridge ahead. Shani understood that the rain was pouring like a bucket. In addition, she could no longer hold on. She did not know why, but she had a feeling that something was wrong. People are happy, because as soon as they arrive at the gathering place, they can no longer be afraid of zombies and still have plenty. Wai told her brother that this time they would really be able to live in a quiet and secure place. Wang didn't know if everything was really going so smoothly. Usually, in zombie games, something happens at this time. At first, with the help of a skill, he wanted to see what was ahead. He activated supervision and looked far ahead. He looked at that group of soldiers and realized that they were not Commander Shani's comrades. They were soldiers made of rice straw, and behind them a bunch of cars that blocked the way. A straw scarecrow, a barrier in the way. He did not understand who could have done it. He assumed that it was done by some other gangs to take away food. Zombies don't have such high intelligence. They have already arrived at the bridge. Now the path ahead is blocked. They are driven into a dead end. Van was thinking that there must be someone behind him. He looked back through the crowd and saw the higher zombies. There were a lot of them. The soldier noticed them. They were all gathering together. The zombies growled, and the soldier reported to the commander that zombies were found in the left part of the squad. Immediately, zombies rushed at them and she was informed that zombies were also found in the right part and behind. Besides, they are all top-level zombies. The zombie girl ran up to the soldier and grabbed him by the neck. The commander and her soldiers ran to fight. She told them that the first team was going with her to defend the rear. The second and third teams were defending from the left and right sides, while Commander Liu has to guide all the people. He immediately started calling all the civilians to follow him. The soldiers were fighting zombies at the time, but their bullets didn't take them. A huge zombie ran and grabbed two soldiers. They were screaming for someone to save them. Shani saw this and realized that these zombies do not immediately eat people, but simply take them away. Other higher zombies were trying to grab the local hooligans who were trying to escape with all their might. Immediately, the blonde was grabbed and he started shouting for Tato to save him, to which he replied that he would die early, so it would be better if he saved himself. The woman was running with her child, and immediately Tato ran up to them, who grabbed the girl. He said that saving his life was worth 7 pagodas and therefore wanted to borrow it. The mother did not understand why he took her daughter. The girl began to cry a lot and call her mother while the zombie was approaching them. He threw her into a zombie so that he would take the girl and not touch him. The zombie tried to grab her, but Shani appeared, who managed to repel the girl from the zombies. But the supreme zombie managed to scratch the girl's back and it was very painful for her. She put her daughter on the floor and ordered her to run to her mother. Immediately, Kang appeared, who was running to meet her daughter. At this time, the supreme zombie was approaching her from behind and Shani turned around and started shooting at him. Out of anger, he tried to attack her. She understood that she would not have time to dodge, and her body would no longer hold. She only wanted to submit to fate and hopes. Immediately, Van hit the zombie's fist. He said that Shani should hold out, because what would her subordinates do without her? The commander was surprised. She looked and saw Van in front of her. The zombie tried to grab him, but the protagonist put a block and the parasite inside growled. He ran at him with the words that he probably got tired of constantly raising his head and decided to help him. He hit the parasite and literally ripped it out, and the supreme zombie fell. She was surprised that he dealt with the supreme zombie with his bare hands. She did not understand who this Wang was. The protagonist asked her if she was okay. Immediately, the focus began to get lost in Shani's eyes and she felt very bad. She replied that she was fine and she would hold out. Shani was shaking violently and fell on Van's arm. Wang realized that she was not able to stand firmly on her feet so she could hold on to him. He also noticed a huge wound on her back. The protagonist told the system that a zombie had injured her, so he asked for help to check if she was infected or not, to which the system replied that it was currently unable to detect the virus in her body. She was overworked, which led to an elevated temperature. The body temperature is 40 degrees. Wang immediately said that her temperature was too high, so she was definitely not okay. Shani asked not to pay attention to her. She dragged everyone into it. She asked to help them all. Everyone must definitely get to the gathering place. She and her comrades do not want to be military personnel who are malfunctioning in their duties. Wang asked her not to worry, because his comrades are already helping. Everyone will definitely get to the gathering place safely. At this time, the zombie got up from behind and Shani asked him to help return the captured people as well. Immediately, Shani shouted for Wang Bing to deviate, because the zombie is attacking. A zombie was flying behind him and Van was using the biocurrents of the zombie brain. He directed the force at the parasite and saw how the zombie toad told everyone that she needed more meat, even more fresh human meat. He ordered everyone to capture all the transmigrators tonight. He wanted all the meat. Wang realized that this zombie king had done it again. Shani had seen something from the last attack, as if he could control zombies. She asked him who he was. Wang replied that he had his own difficulties, so he could not tell her everything. But he asked her not to worry. He absolutely deserves her trust. When everything calms down a little, then he will slowly tell her. Shani understood that the fact that he was able to use his power in front of her indicates that he trusts her, so she decided to trust him. Liu reached the fake soldiers and was surprised. He did not understand where the pile of cars came from and how they could cross the bridge now. They understood that their comrades were now fighting against the higher zombies. They have to find a way to remove this barrier. He ordered the soldier to remove the explosives. He replied that they had already spent all the explosives in the last battle. Liu realized that then there was nothing to be done. He wanted to call all the people. Even if they have to clean up with their bare hands, they have to clean up this rusty junk. Zhu and Lai immediately appeared, who said that they had a heavy weapon. Tony could help them remove this obstacle. Liu was shocked that Zhu and Officer Lai had such a heavy weapon. He didn't understand why they hadn't pulled it out earlier. To which Li replied that Wang Bing had brought it, and they had not been there before. Zio told them to stop talking. First they need to blow up these cars, and then clear the way with an armored vehicle. Liu wanted to get started as soon as possible. The soldiers were also happy, because this way they would soon get to the designated place. Liu ordered everyone to get out of here quickly, because there will be an explosion now. Lai Yizhu fired a rocket launcher and shells flew into the cars. There was a huge explosion and Zio realized that it was her turn. She pressed down on the gas pedal and the car drove forward. At full speed, she rammed cars and pushed everything in front of her. Zhu was glad that everything would be clear and Li asked him to tell everyone to go through the bridge. Liu shouted to everyone to follow him immediately. It's going through this bridge. At that moment, the zombie was grabbing other people and Zio shot at him with a heavy weapon. The soldier noted that she was supposed to clear the way, and she returned so quickly. She replied that she had to go back quickly and help Wang Bing. The protagonist ran after the zombies, but did not catch up. He decided to use the quick feet skill to catch up with them. Then the zombie turned around and saw that Wang was already beside him, who had activated the body strengthening skill and was preparing to attack him. He hit him with such force that the zombie's head turned the other way. He ordered the people and soldiers to leave quickly, because he will deal with everyone here. Then a very angry Wang asked the zombie if he was going to let this man go. The zombie began to shake with fear. He tried to run away and Wang warned him that if he caught up, he would wring his neck. The zombie was so scared that he started crying. At this time, Shani ordered everyone to hurry up. Nan and Bao stood together and guided people forward. The soldier decided to find out from them whether they really know how to use weapons. Nan told him that they can and should not underestimate them. Bao also added that they are real masters of shooting. At this time, the soldiers were shooting at the zombies, but for them, ordinary bullets were nothing. They slowly continued to move forward. Wang was already near Shani and he told her that there were too many zombies. Of the people they took, only a few were able to save. She believed that if he wasn't around, they would all be dead by now. Now they need to leave this place. And Van agreed with her. The protagonist understood that the zombie king was very strong compared to the one in the bank's gold reserve. He suggested that this post-apocalypse is much more complicated than those computer games. Shani ordered everyone to retreat. At this time, the soldiers were slowly shooting and retreating back. Wang told Zio to find Officer Mayo and the others, and he would blow up this bridge. Zio agreed and asked him to be careful. Wang took the explosives and put them on the bridge. Then he started taking out more and more and Shani was surprised that so many explosives were coming out of his bag. To which he replied with a smile that it was a magic bag and there was everything you wanted. He took out a lighter, and he lit dynamite. He counts to 3 and they ran. The zombies immediately rushed after him and Lee shouted for them to run faster. Wang laughed because there were a lot of explosives and he wanted to see if they would destroy all of them. Immediately, the zombies growled and a zombie toad flew over Van's head. He was surprised that the zombie king was here. He landed near the explosives. He turned to her and immediately put out the fire with his tongue. He started laughing because there was a lot of dynamite. Then he got angry because he messed up his plan. He ordered all the zombies to kill everyone because now he doesn't need the living. And the zombies rushed forward. Van activated the biocurrents of the zombie brain and the system informed him that the source of the parasites was nearby. Therefore, its biological currents can no longer have any effect on zombie parasites. He didn't understand why she hadn't told him before, because it was very important. Immediately, Xiao shouted for everyone to start shooting, because they needed to help Wang Bing. Everyone, including Nan, started shooting and then they show us a bullet that flew past Shani and went directly to the dynamite. The explosive started to burn and the zombie king noticed it. Immediately there was a huge explosion and everyone flew away, even a little Wang and Shani. Lee praised Nan because he began to shoot so accurately. But they scared Nana a lot and he almost shot people. The bridge collapsed and fell into the water. The bridge was half destroyed and most of the zombies remained on the other side. They started growling a lot and Wang said that now that the bridge is destroyed, they will not be able to approach and they are safe. He called Commander Shani because they have been waiting for a long time. Xiao and Maio were already full of joy and called Wang, and he shouted that he was already coming. Immediately, a long tongue appeared from under the bridge, which reached out to Shani. He grabbed her by the neck and dragged her along. Wang immediately turned around and ran after her. Liu understood that things were bad, because they had captured Commander Shani. Maio shouted for Wang to save Shani faster, and Xiao didn't understand how this toad survived, because the explosion was so big. Van couldn't keep up with Shani and she was almost flying out of the bridge. He immediately jumped off the bridge after her. She asked him not to come and forget about her, and Wang told her not to talk nonsense because he would save her. He jumped right behind her and immediately wrapped his arms around her. He asked her not to worry because she was there, nothing would happen to her. Shani was not happy because who allowed him to do it on his own? And then they flew under the water. Xiao, Maio and Liu ran straight to the edge of the bridge shouting their names. They started shouting Van's name and the soldier asked if he was also dragged under the water. The soldier reported to him that the current was very strong and he was afraid that it was not good. Liu was very angry. He ordered all the soldiers to be called to dive into the water. He wanted to find Commander Shani. Xiao also wanted to dive to find Wang Bing. Maio asked her to calm down. After all, Wang Bing is very talented and certainly nothing will happen to him. You just need to believe him. Li confirmed her words. He assured me that nothing would happen to them for sure. Commander Shani is not with them right now, so he is the platoon commander. In no case should he panic. First, he must order the soldiers to cover the people and go to the gathering place, and then he must send a small detachment to search for the commander. Liu apologized to them because he overreacted. He believed that Mr. Lai was right. He should calm down, because when there is no Shani, he is in charge and therefore must keep himself in hand. Maio agreed that it was necessary to act. She also asked Xiao not to worry, because everything would be fine. After that, I show us a river with huge waves and Van finally got out of there. He immediately looked around and did not see Commander Shani. He asked the system what he should do. She told him that he had been breathing underwater for a long time. He can search underwater or you can use fast feet in the water. He understood her, but now the current is very strong. He can't use fast legs, so he didn't know how to find Commander Zhao. The system advised Van to top up his account. Van did not want to, and she added that the lottery would help him become stronger. He realized that currently there is still this way. The system switched to lottery mode and wished him luck. She created a slot machine. Wang wanted to win some useful skill to save Commander Shani. He pulled the lever and the promotion started. At this time, there were still huge waves. A huge toad was dragging Shani with it. She understood that it was the zombie king who was attacking them with a crowd of zombies all the time. She had only seen zombie kings on land and didn't expect to see an underwater zombie king. She felt that she was already at the limit and therefore this time she would definitely die. She began to remember that she always wanted to become a serviceman who serves the fatherland. Only here I did not expect that after the apocalypse immediately comes. After the apocalypse, she lost people close to her, her parents, and she ordered people to run and that they leave the zombies on her. Immediately she saw how a zombie attacked the man and bit him. He grabbed the pin and killed the zombie. Shani asked Jai Gang if he had been bitten. He realized that yes, he didn't want to become a zombie. She just didn't believe it. She asked him not to jump to conclusions. He just needed to find a hospital faster. He told her that it was useless because the wound was already visible and there was a lot of blood. He was already infected. They have already seen how bitten comrades turned into zombies. She knows the consequences. We need to get rid of the infected in the old way. She replied that no way. They need to go to the gathering place faster. You just need to get rid of the virus and then it will not become a zombie. She asked him to come back with her to the gathering place because they would definitely find some way. Hijai put his hands on her and asked her to calm down. She understood that she had recently lost her mother and father, and now she did not know what to do. He asked her to be stronger. He doesn't want to become a monster, so he asked to be allowed to keep the dignity of a soldier. She agreed and decided to leave with him. She hugged him and started crying. She didn't want to live like he wasn't around. At first Shai was worried, and then he realized. He apologized to her and pushed her away from him. He said that they could not leave each other. He told her to go with him because maybe there really is a way. He already had a mutation and his eyes started to turn red. Shani agreed with him because he is a very strong soldier and therefore perhaps his body will be able to resist the virus. They held hands and she called him back with her. Zhu dragged him along with her, saying that after returning to the gathering place, they might arrest him first, but everything would be fine. She wanted to explain everything to her superiors. At this time, Zhu took out a gun and he apologized to her. He asked that when he was not around, she would take good care of herself. He would also like her to be strong and live on. He pointed his gun at his neck and immediately a shot rang out, and they let each other go. Jai fell to the ground, and she was just in shock and started crying. When she saw his lifeless body, she began to scream violently. So she goes to her mother, father, and Jai gang. Immediately, Van appeared from under the water, who was with a kind of satchel. He asked her to hold on, because he would save her. As long as he was with her, nothing would happen. She saw him and was surprised. She didn't believe it was him and thought it was hallucinations. Wang shouted that this toad had caused him so much trouble, so he wanted to deal with it. The toad paid attention to him and Wang used the sound skill for thousands of miles, after which he took out a kind of laser sword. He also used body reinforcements and literally cut the toad and cut off one of its paws. The zombie toad started screaming in pain and squeezed Shani's neck even harder. He threw the commander at Van. Van realized that she was still conscious. He hoped that he still had time. Immediately, the toad tried to hide and Van noticed it. He took out a location tracking watch. He aimed at the toad and shot it with a needle. She pierced the toad's body and the tracker was installed. He again asked Shani to hold on, because now everything will be fine. Immediately, Van jumped out of the water, who was holding the commander with him. He put her on the ground and started screaming for her to wake up. He understood that her breathing was weak and understood that something had to be done. The protagonist remembered that he had miraculous beans bought in the system store. Before that, Zhu received a serious wound, ate one miraculous bean and everything became fine with him. He hoped it would help her. He put the pill in his mouth and asked her to wake up again. He didn't understand why there was no reaction and thought she was dead. He started shouting that he was late and getting very angry. Then the system asked him to calm down and open her mouth. He didn't understand why. And then he saw that she hadn't swallowed the miracle bean yet. Van understood everything and already thought that there was nothing to help. The system asked him to be more serious. Now Commander Shani is unconscious and therefore she will not be able to swallow this bean on her own, so he realized that he had to help her. He's only doing it to save her. Therefore, I asked her not to blame after she finds out about it. He put this bean in his mouth and kissed her and passed the bean. Immediately she began to come to her senses and asked Van if she was asleep. Immediately, Wang realized that she had woken up. Shani realized that the protagonist had saved her, but asked what was wrong with the zombie king. Van was glad he found her early, otherwise she would have become the snack of that damn toad. She just also felt something and assumed that he gave her artificial respiration. He started to get a little nervous and assured that he only did it to save her. He had no bad intentions. She heard him and immediately asked him to remove his hand. Van immediately put it away and replied that it seemed he was just used to holding on to something soft when he was kissing. She thanked him for saving her, but because of her, he also separated from the squad and found himself in danger. To which Wang replied that she was too polite, because they were comrades in misfortune, so to speak. He doesn't know where that toad went, but he has to find her and teach her a lesson. He only knows that she will definitely go with him, so he will not persuade her not to go. Wang hoped that they would go together and together we would return the abducted people to the gathering place. She thought Wang Bing was really very talented. He makes people feel that he is very reliable. She told him that she trusted him. Besides, she would no longer ask about his origin. This is her promise to him, but she asked that he also promise her in return. Wang replied that she would only say what it was and if he could do it, then I would make a promise. After a while, if Shani unfortunately gets infected with a virus or there is a situation in which she has to sacrifice herself, then he should not hesitate and do everything that is required. Wang replied that how could he promise such a thing, because it was such a merciless thing. He understood that the commander had reached her current position for a reason. She is still very persistent and determined. She replied that it was merciless for him, but for them, soldiers, it was an inevitable thing. She asked him to promise, otherwise if she becomes a zombie, she is afraid that she will harm many people. He promised her, but guaranteed her that he would do his best to make sure that such a situation did not arise. Shani was glad and thanked him. Wang noticed that she was beautiful when she smiled, so she shouldn't always be so cold. To which she replied that such tackles do not work on her. Wang was surprised and replied that he had told the truth. He wanted to see where the monster had run off to first. After they find out where he is, they will deal with them. He noticed him that the toad was going with the flow. Shani replied that it was worth catching up with him, but he was swimming so fast, so she wondered how they could catch up with him. Wang replied that with this accelerator, they would certainly catch up with him. She was surprised and realized that he had caught up with it and saved her. She also asked him to get her another one. Wang replied that this thing is not so easy to get. In fact, he spent a lot of gold on this thing and barely got it. To save her, he spent 2,500 kilograms of gold at a time and played 50 times in the lottery. He also won a lot of different things in the lottery. For example, sharp sticks, mineral water, random attribute points, ammunition, a skill book, an accelerator, a buffet knife, a laser sword, medical products, as well as a light switch. You can also understand those minimal things needed for food and other needs. And for some things he simply did not have words. But fortunately, he was able to get these 2 skills, but he thinks they are not that practical. Sound for 1,000 miles. The player can transmit his message to a certain number of people within a radius of 1 kilometer, and the range and number of people to whom they will be able to transmit the message will increase as the level increases. Currently, the maximum number of people he can communicate with is 10 people. Adaptation of the body. His current level allows his body to adapt to the ambient temperature from -60 degrees to +80 degrees and the water pressure at 120 meters. The adaptation of the organism increases as the player increases the number of points in each attribute. Shani realized that he had only one, so she suggested to Wang that he hug her and they flew together. He certainly planned to do so, but before that he gave her new clothes to change into. She didn't understand a little why she had to change clothes, and didn't understand what was wrong with her clothes. Immediately she saw that almost all of her melons were visible because of torn clothes. Shani was confused and Wang said that if something loomed before his eyes all the time, he would not be able to fly dispassionately. Then she changed her clothes and they could go. She thought Wang Bing was extraordinary that he could find such comfortable clothes for her. Van really liked her outfit and he said that it was bulletproof clothing. With it she would be able to feel absolutely safe. It was all for the safety of others. After the zombie toad ran into his factory and opened the doors, she giggled hideously at the sight of zombies. They all knelt down and she looked up. People in cages were suspended from the ceiling, shouting for someone to help them. They all didn't want to die, much less become food. Toad ordered to give the first batch of food to begin with, because you can't leave him naked. The zombies immediately got angry and growled. At that moment, Zio and Mayo were thinking what to do. Mayo asked if Liu was sure that this was Commander Shani's clothes and Liu was sure of it. Zio realized that Shani and Wang Bing were somewhere nearby, but they did not understand where they had gone. Xu also wasn't clear where they had gone. The soldier noticed that the clothes were torn, but they were not there. He thought they had been killed, but Li asked him not to talk nonsense. Wang Bing must have a reason for not coming back. He wanted to go down and look for them. If they still don't find him before nightfall, then they will come back and discuss again what they will do. Zio agreed with him. At that moment, Wang was flying with Shani in his arms. He said that the signal is lost here. He believed that the zombie king was in this abandoned factory. She told him to come down so they could look around. After that, we were already at the entrance and when we went inside, Van smelled a nasty smell. He asked her if she could smell the sharp smell of blood and added that the smell was coming from there, so he wanted to see. At this time, a zombie was sitting on the container and not even one. They were all sitting at the top and were ready to attack. When Wang and Shani approached the pit, they felt an acrid smell. The girl noticed that this smell is similar to the smell of rotten meat. Van remembered that this smell was the same as that in the lair of the last zombie king. She realized that this was definitely the lair of that zombie king. And then a zombie jumped on them and Van noticed it immediately. The protagonist managed to save Shani from the blow. He told her to leave them to him, and she could go and find the kidnapped people. She agreed with him, but immediately noticed that there were so many strong zombies here and therefore doubted that he could cope alone. Immediately, all the higher zombies began to gather around them. There were a lot of them and the zombies looked different. Wang understood that he would have to spend some time on them, and Shani replied that they would be lucky if they survived today. Wang decided to ask if they survived today, what their relationship would be. She didn't understand what he was talking about, because they were comrades in misfortune. The protagonist said that if he had a girlfriend, he would look after her and Shani asked him not to waste time. Immediately, the zombies screamed and they ran forward and Wang asked her to be careful. The zombies also moved right at them. At this time, people were slowly moving forward. Kato was not happy that they were walking so slowly and did not understand when they would reach the gathering place. The other guys agreed with him, because if they go like this, they will be overtaken by zombies. Tado told the soldier why they were so slow, because they would never reach the gathering place. Why didn't understand what the noise was and what was going on. Tado shouted at the soldier and said that everyone slowed down only so that the old people would not lag behind. Immediately, the soldier started shouting at him. He replied that it was not known whether their commander was alive or dead, so everyone slowed down just in case she was suddenly found. Tado was not happy that he was treating people this way, and the soldiers also tried to calm down their comrade. Tado was angry at him and didn't understand how he dared to yell at him. His friend nearby told him to teach the soldier a lesson. Tado started shouting for everyone to see that the soldier wanted to beat the man. His friends tried to keep him, because he wanted to teach him a lesson. Tado said the soldier was only going to hit him because he asked why they were slowing down. Immediately, all the people said that they also want to know why they slowed down and when they would get to the gathering place at such a speed. Tado shouted that they slowed down just to wait for the commander. He provoked them with the question that the lives of soldiers are valuable, but they are not. Nan began to get angry and shouted that he hated such people the most. Bao asked him to calm down, because there was nothing he could do. Tado shouted that if he didn't hurry everyone up, he would guarantee that he would be court-martialed. He will say that they abuse their official powers and that they do not put the lives of ordinary people in anything. The soldier still couldn't calm down and wanted to beat Tado. A familiar grandmother immediately intervened, who hit Tado on the head with a crutch. She told everyone not to listen to this nonsense, because the soldiers protected them all the way. They were able to reach this place only thanks to them and their victims. Now they just want to wait a little for their commander, and that's right. All the people fell silent and realized that they were wrong. If someone wants to go faster, they can do it without the protection of soldiers. They can only talk. The soldiers were shocked by this grandmother, and she continued. Although she understood that she was already old and had lived long enough, she slowed down to wait for Commander Shani. Tado started yelling at her and wanted to kill her for hitting him. And immediately the soldier grabbed him by the arm and asked him if he was crazy. The tiger is not a cute cat at all. He asked him if he thought he would be nice to him. He's going to kill him now. Tado started screaming and crying. He asked for forgiveness because he was in a lot of pain. People realized that this wise woman was right. They all wanted to slow down and wait for Commander Shani. Nan was glad that everyone was very kind at heart. Bao was also glad that there were very few ungrateful people. Tado cried that his arm hurt. He felt that it was broken. The soldier said that he was only a coward who offends the weak and is afraid of the strong. The soldier asked his grandmother to go with him to the car, but the old woman wanted to walk. Then the main soldier came up and thanked her for helping them out of their predicament, to which she replied that she had said everything from the bottom of her heart because she was sincerely grateful to them. Tado was very angry at that time, because he had disgraced himself in front of so many people. The soldier also noticed that after the onset of the post-apocalypse, he had not heard such words from anyone for a long time. He also thanked her for coming into their situation. Immediately, Tado drew attention to the gun and thought about how they would not blame him later, because they literally forced him. Nan was worried about how Wang and the others were doing now. Bao tried to encourage him, because Wang is very talented. He will definitely prevent danger. Then a shot rang out. Nan immediately became alert, because he heard that someone was shooting. Lao Fu was wounded and a bullet hit him in the neck. The soldier shouted what he was doing. Tado shouted that since that girl wasn't there, it would be better if he killed them all than to depend on them. Even his brother was worried, because this is far from a game. Immediately, more soldiers appeared from behind, who wanted to kill him. Immediately Tado took Bao hostage. He ordered everyone not to approach, otherwise he would kill her. She told him she wasn't the enemy. The soldiers were not happy, because he decided to use the child as a shield. The soldier held the dying Lao Fu in his arms. He told him that he had to hold out, because they would soon arrive at the gathering place. He asked him not to close his eyes, and that he would hold on. All the people in the circle saw that he had lost a lot of blood and what would happen to him now. People were asking for someone to stop the blood. The soldier shouted for Tado to see what he had done. The bastard replied that he was already fed up with such a life. He still agreed that there was not enough food, but why on earth should he still obey all of them? Bao advised him to put the gun down, otherwise he would regret it. Tado got angry, because even she despises him. Nan held the gun to the back of his head and he said if he didn't lower the gun, he would shoot. Tado didn't believe him, and thought Nan was just trying to scare him with a toy gun. And then he fired. The soldiers were surprised that this guy had the courage, because he shot him so confidently. Another soldier noticed that he was no longer a child. Tado was lying on the ground and Bao said that Nan is a fool, because he shot and her whole face is now splattered with blood. Then she saw his face and he asked her if she thought he couldn't. He didn't want him to blackmail her. He assured that if it was the emperor, he would not be so polite to him. Bao immediately realized that Nan was a real man and fell in love with him. At this time, the soldier was hugging Lao Fu, who was slowly dying. He shouted at him not to leave him. Grandma was sorry, because she thought it was all because of her. She angered that scoundrel. The soldier assured her that she was not to blame for this. People just stared at it in silence. Nan understood that the squad had lost its leader again and they did not know what to do. He hoped that Wang and Commander Shani would return soon. At this time, Wang was standing almost naked at the factory. He has killed a lot of zombies and is already a little tired. Shani was surprised that he was able to kill all these strong zombies. She didn't believe that a person could do such a thing. His back was very pumped up and Shani liked it and she was embarrassed. Van realized that something was wrong. He feels that this toad is nearby. He asked her to take the weapons in her backpack and find the abducted people while he sorted it out here. She asked if he would go with her, to which the protagonist replied that they would not have time, so it would be faster if they split up. At that moment, a toad appeared and jumped right towards them. She growled at them hard. Wang noticed that her legs had grown so fast, but he assured her that he would cut her off again. He told her again to go faster and save people. She understood that this was the Zombie King and did not want to leave him alone. He asked only to believe him, because after he dealt with him, he would come to her. She agreed and asked him to be careful. The Zombie King is not like ordinary zombies at all. She didn't know if Wang could beat him. Run away. She asked him to promise that nothing would happen to him for sure. The toad noticed that she wanted to run away and wanted to throw the parasite at her.